150 headquarters, plus 2.9% APR for 60 months. And this is an and, no payments for 90 days. I love Ted Britt Ford. Best buying experience I have ever had. Went there about 10, 11 years ago now. Multiple cars from Ted Britt Ford. That's because they treat you great. They'll treat you great, too. Go see them and tell them Danny sent you.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Cold temps, hot cards, you know when the hand's right. It's the Chill Deals Winter Sales event at Lindsay Chevrolet in Woodbridge, and my guy, Danny Dimes, is dealing Silverado, Tahoe, Suburban, and much more. You'll love it at Lindsay, lindsaychevy.com. Together, let's drive.
So, what's the asking price on this house?
You'd probably be more comfortable living somewhere else.
How long a lease is the landlord looking for?
Well, I'm sure you can afford to live here, but...
What are the schools like in this district?
Yeah, we have twins in the 5th grade.
This neighborhood isn't really for your kids.
You're being discriminated against. Housing discrimination because of race, color, or national origin is against the law. If you believe you've experienced housing discrimination, contact HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. That's HUD.gov/fair housing. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
At National Geographic Society, we believe in the power of wonder. We're supporting a new generation of explorers to ask questions, make breakthroughs, and bring the future closer. Wonder awaits. Will you join us? Visit natgeo.org/wonder.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you started with Chick-fil-A.
Hi, I'm Miles.
And this is Grant.
And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how the fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy, the biscuit is soft, it's iconic.
Throw some jelly on it, you can throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day.
The hash browns are great. And I really like the shape of them too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A Chicken Biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Victor deployed for the first time to Afghanistan in 2003. At 4 a.m, my phone rang. They said, "I regret to inform you that your husband was wounded in action." Victor sustained a moderate traumatic brain injury. I was doing school full-time, and I was also then caring for Victor. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself. I just didn't want to forget that I also had goals and that I also had a life. What I did is I challenged Victor to meet me halfway. There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. We have our own journey, and we can fulfill that journey at the same time that we are helping our loved one.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey and better care for your loved one and yourself. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Live from the LindsayCars.com studios in the nation's capital, WJFK-FM and WJFK HD1, Manassas, and WPGC HD3, Morningside.
Don't it feel good when your crowd behind you
takes it in, fires, touchdown! This is your home for the NFL playoffs and Super Bowl 60. Let's go dominate! Touchdown! Bring it up, bring it up, bring it up! He's got it! Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan, an Odyssey sports station.
Happy Snow Day Monday, D.C., Maryland, Virginia. We are the Junkies. We're coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan, Team 980, 910 The Fan. If you're listening in Richmond, you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network, celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. All right, let's do the Junks roll call. John Paul Flake, not here, on vacation this week. Jason Bishop, scheduled to be here, having technical issues, driving into the studio as we speak, should be there around 6:45. So that's 0 for 2. Eric Bickle.
Hey, buddy. How are you?
Hey, what's up, buddy? How are you, sir?
All good. I don't understand. He didn't give his Comrex a test run the day before.
It was working. It was working the night before. He turned Friday. We set it up for him at his house. Okay. It was all set up. Right. He turned it on the night before. Heard the station, and then he inexplicably now it won't turn on. And so I said, "Did you hit the power button?" And then he thought I was being sarcastic.
Right.
And
you're troubleshooting.
And it's not powering on. And now he's driving here.
Plugged in?
It's plugged in. It's been changed to different outlets. We've tried every possible thing imaginable. I don't understand how it won't turn on.
So that is unbelievable.
I tested mine one at the studio, and then as soon as I got home, I dialed in. I got everything. And I didn't even touch it after that. I just left it alone until about 5:20 this morning, and up and running. Here we are. We're good to go.
He used it for a year plus or whatever.
I know this is giving me COVID flashbacks right now of you guys.
Oh, I think
at your house. Me and Ben here by our lonesomes.
Same vibes here because I'm sitting in the same exact spot. I'm using the same exact folding table setup. I grabbed the kitchen chair. I mean, it's a very, very thrown together type setup.
This is what you do. I have PTSD. Of a miserable time in our lives.
Right.
Well, I'll tell you what. I actually thought I would just drive in too. But I am stunned they still haven't gone through my neighborhood. I mean, I'm stunned. I'm sure I could get through it, but it would just be a little hairy because I live on a hill that's kind of dicey. I'm just stunned the plows haven't been through yet. I'm sure they've been through the major roads. But not. What about on your street, Cakes? Have they been through?
My street, they've been through several times, the plows. Like, I have a main, cut-through artery that I live on that I've talked about for many years, the busiest road in all of Montgomery County. I live right on it. You drive on it all the time, EB. You know how busy it is.
Yeah.
But the roads that are right off it, the side roads, are completely untouched. I mean, there's I don't know how many inches of snow we got out here. I want to say it's 8 to 10, something in that range. It might even be a little bit more in spots.
That sounds right.
Those side roads, I mean, they may have gotten one quick cursory pass, but for the most part, they're, unless you have a four-wheel drive, they're just impassable.
How did Ben and Valdez, did you guys spend the night in a hotel, or did you guys just power in and get up early this morning?
No, we were up at the Homewood.
Oh, you were? Okay,
yeah,
good.
we got in. Both of us got in Saturday night, so right before the storm hit.
We got that's a lot of drinking.
It's just you're literally by yourself. It's so boring.
Are you guys sharing a room?
No, we're not. We're not sharing.
No, okay. Look at least the company has enough money to buy 2 hotel rooms. That's encouraging.
And what do you do? Do you just stock up on food? You just go to the grocery before you come over? Just buy all the snacks?
Oh yeah, I had a bag full of snacks. I brought bread, peanut butter to make peanut butter sandwiches. I had some chicken noodle soup because it has a microwave you can use, so you're not helpless. And then you sit there and you twiddle your thumbs for 2 days.
Oh my God, that's a lot of whistling.
You're literally
record numbers.
You guys are snowbound at the Homewood.
I had chicken salad and Hot Pockets, and it took me an hour to get dinner last night because there's 3 places open around here, and all of them were butt full.
Oh yeah, slammed.
Really?
Oh yeah, Navy Yard slammed.
Navy Yard's hopping.
Oh yeah.
What places were open?
I got to Mission eventually. There was a Tesla outside. I put it up on my Twitter, and it was just spinning in its tires for an hour straight. Guy was stuck.
Right.
Disaster down here right now.
Our Tesla, I have no idea. Our Teslas, I'm guessing they're front-wheel drive. You can't make an electric car and make it rear-wheel drive, can you?
All my replies are this dude's a big dummy. What is he doing?
Yeah. I don't know. I would think with front-wheel drive is fine, though. I mean, he should be able to, I don't know, got himself in a pickle, I guess.
Yep. Couldn't get out. Didn't have a shovel. Didn't have a big bag of salt or sand in his car. Wasn't prepared.
We're so lucky that we didn't take our cars to valet on Saturday because when we went down to check out in the morning, they asked, "Hey, is your car in valet because it's unavailable to you?" So
why?
I have no idea. I don't know if people didn't come in for the valet or it's stuck. But they said if your car's valeted, you're screwed.
It seems pretty inconvenient when they tell your car is unavailable.
I bet you can't wait to get out of that hotel. You have to be going nutso.
I mean, I think I watched every James Bond movie on Netflix.
You are a big James Bond nerd.
Oh,
that
yeah.
is true.
I can't think of it. We're housebound, but we've kind of Cakes I'm sure has things in his house he could do to occupy himself.
Sure.
I got the golf thing in my garage. I'm putting in my family room. I got a workout room. I got things I can occupy myself. When you're in a hotel, I mean,
it's brutal. It's a weird phenomenon. So when you first get there, it's woo, fun, yeah. This is like a mini vacation. This is gonna be awesome. Then about 2 hours later, it's, oh my God, I'm trapped. Get me the F out of here.
Yes.
I did the treadmill for an hour and a half yesterday because I was bored.
90 minutes on the treadmill, that is infinite boredom.
Because I was so bored.
It reminds me of the COVID insanity. And yes, it was insanity, where people had to remember they had to go to a hotel room, if they tested positive, and stay in there for 10 days?
Yeah, you had to isolate from everybody.
You had to isolate, right? Remember that insanity? And my son had to do that. He had to isolate before he could go on campus. And he was literally in his hotel room for 10 straight days. And I'm sure millions of people have experiences like that.
That's a lot of whistling. 10 days in a hotel room. World record numbers.
Yeah. Yeah, and then you're just ordering DoorDash, which, by the way, I was kind of joking about it. I tweeted, does anybody have the balls to DoorDash, in the middle of it? And, you'd be shocked at the number of people said, "Yeah, I already did it. Got my pizza. Yeah, I already did it."
Well, I mean, literally every other broadcast, like if you're watching the AFC and NFC title games, the commercials are either Uber Eats or for some sort of pill or injectable or some sort of pharmaceutical. Like you can't, like Bradley Cooper. How much money is Bradley Cooper making from Uber Eats? It's got to be like $50 million. All I see is Bradley Cooper telling you to not leave your house and order chicken wings and order pizza.
But no wonder we're all so fat.
I know.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
But who has the balls to put those people in jeopardy?
Yeah, I mean,
to deliver you a sub sandwich or something.
Have some dignity and scrounge together anything you have in your pantry.
There's got to be some sort of surge pricing for that.
Oh, they definitely tack on prices.
I would hope because those people they're literally risking their lives to bring you food that was warm 80 minutes ago.
Yeah. Can you imagine how cold it is when you're getting it?
It's the absolute worst.
And I mean, and how embarrassing is that too? That like we're like 12 hours into a storm and people are already panic buying Uber Eats and DoorDash. Like, I mean, you can't stock up at all.
They're just not prepared. They're not ready. They're not ready for end of days, EB, like we are. We're all hunkered down and ready.
If I was an Uber Eats driver and you ordered a dozen wings from me, I would put every one of those wings down my pants before I served it to you.
Yeah, that's right.
That's the only proper move. Absolutely.
Of course.
All right, so we are the Junks. We're doing a snow day. EB is in Kensington. I am in the O-Town. We are marooned in our homes. JP is on vacation. Jason Bishop will be here at some point. He's driving in from Ashburn because he is having technical issues. If you're listening to this show, which I'm guessing not very many people are because nobody's out on the road, but if you are, you're welcome to call us and check in at 800-636-1067 throughout a Junkies Snow Day Monday right here on 106.7 The Fan. We'll be right back. to your podcast. Also streaming live on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn. It's Junk's Snow Day Monday. I am marooned in only Maryland, as is Eric Bickle in Kensington. Jason Bishop probably speeding down the toll road as we speak, heading into the studio. He's had technical difficulties with his Comrex, so it should eventually be a three-man Junks show getting you through this snow day. You're welcome to call us at 800-636-1067 if you're indeed hearing this broadcast.
All right, let's bang out a few of these calls. We got some people chiming in, dealing with the snowpocalypse that hit us.
Very good.
Let's go to Andrew in Fairfax. Andrew, what's up, buddy?
Hey, how you doing, John? First, I just want to say thank you. You guys giving me someone to listen to while I'm working out here.
Oh, thanks, man.
Plowing George Mason campus.
Hey, we appreciate that hard work, man. You're helping people get through.
Give us an idea what the main roads are like, and then some of the side roads.
The main road, so we're off 123, which is a snow emergency route, so that road's pretty good. The side roads are dicey. The road I live on is terrible. It hasn't been plowed at all. So a lot of your back roads, some of them haven't been touched, but the main roads, the snow emergency roads, they're decent. Obviously, it's icy out here, so I'd be pretty careful.
Is it more difficult to scrape it up? The fact that we got so much, freezing rain and all of that on top of it.
Yeah, so if it were just snow, we would have been able to deal with it a lot better, just scraping it up and then eventually putting salt down. But with the freezing temps and then the sleet, it froze some of our equipment. I had to wash out my salt truck this morning with hot water just to melt the ice that had built up in the hopper last night. And we worked from 5 a.m. to 5 p.m. Then I had to go home and shovel my driveway out for 2 hours. But yeah, fun stuff. But yeah, the ice is, the sleet really messed things up and froze things overnight. And with the freezing temperatures coming this week, the salt doesn't really melt much, below 24, 25 degrees or something like that. So, we're putting it down now. It should raise, the temperatures are supposed to raise up to 25, I guess, later. So we'll see what it does. But
I could be wrong in this, but I heard somewhere that they're putting down like beet juice to help melt the snow, like, because it works at lower temperatures than some of the other like brine mix. Now, I really don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just regurgitating something I heard. Is that really a thing?
Yeah, I've heard that too. We don't have that here at George Mason, but the brine and stuff is no good below 25.
Gotcha.
I haven't heard about the beet juice stuff.
So, Andrew, do you work for Mason? Do you work for the government? Do you have your own company? How's that work?
So I work for Mason. We're obviously a state agency, so we're localized just for Mason, though. But it is a state agency.
Gotcha.
Well, thank you for your hard work out there, man. It is appreciated.
Yeah, be safe out there, buddy.
No
Appreciate the call. Hang in there, pal.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you guys.
Yep.
Thank you, buddy.
Valdez, I heard a birdie told me this little nugget over the weekend while I was playing weekend old guy tennis at Norbeck Country Club. Now, this may be a big monkey wrench for one Eric Bickle, that I heard through the grapevine that Dina Bickle suffered some sort of tennis injury. How is she as far as, like, I know, like, is she on the IR for the shoveling? We need an update. Like,
no. Okay, no, she pulled her calf.
Okay.
But I have to say, and she could barely walk. Like, she could barely get home.
Trouble.
But she immediately iced it like crazy for the first day or two.
Right.
And she's getting around okay now. So I actually think that, obviously it wasn't a severe pull.
Sure.
But it was enough that, it took her immediately off the court. She could barely get back to her car. She could barely get in the house. But honestly, after about 48 hours of icing pretty regularly and just kind of, low-key in it, she's been fine. And Cakes, happy to report, plenty healthy enough to get out there and shovel. Not a problem.
That's very good. That's great news.
Not a problem.
Great news that she's available. She's off the IL.
Sent her out there with a bull calf.
No problem.
Immediately, Valdez, when I heard that nugget, the first thing I thought of was not Dina's welfare. It was, well, who's
mine?
Who's going to shovel? Who's going to clear the driveway? Who's going to do the hard work in the Bickle household?
I have to tell you something. I was so bored then I went out there and I helped her the 2 times that she went out. I helped both times.
Ah, look at you. You're a hero.
A world record for me. But I was just bored.
Did you need a tutorial on how to use the shovel, or was it instinctive?
There was a little bit of a manly instinct that did kick in.
Okay,
Cakes.
good. That's a good thing.
But we have those like curved plastic shovels,
right?
Like, and I'm sure the same things everybody gets at like Lowe's or Home Depot. But because there's this like sort of layer of ice on top or underneath or whatever, the second time we went out to shovel, you kind of had to hack down on top of it to get the shovel underneath it. You know what I mean? Like you kind of turn the shovel upside down, kind of bang on it to chop it up a little bit, and then scoop it. I damn near broke my shovel, though. I mean, it's not meant for this kind of heavy lifting, Cakes.
The shovel makers, they're just raking in. They're just making all the cash.
They have to be. Listen, I hate snow like everybody else. I dread snow, and it's pretty for an hour, but this stuff is not going away, Cakes. It's going to be here.
It's going to be like in the 15s
weeks.
or 20s, like for a week.
No, but I did look up because I remember experiencing this in the past. If it's sunny out, even if it's like 25 degrees, you can get some melt.
I was unaware. Did not know that.
Yeah, if it's
Didn't know
sunny
that
out.
was a
But the
thing.
problem is I think it's going to be cloudy a lot of these days.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Let's go. Let's bang out a few more calls. Let's go to James in Frederick. James, what's up, buddy? You're on with the Junks.
Hey, good morning. Thanks, guys, for entertaining us.
Yeah, man. Thanks for listening. We appreciate it.
Are you one of those DoorDash guys?
Unfortunately.
So let me ask you a question. Is this something you do full time, or is it just something you do on the side?
On the side for now.
Right.
And I had two orders last night. They sent me to Chipotle. Chipotle was closed. And then they sent me to a hibachi place, and that was closed. And the customer for hibachi had the nerve to go, is any place open that you can go to? And I told McDonald's.
Right. So hold on. So I don't understand that. When they make the order, doesn't the say Chipotle, don't they have to approve it before it goes to you?
Yes. And then DoorDash had the nerve to tell me, well, we'll compensate you for half of what we promised you because you didn't get the order delivered.
So I saw last night that surge pricing was like $7.50 extra or something. So what'd you get, like $3 for going out there?
Pickle. I didn't get enough. Luckily, I stocked up on Scotty's vodka before I did all that.
Smart man. Well done.
I didn't even get enough. I didn't even get enough to buy another bottle of Scotty's vodka.
That's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Scotty's vodka is reasonably priced too, so that's telling me something.
What roads were you on?
26, which is Liberty Road, and 27.
Got no file on those roads, EB. 26 or 27? That means nothing to me.
Out in good old Mount Airy.
In Mount Airy.
Okay. I'm not in the Mount Airy area very often.
There's no way the roads out there are good. No way.
Actually, Mount Airy wasn't too bad. It was 26 that sucked, and now people have the nerve to Uber has asked me to pick up people and take them to the airport because they got to get out and get on their flights to either get home or get wherever they got to go to.
Dude, are the airports even open? I have no idea.
I don't know.
I mean, I got two scheduled. I got a $100 Uber today to take them to Dulles, and I got one for BWI later in the day. So I guess they're open. They're scheduled. So.
Wow. All right. Very cool. All right. Well, be safe out there, buddy. What are you pushing? What kind of vehicle are you pushing out there in the snow?
Jeep Cherokee 4x4. But I'm not drinking but I'm being safe. I'm not drinking my Scotty's vodka before I go out to drive.
Well, I mean, come on, you got to be responsible. I mean,
yeah, that would be
do me one favor. Hey, do me one favor when Jason gets in.
Yeah.
Tell him I said Happy New Year.
All right.
That old
Thank
bit.
you.
By the way,
you,
EB, I think he mentioned that he was delivering hibachi.
Yeah.
I will be dead in a box in the ground or incinerated into ashes before I ever order hibachi to go, because you're missing the whole experience. You're missing the onion volcano. You're missing the shrimp getting tossed into your mouth. You're missing the Japanese chef doing all the histrionics with his spatula and his knife and his
but you
fork.
haven't been to like a Hibachi Express before? You have one right there in Old Town.
I know, but
in Olney.
It's not like hibachi food is silly. It's just meat and rice.
Right. It's the experience. Like the whole thing. I need that if I'm going to get. But I know what you're talking about. You're talking about like Quick Way or like a Panda Express-esque type place.
It's good.
I guess it's whatever.
We got one here. I think it's called Hibachi Express. You just go in there.
Look, I'm sure they're wildly popular, but if I'm doing hibachi, I need the theatrics along with the hibachi. Okay?
You need the guy throwing the shrimp in his hat. And
I need all of it.
Yeah,
I need the Valdez. I know you love this bit. I need the like mustard or whatever container that has a little piece of paper on the end that he points at you instead of it being liquid. It's a gag.
Yeah.
I need all of those things because I'm stupid.
Don't you hate, though, when everyone has to open their mouth and catch the shrimp?
I'm silly.
I love it.
I caught 6 in a row.
Valdez,
I was like a seal.
You know what we are, Valdez? We're team elite at catching shrimp. Now, I may one or two may have bounced off my upper lip here and there, but my track record's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Kind of like Reggie Miller at the free throw line.
I mean, he was alley-ooping it to me like I was LeBron James.
Yeah, I'm pretty solid. Pretty damn good.
Let's go to Dave in Bladensburg if he's still there. Dave, what's up, buddy? You're on with the Junkies.
Hey, how you doing, guys? Thanks
up,
for
Dave?
coming in this morning down to your living room and doing the radio show.
Of course, man.
No problem.
Yeah, I'm one of your 20-hour-a-week listeners. No, my thing is when the food. I went out Friday night and went to a pizza restaurant, got a large pizza, and then drove to a sub place and got some subs that would last us a few days.
Nice, smart move. You know what?
What about those old-fashioned groceries?
I was very close to making a Pupatella run and just maxing out the VIP card, like on a Friday. I was like, should I drive to Columbia to Pupatella, get like 4 or 5 pizzas, just throw them in the freezer?
Idea, Cakes.
I was this close to doing it. I didn't pull the trigger, but it was on the menu.
Did you go like Friday before? Did you actually go to the grocery, like the Harris Teeter or whatever, and try to grab some water, grab some milk,
I went
grab
to
some
Safeway. It wasn't as insane as I thought it was going to be. Now there were certain spots that were completely wiped out. Like I think somebody bought like every sweet potato known to man. I didn't know that was something you had to have during like 2 days of being frozen into your house, but no sweet potatoes available and a few other spots. But for the most part, like all of the staples, the important stuff like beer, plenty of the essentials that you needed. So it wasn't as bad as I thought. I was bracing myself for like horrible experience, but it wasn't bad. Like I got through the line pretty quick. Wasn't bad at all.
You just have your daughter with you, right? Or is Brandon with you too?
Brendan's here too because Maryland no classes today, so he was just like, I'm just going to stay home.
So was he? Did you send him out shoveling? How'd that work?
It was a group effort shoveling, but I mean the snow and ice is so relentless. There's like 4 or 5 inches on the driveway that are waiting. As soon as the show is done, I'll be out there shoveling just to get that layer off. I mean, it won't be terrible because we hit it early and kind of middle of the day yesterday. But still, like, unless I'm out there shoveling at 8:30 or whenever the snow and ice ended, there was going to be some leftover on my driveway anyway. So,
but it is somewhat of a blessing, even though I know you hate maybe 350 days out of the year being on such a busy road that you live off of. You could go anywhere. Like, you could get in a car right now. You could go to the grocery if it was open.
I could drive into work right now, no problem. I could drive into the middle of the O-Town, no issue.
Yeah. This is the disaster part is that it's going to be freezing for, like, the next 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I know.
This S isn't going to melt soon.
Right.
We need sun. I'm telling you. If we get sun, it can help. But it's going to be cloudy. It's just going to be trifling.
You're going to get a lot of work on the sim, EB. A lot of balls in the garage.
Dude, it's so cold in there. It's so cold. And I put like one of those heaters you get at Home Depot or whatever. It doesn't do it. The room's too big.
It's not quite good enough.
No, it doesn't cut it.
Are you completely bundled? Like, how many layers are you wearing when you're using the sim in the garage?
Oh yeah, I got two pair of sweatpants, a hoodie, and a heated vest. Thank God Valdez and I and some of my buddies got heated vests last year. Do you have one, Cakes?
I do not. So you just hold on. How does that work? You just plug in, like you charge it up, and then you just click a button, and it's good to go.
Got a little button right here, like on the where like your pocket would be or something. And you just press the button, the little logo, and it lights up orange, white, or blue.
Now, is it oppressively hot? Like your seat gets way too hot, like in
The
somewhere you need to turn it down.
The highest setting, it feels like your body's on fire.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I like to put it on the middle one just so it lasts a little longer, or the lower one. You know what I mean? But it's good. It actually works great. But you can only hit so many balls in your garage. It's freaking trifling. You're in your garage.
Right.
You know what I mean, Cakes?
You have your limits.
Yeah. I mean, there's only so much you could do. I went around. I just kept going around, hitting balls in my garage, hit some putts, go downstairs, maybe do a couple curls. I mean, I don't know what to do. You just keep doing it over and over and over.
You're trapped. You're trapped. It's also
trapped.
It's not like you have stuff to do, but the option of doing stuff isn't there, and it drives you mad.
Yeah, you can't just you know what? I just want to go to Kava or something.
You have no free will.
Yeah, I want to go to Dick's and just hold a putter or something. Like do something different. Just to get out of the house.
Shaka, you want to shop. You want to be a consumer.
Well, I mean, just get me out of here.
Understood. You want to get out of your self-made prison at your house.
I just want to get out of here.
That's understood.
Yeah.
All right, 800-636-1067. You're welcome to chime in on a Junkies Monday snow day. Coming up later in the show, we'll be joined by Ben Valin from the Boston Globe. He is in Denver. He was there for the AFC title game yesterday between the Broncos and the Patriots. When we come back, we'll dive into those games in the Junkies sports page. We will do that. Welcome back to a Junkies Snow Day Monday. EB and I broadcasting remotely from our homes. Jason Bishop should be in studio shortly in D.C. He had a snafu with his Comrex unit, did not work. He had to hop in the car and make his way down into D.C., so hopefully he didn't encounter any travel issues on the way into the studio. All right, here's what's happening on the show. Here's a little quick rundown. Coming up at 7:20, we're going to get into the Alex Honnold special on Netflix, Skyscraper. We definitely have to talk about that. That's at 7:20. Ben Valin will join us coming up at 8:25 from the Boston Globe. He is their NFL national writer. He's in Denver. He was there for Broncos Patriots. We'll talk to him at 8:25. Right now, let's get into the Junk Sports page brought to you by Open Road. Elevate your home bar with Open Road Distilling Company spirits. Locally crafted in Reston, Virginia. Find Eagle Eye Rye, Maple Old Fashioned, and Independence Bourbon now available at ABC stores throughout Northern Virginia. All right, so I touched on Patriots Broncos. If you took the under, you're a big winner in that one. 10-7, the Broncos fall at home to the Patriots. Patriots advance to the Super Bowl. Valdez and I were commiserating about that before the show as far as, wow, those Patriots fans, they really had to wait a long time between the Brady era and now Drake May helping lead the Patriots to another Super Bowl. Super annoying is what that is.
Well, I mean, it was less than stellar performance. I mean, props to them for pulling it off. And I think, of all people, I think Robert Griffin pointed out that Drake May, if this is true, may be the first quarterback to ever beat 3 top 5 defenses in the playoffs on the way to the Super Bowl.
Right.
Right? They beat the Chargers, who were the number 5 defense, the Texans, who were actually ranked number 1 defensively, and then the Broncos. We all know about their defense. Pretty impressive path, but obviously very difficult conditions for the game yesterday. It's kind of why snow games look cool, but they just become kind of a cluster.
Right. It's a slog. And it spotlights even further the epidemic that is spread throughout the league. Coaches refuse to take points. They have points on the board, and Sean Payton said, do I want points here? Do I want to gift 3 points in what's sure to be a low-scoring, defensive-centric type of game? You know what? I'll pass on the points. I'll go for it and get stymied and lose the game at home. It's not only Sean Payton. It's all over the league now. Guys just refuse to take points when they're readily available.
But, in his defense, he did try 2 other field goals that his kicker missed.
Right.
So it's not all on him, but I agree. I think these coaches are going for it on 4th down way too much. Sure, over time, it might be statistically the right move, but in the moment, you're vulnerable. Just because it's a 52-48 thing doesn't mean you always do it. You know what I mean, Cakes?
Right, of course.
So,
and, you touched on Drake May not having impressive stats, less than 100 yards passing, but he was the second leading rusher for the Patriots, 65 yards on 10 carries, including a rushing touchdown and the rush that sealed the game for them at the end. So just a back-and-forth affair. Jarrett Stidham was okay, sacked 3 times in the loss. He had a rating of 63, actually a better rating than Drake May. Threw 1 pick, threw a touchdown, passed for 133 yards, but the Broncos just could not muster up enough offense to get past the Patriots.
Yeah, kind of a brutal game. I kind of wish the snow didn't enter in and we could have gotten a little more scoring. But, hey, props to the Patriots. They had a hell of a year. And, I give props to Stidham. He tried. He did about as good as could be expected for a guy that hadn't played a snap all year, right?
Right.
Very limited playing time throughout his career. I think since 2019 he had 4 career starts. So it was about as expected. Very, very difficult conditions. And the Patriots, they're in another one. What is it? Their 7th time? 7th Super Bowl appearance? Is that what it is?
There's too many to count. It's just so annoying. It's just so tilting for anybody, especially who's also a fan of a different AFC team, that they're back.
Yeah,
The
I mean,
Patriots are back.
How many rings does Kraft have? How many does Brady have?
Kraft has at least 5, right? I think it's 5 or 6. I mean,
and what does Brady have? 6?
He's got, I think it's 6. Yeah. I can double check those numbers, but it's minimum of 6.
And so they lost one to the Giants. How many did they lose with Brady?
They lost one to the Eagles with Brady.
They
and
lost
they
to the
lost
Giants.
one to
Eli.
Yes.
Yeah. So that it's at least their 8th appearance.
Yeah. Correct.
In the Super Bowl. Yeah.
So the Patriots are back. They will be in Santa Clara in 2 weeks. Their opponent will be the Seattle Seahawks, who prevailed at home 31-27 over the Rams. This game was the complete opposite of that first game. Tons of offense in this game. Both quarterbacks played at a super high level. You know, there's a lot of people
outstanding
heading into this game, like wondering if Sam Darnold could finally get over the hump that was the Rams defense. Well, how about 25 for 36, 346 passing yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks. He was sacked 3 times, but he had a rating of 127.8.
How about doing all that, barely practicing all week?
Right, with the oblique injury that's been dogging him over the last few weeks. And on the other side, I mean, Matt Stafford, he was dealing as well. 22 for 35, 374, averaged 10.7 yards per attempt, 3 touchdowns, no picks, only sacked once. I mean, it was just super high-level quarterback play, fun game, back and forth. There were some huge mistakes in the game. The Rams special teams haunt them again when their returner fumbled one deep in their own territory. Seattle recovers the ball, goes on to score a touchdown. The other huge mistake, Tariq Woolen woofing at the Rams bench after stopping the Rams on a 4th and 12. He draws a taunting penalty, 15 yards. They get the ball right back. Next play, Puka Nacua catches one in the corner to score a touchdown. I mean, it's a borderline call. Like, it's a weird call, like on that stage. But I mean, he was clearly just jawing and woofing at the entire bench and the sideline. So the ref saw fit to throw the penalty, and it cost them, but it didn't cost them the game. Luckily, I mean, he would have been wearing the goat horns for a long time had they not won that game. But Seattle comes out on top, back to the Super Bowl for the Seahawks.
I mean, it must have been pretty ridiculous what he said, because it didn't look that bad from afar.
Right. It looked relatively innocent.
Yeah. Kind of crazy. But they got away with it.
Yeah, and look, that Rams team, and Matt Stafford was asked about his status going forward. He was pretty much non-committal as to whether he's going to continue to play. But, I mean, if you're Matt Stafford, why would you walk away at this point? I mean, you're playing at some of the highest level of your entire career. I know he's getting up there in years, 37 years old, might be 38 by the time next year starts. But, I mean, that guy is having a career, late career renaissance in L.A., just one step away from the Super Bowl again.
I mean, it's remarkable, especially how we kind of routinely have this deal with him now in the preseason where he's barely playing, he's barely throwing, he's getting treatment. You don't know if he's going to be able to get through a season, and then he puts together, an MVP caliber season.
Yep.
So,
and a side note in this game, great news for playoff Mike, for Mush Mike Marr. His long shot pick comes through. Now, earlier in the game, Jake Bobo, another white wide receiver for the Seattle Seahawks, caught a touchdown. And as soon as I saw him catch it, I was like, was that Cooper Kupp? And then Bobo's name flashes. I think it was his 4th catch of the year. Once I saw that, I was like, oh, Mike Marr he's just completely boned. I mean, they're throwing the ball to guys who are barely even catching the ball. Kupp is not going to find the end zone in this one, but following up the Bobo touchdown, Cooper Kupp catches a touchdown from Sam Darnold. Mike Marr, his long shot comes through. So good for him. I was happy for him.
I actually got a kick out of that.
Clawed out of his hole a little bit.
He's minus 527.93. So a very reasonable number heading into the Super Bowl.
So what does he have to do? So what's the line on the game right now?
I can look it up, but I think
could he take the dog? It just straight up?
Yeah, that would work.
That would probably work, right? That'd get him out of the hole.
That definitely would.
And I'm assuming the dog is going to be the Patriots?
I believe so. Here, I'm gonna look it up right now. It is. What's the line? Yeah, Seahawks are -4.5. So Patriots are a 2-1 dog.
Wow. Yeah, that would be more than make
So
up for it.
that gets him. If he just takes them straight up and they win.
Yeah, he could theoretically take like the Patriots +3 and bump the number up to plus juice and still get points and still crawl out of the hole.
Right.
I mean, it doesn't have to be that much plus because it is. He does have 500 to spend and he's down 527.93. So
Right.
it doesn't have to be that much.
Right. That was a great pick for him. I know
Great
it added
pick.
some excitement for me and Junkies listeners because my Twitter exploded when he hit that. So that was great.
And by the way,
Great for him.
he posted a video of him making the pick and then him shushing down the slopes. Black Diamond Mike, to me, it appeared that Black Diamond Mike was on maybe like a blue circle slope. There's no way that was more than an intermediate slope. Now look, I can barely
Are
get
you
down.
ski shaming him right now?
Yeah, I thought he was silly.
Maybe a little. I just don't think. Now, I could be wrong. I haven't been skiing in many years, probably 10 to 15 years. But whatever he was heading down did not look to have the proper pitch to be like an advanced or double diamond type of slope.
Are you saying he was on the bunny slopes?
Might not have been a buddy slope, but I'm calling intermediate.
Definitely not Black Diamond.
That was an intermediate slope at the most challenging.
Right.
We're gonna have to get the
He
skinny
did, though.
from
He
him.
put some content out there, Cakes.
He
I
did
liked
put some
it.
very solid content, so that was good. That was good to see.
Yeah.
I'm actually happy for the kid. Like, part of me wants to see him run boots on the ground, 8 miles to work in work boots. But I'm intrigued to see if he can make his way out of just a gigantic hole.
It would be an epic comeback. And it would inspire a bunch of loser gamblers in the world.
Yes, it would.
That if Mike can do it, anyone can do it.
It would give all the mushes out there hope
Right.
for the future.
Right.
That they're not doomed to a life of failure and lost bets.
All right. Anything else going on the sports page, Cakes? Is just football?
We'll just touch on the Caps quickly. They turned it around a bit with a win over the Calgary Flames a couple of nights ago on their West Coast road trip, and then followed it up with a 6-5 overtime loss to the Edmonton Oilers. So in their last two games, they've managed 3 points. Now you'll take that with the kind of spiral that they had been in. So the Caps gather up 3 points in their last two games. You would have liked 4 points, but beggars can't be choosers at this point. The Caps had been in just kind of a spiral. They had lost 4 straight regulation games, something that hadn't happened under Spencer Carberry since he had been here. They get a nice win over the Flames, get 1 point in the overtime loss to the Edmonton Oilers. So that is an update on the Capitals. They're trying to scrap their way into playoff position right now.
Yeah, if the playoffs started today, would they be in?
I don't believe so. I think they're on outside looking in for the playoffs, but I can pull up the standings and get you some details
Obviously,
on that.
they're close enough it could change overnight, but wow.
Yeah, they need to keep stacking some points on this road trip. They have at least one game left on the road trip before they return home. Home, by the way, is where EB and I are broadcasting from on a Junkies Snow Day Monday. I believe Jason is en route to the studio. He should be joining us at some point shortly. We will touch on Skyscraper on Netflix with Alex Honnold, who is a former Junkies guest. He was a huge story over the weekend. We'll touch on that coming up at 7:20. We're the Junks on a Snow Day Monday. 106.7 The Fan, Team 980, 910 The Fan in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. Celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. I am broadcasting from my living room in Olney, MD. Eric Bickle broadcasting, I believe, from his basement in Kensington, Maryland.
That's right, buddy.
John Paul Flame not broadcasting, on vacation this week. Jason Bishop en route to the studio. He should join us in progress at some point. TBD.
I guarantee you, he's pissed off and he's not racing. He's taking his time. And, you know, God only knows how easy or difficult it was for him to get out of his neighborhood. Guessing his street probably wasn't plowed. I'm sure once he got to the main roads, he'd be fine. But then, you know, once you get into D.C., depending upon what he's coming off, does he take the GW Parkway briefly?
I don't think so.
For
I'm
a
not
second?
sure the exact route he takes, but I don't think he takes that Parkway.
No,
route.
he would take the toll road to 66.
66. All right, so those are major.
Yeah.
They should be okay. They should be okay.
By the way, Valdez, you and Ben, you've been basically prisoners at the Homewood. Odyssey was nice enough to pay for your rooms, which is great. But how full is the hotel? Is it like?
Oh, there was there was a
completely
billion.
full?
Oh, there was a billion people in there.
Oh, there were.
Oh yeah, when I was checking in on Saturday night, the place was full. You hear doors slamming all the time.
Right.
I was definitely better. There's definitely a baby crying on Saturday night, really right next door.
Are people making a ruckus like at 1 a.m? Because I've definitely been in hotels where all you want to do is just get 5 or 6 hours of sleep.
No, the worst part is so when the snow was coming Saturday night overnight, you could hear the streets being plowed. Like right outside of the door,
right,
and it was waking me up every 10 minutes when a plow truck would drive by. It was loud and miserable.
Right.
Well, I mean, you're right there on the corner of
you're on
Main
Main
Street
drag.
or whatever.
Yeah. Oh, you sirens, a billion sirens all the time. Plow trucks going by. Like, there was no sleep to be had.
Do they have because I'm not like Jason. I don't go in the Homewood every day and pick up treats and everything. Do they have like a nice bar area for people to hang out?
I mean, the second floor they have like their breakfast and everything, but there's no like hotel bar.
There is no hotel bar.
See, that's a problem. Like if you are snowbound, you need a hotel with the fully stocked bar.
That
Could
place
come
would
in
be
handy.
jammed. They'd be raking in the dough if they had
Valdez,
one.
maybe you can update me. I think this place is out of business right across the street. The Big Stick
it's gone.
That's gone.
The Big Rick no longer there.
Yeah.
Is that just an empty spot now?
I think so.
I think so. I think it's just it's a retail space for sale.
It's becoming a sushi place, I think, or a ramen place. One of those two.
Ooh, those both capture my attention.
All right, Cakes, you want me to tell you what's going on with the Commanders?
Yeah, let's hit the Skins. Prime Skins hitting time, 7:05-ish.
Yeah. Of course, you can always chime in if you want. You can help us out throughout the show, 800-636-1067. You can give us a road update. You want to chime in on the football games, the Skins coaching search. And again, kind of a busy day yesterday, Cakes, in terms of coaches. Arizona Cardinals former head coach Jonathan Gannon was hired by the Green Bay Packers to replace Jeff Hafley as defensive coordinator. Of course, Hafley was hired by the Dolphins, correct?
That's correct, yep.
In the NFC East, John Harbaugh made a move. He chose Denard Wilson as his new defensive coordinator. Of course, Denard is a DeMatha grad, Maryland grad, and was interviewed here also for the defensive coordinator position here. Both he and Gannon were interviewed here.
I was on with Grant and Danny during the Blitz, like I want to say a week ago, maybe 7 or 8 days ago, and they were like, "Are you concerned that they haven't hired a defensive coordinator yet?" And I was like, "No, they're doing their due diligence. They're interviewing a bunch of people. I'm fine with it." Now starting to get a little concerned.
Well, they've also interviewed Vikings defensive passing game coordinator Durante Jones, which I believe, if this is accurate, has now put them at 9 known interviewees. Okay? 3 of those guys are off the market. And then Brian Flores also interviewed, but he has decided if he doesn't get a head coaching gig, that he's just going to stay in Minnesota. So who does that leave? It seems like possibly, Raheem Morris's name is still out there, although he is likely to get multiple offers. Apparently he's also weighing whether or not to just jump in the media for a year or two, take kind of a break there.
I saw that he's on the list for the Arizona Cardinals head coaching list. It was a bad list. I can't recall the other 2 or 3 names, but it was like Raheem Morris and 2 or 3 other names you barely heard of. Like the Cardinals are scraping the bottom of the barrel.
Right. Well, I mean, Washington kind of is too. It
seems
something
that way.
That we've talked about. I don't think this is a great job on paper. You're kind of in a must-win situation. It could be a one-and-done deal. And you've got no talent. You're bereft of talent. Now, obviously, I can already hear Jason pounding his steering wheel in the car. We don't know who they're going to have yet. Of course, they're going to sign some guys in free agency. They're going to draft some guys on the defensive side of the ball. But currently, right now, they basically have nothing.
And what sort of attractive candidate is going to be here if they're worried about Dan Quinn getting blown out in 1 year, which is entirely possible. Like if things go sideways in back-to-back seasons, he's definitely on the hot seat and or getting fired. So anybody who's has any sort of worth or is attractive, they're not going to sign up for that sort of scenario.
Think about the 180 the coaching staff just did.
Right.
So everyone was praising how, oh my God, Brian Johnson's on this staff, Anthony Lynn's on this staff, Cliff's on this staff. Look at they have all of this experience, and then you could be going into this season, make or break season, with someone who's green calling defensive plays and green calling offensive plays. I mean, the 180 is drastic.
Yeah.
It's not very reassuring.
The good news, if there is such a thing, is they do have DQ who could obviously handle it if he wanted to. I know he doesn't want to. And he could also obviously oversee if they have somebody who's a little green in terms of calling plays. And he could take over at any point if he needed to. But I think the bigger issue is the talent, the lack of talent on that side of the ball. But it will be interesting to see who they end up with.
I actually feel kind of bad for Anthony Lynn because I saw that he is getting sniffs as the Cleveland Browns' potential next head coach.
Yes.
I just would not want to be the head coach of the Browns. I just feel like, aside from the money that you're going to make, it just seems like a complete coach's graveyard. But you can't, if you're Anthony Lynn or whoever else gets the gig, you can't turn it down.
It's hard to turn it down.
They're running out of options. They're clearly, scraping to try to find somebody. People are pulling out of interviews for Cleveland left or right. I understand why he's interviewing, but I would feel bad for him if he's the next Cleveland Browns head coach.
Apparently, they've also interviewed Mike Tomlin's defensive coordinator, Terrell Austin Cakes. So it's very difficult to keep track of. Supposedly, Al Harris is potentially going to get an interview. We've talked about him a little bit. A couple years ago, Dallas blocked Quinn's attempt to get Harris. They got Joe Witt Jr. instead. Does that mean those guys share the same mind? Probably not, but they probably have some similar philosophies.
Yeah, maybe Quinn is just like, you know what? I went to my Dallas. Well, I dipped into that. It didn't work out the first time. Maybe he's just a little bit reluctant to do it a second time with Harris.
So that leaves, I think, Joe Cullen, right? I believe. I know they interviewed him. I believe he's still available potentially. Flores and Gannon out. Patrick Graham, the Raiders defensive coordinator, Al Harris, who we mentioned, Carl Scott, the Seahawks DB's coach, who is well thought of, but he hasn't called plays before. Denard Wilson's he's out. He's been hired. So, yeah, it's kind of a murky situation for Washington there on the defensive side of the ball.
And with Scott in Seattle, now with them being, caught up for another 2 weeks heading into the Super Bowl. I'm pretty sure they're not allowed to interview in the interim. I could be wrong. Maybe they can do a Zoom interview. But that would just prolong the hire if that's the person that you're targeting. So, yeah, this is a much more long and drawn-out process than I thought it would be. I thought they would have already hired a defensive coordinator like 10 days ago.
I thought hey, boys. Friday... What's up, boys?
Oh, Jason Bishop makes it into the studio.
You made it.
Oh, what a nightmare.
Look at this guy.
What's up,
you don't
boys?
Know how to turn
battling through the elements.
What's going on?
Don't start with me. That thing will not, that piece of crap box would not turn on. I tried it for about 45 minutes.
Did it have a battery? It had a battery attached to it?
I don't know. It was all plugged in. It was working fine this morning. I got up at 4:30. I started it up, and it was working.
And then what happened?
It just started to glitch, and then it just turned off. Just completely powered off, and I couldn't turn it back on. I unplugged it. I unplugged everything, plugged it back in.
You might have a bad wire or something.
It sucks.
Now, in Jason's defense, I know these are expensive units, but it looks like old, outdated technology.
That thing is worth about
right?
$10.
I mean, Valdez, can you give us any sort of update on
some of them are newer.
Okay.
Others are older. I think yours, Cakes, is an older version.
Okay.
I think we gave Jason the newest one that we had. Since he is a technophobe.
Right.
Well, it wouldn't turn on, man. I have it on video. You could see me pressing the power button. Power.
Jason,
yeah.
What were the roads like? Most important. I got to imagine the road you live on, because my road, not plowed. I got to imagine the road you live on, not plowed.
I would not have gotten out of my neighborhood if I didn't have four-wheel drive.
Okay. But four-wheel, it was fine?
It wasn't plowed, no.
Yeah, but four-wheel was fine. And then once you got out of your street, how many more streets before that you started to hit some plowed streets?
I mean, the Greenway was a
That's
little
plowed.
It was plowed, but it was a little dicey. They were still plowing it as I was driving out. Once I got to the toll road, it was fine. And then once I got down here to D.C., some of the back roads were bad. But, I mean, the toll road was fine. 66 was fine.
Of course.
Getting out of my neighborhood was not easy.
Yeah.
But
well, you made it in. I mean, I'm certain I could have made it in, but I figured since we had the equipment, I'd do it. But I was...
no one should be on the roads unless you absolutely have to be on the roads.
I mean, it started snowing when? Saturday night, like around 8 o'clock? Is that, or 10 o'clock or something like that?
At least here it was later. It was like
midnight?
I don't
11, midnight, something like that.
I was going to say probably later than that.
All right, so it's been I don't know, 30-some hours, and to still have not have plowed my street is kind of surprising.
Yeah, I mean.
I was kind of stunned by it.
The problem is it's so cold that nothing is melting, and it's not going to melt all week. I mean, I shoveled my driveway and my walkway and my steps, for about an hour yesterday, and then it started to sleet, and all the sleet on top of the snow, it just increased it again, and then it was like walking on cement.
It made it heavier. It made it a nightmare.
It was awful, and so I left my house this morning, and walking down my street, it's like walking on cement, but it's probably 4 or 5 inches of snow/sleet.
Right.
So I don't know what they're going to do on my street, because I told my daughter and my wife, I said, do not leave the house. You're not going to get off our street. Just wait till I get home.
Mm-hmm. How many of your vehicles have four-wheel drive?
Just the one I have for today, the truck. None of them.
Yeah.
So they wouldn't get off our street.
Yeah. Well. Props to the guys that are out there that are pushing those plows and grinding 12, 18-hour days. We know they got to do the main roads first, but eventually they'll get to us.
Yep.
But can you imagine being? We talked about it in the first segment. Valdez and Ben and those guys just been stranded in a hotel for 36 hours.
I know they came in on Saturday, right? You guys came in on Saturday.
The storm.
It wouldn't have been bad if it was just one night, but having it,
all day.
Yeah, having your entire weekend at the being stranded sucks.
Yeah. Did you guys? Was there anywhere to go on Saturday night/Sunday night?
Sunday, I went and grabbed food just because I had to. I wanted to get out of the hotel room.
You had to get out.
Yeah.
I was going stir crazy.
Yeah.
Of course.
Where did you go?
Just a spot over here.
Oh, okay.
And then I think Ben went to a barbecue spot. If you were open, you were slammed.
Oh yeah, you're making all
people.
the dollars.
People wanted to get out of their condos or apartments here.
Did you see all the locals walking their dogs and all that?
Yep.
Oh, I'm sure.
Well, your
A lot
dogs
of
still
that,
need
right?
they still need to go pee and poo.
Yeah.
Unless you
Right.
want them doing it in the house. They got to go
Everybody
out.
walking their poodles.
They got to get out, man.
Yeah.
We had to take ours out, and she was not happy.
Did you guys watch? I know, I'm sure Cakes didn't. Jason, did you keep an eye on the American Express at all and watch Scotty?
You're right. I did not.
I mean, I watched a little bit of it. I watched more of it on Saturday than I did Sunday just because
Right.
I was watching the games. But
Right, I had it on my computer, so I was watching both.
Scotty's just a freak of nature. I mean,
He's unbelievable. The kid Blades Brown had an
Yep.
unbelievable week.
That was fun to
He
watch,
was super
too.
fun to watch.
Yep.
Scotty now, I believe, has won his 20th. He and Tiger and Jack are the only guys to have won 20, and I'm not sure how many majors, maybe 4 majors by the age of 30.
Yeah, he's
3 guys in the history of the world that have done that.
He's a freak, and
Yeah.
he won 7 times last year, and he wins his first event this year. It's probably going to be one of those years where he wins, 7 to 10 events, including
I
a
believe
major or
it's the
two.
first time he's ever won his first event. Like,
Yeah.
usually it takes him a little while to
Right.
get going.
Right. Out of the gates hot.
Yeah, so watch out.
All right, speaking
Watch
of
out.
guys doing the something for the first time, when we come back, we're going to talk about Alex Honnold, who scaled Taipei Tower over the weekend live on Netflix. We'll give our thoughts on that and the commentary, especially during the climb and more. We will get into Skyscraper on Netflix. Next, this is Junk Snow Day on a Monday here on 106.7 The Fan. We'll be right back.
DC's FM Sports.
Welcome back to Junk's Snow Day. EB and I broadcasting from our homes. Jason Bishop in studio in D.C. after a technical malfunction with his Comrex.
Yep.
So you got 3 of the 4 Junks. JP is on vacation.
You can have
this
that
week.
thing.
All right, so over the weekend.
I was so looking forward to doing that, too, from my office.
You were just ready. It just failed you. Technology failed you.
I mean, I got up at 4:30, 4:45, something like that, just to kind of double check, and it was fine. So I said, all right, good. So then I turned on the TV. I was watching the Pats or the Seahawks game again, and then I went back into my office, and all of a sudden the thing starts glitching. I could hear the station,
Mm-hmm.
and it started glitching, and then it blacked out. I said, oh, geez. So that's when I tried to power it back up, and I got nothing, bro, nothing.
All right, well, glad you made it in safely there in D.C. in the studio.
Hey, at least you got out of the house, dude. I'm kind of desperate to get out of the house.
Yeah, yesterday sucked, man. It really
Yeah.
did.
Yeah.
And it's one because I wanted to get out of the house and just go walk around the neighborhood or just walk my dog, but the sleet was so bad.
Mm-hmm. It was annoying.
Oh yeah, it was just terrible, and my dog didn't want to be out there, so I just stayed inside the whole day.
Yep.
All right, well, maybe you stayed inside Saturday night, too, when Skyscraper Live was on Netflix.
I watched the
And
entire thing.
It featured
I don't know how you did that, dude.
It was hard to watch.
Alex
I had
Honnold.
to tune in and tune out.
Yeah, it was hard to watch, believe me.
So Alex Honnold is the star, obviously, and
Former Junks guest.
We had him in the
Yep.
studio. I don't know how many years ago that was, but it was
Probably
right
10
around
years ago.
when
Right
Free
when
Solo came out.
They were promoting
And
it.
He was not a household name at that point. I
No.
remember when we were told, Alex Honnold is coming. We're like, who? He's a professional climber. He's going to climb Half Dome with no ropes. I mean, we didn't have any file on him. Didn't know anything about him. But now he's become like a household name. Like he's a famous dude.
Yeah.
And he climbed Taipei Tower over the weekend, which is 1,670 feet high with no ropes.
Yep.
I
Live
think
on
it's like
Netflix.
one of the top 5 tallest buildings in the world, at least top 10,
Right.
something like that.
Right.
Yeah, and just incredible. People, have been a lot of the climbing guys have been chiming in. For those of us that are neophytes, I mean, we're familiar obviously with Free Solo. I've watched some of that. But people are just so blown away with this, and they're just saying, listen, this was unbelievable, but this is a walk in the park compared to what he did at El Capitan or whatever.
Yeah.
The Free Solo was 100 times more difficult, but the sheer imagery of this thing, the clips of him where, he's resting and he's just locked in with his legs and he's hanging up there, 1,000 feet in the air.
Right.
Just the different shots. I mean, I know personally I could only watch a minute or two at a time, and then I'd have to turn away and come back 15 minutes later. It's too much. I got immediate fight or flight response.
I mean, my palms were definitely sweaty throughout, but I stuck with it through the entire broadcast. Now, that was tough. The broadcast, as soon as I saw the broadcast panel had WWE superstar Seth Rollins as part of the broadcast team, I said, this is going to be a tough listen. What does Seth Rollins know about climbing? Like, there was a 3-person broadcast team. It was L. Duncan, who was the host.
Yep, from ESPN.
It was WWE superstar Seth Rollins, and it was pro rock climber and mountaineer Emily Harrington.
Yep.
Emily Harrington, who knows more than the other 2 people combined about rock climbing and the technical aspect of it. I don't remember hearing her pipe into the broadcast at all. Like, she was by far the least person that they leaned on throughout the broadcast.
She only spoke when they asked her questions.
She should have been the person, like, not leading it, but she should have been, like, throughout the broadcast, taking people through it instead of Seth Rollins just saying, this is unbelievable. I can't believe what I want. Like, it was a cringeworthy broadcast.
It was,
I'm sure that you guys agreed or you caught on to it. Like, it was bad.
Well, I saw everybody complaining about it.
Not only that, they had Alex Honnold mic'd up. They're trampling all over. Like, whenever he would speak, they're trampling all over it.
Yeah, I think they were connection issues, so they may not have heard him
there
speak.
Were. I mean, look, we had technical issues doing this show today.
Yeah.
Like with a guy on the face of a 1,600-foot tall building. There's going to be some problems and communication issues. But and at times, it seemed like maybe the Netflix suits were catching on to, hey, everybody hates the broadcast. Has anybody seen Twitter? Like, I mean, it's just outrage.
Yeah.
And it would go silent for like a couple minutes at a time. And I would look at my daughter like, hey, maybe they're just muting the broadcast and letting it kind of breathe, letting the feat that he's accomplishing speak for itself, right?
And I thought that was fine. I
That was
actually
great.
liked that. Yeah.
It was awesome.
The people in the building were pissing me off.
That was pretty crazy. It was pretty crazy.
I was like, this dude has no rope and he's climbing a building and you can't stop like staring.
You're banging on
You're
the
banging
windows.
on the glass out in front of.
Yeah, I know.
Like,
well, the crazy thing is he didn't look worried at
No,
all. Ever.
he didn't seem fazed by the fact that everybody in there is taking selfies and they're banging on the glass like they're at a Caps game.
Do you remember the one time where they called it an overhang, but they looked like steps, but they were coming out a little bit wider and deeper than the other windows.
Mhm.
And he had to put his hands in his powder patch, right?
Yeah.
And he just hung on with his legs.
That's what I was talking about. Yeah.
He was just hanging on with his legs.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe that.
Yeah.
Well, just the upper body strength that dude has, like when he was trying to get past those 10 dragon outhangs
Yep.
that were like
Yeah.
him just grabbing on and then just his feet are off the building, just nonchalant.
But people pointed out right next to those overhangs what appeared to be steps. It made it seemed like he took a more difficult route just to sort of entertain us.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You know? And I'm sure he did. Somebody who's an expert climber said that his chances of dying were like at 0.0001%.
Right.
Like this was a nothing burger for him other than wind and rain or something. Your hands get slippery.
Yeah.
But I mean, just the sheer making that climb is a no-brainer.
I mean, I saw climbers flexing their climbing muscles on Twitter, like there's thousands of us who could do what Alex Honnold did, blah blah blah.
Right.
It's like, okay,
Sure,
thousands may be a stretch. Maybe there's dozens, maybe even hundreds, but I doubt that there are thousands of people that could do the same feat that Alex Honnold is undertaking here.
Did you see the footage of Alex like training and he's doing these pull-ups while holding on to like the squat rack?
Yes. Yeah. Like he's holding on the sides of them.
And his lats look like wings.
He's got to be pound for pound. He's got to be the strongest guy in the world.
He's a
his
super
hands.
freak.
His hands must be the strongest in the world.
He was doing those pull-ups. When he was doing those
go
pull-ups,
ahead.
it was effortless.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it.
When he came in studio, his hands, and I have big hands, his hands are like a gorilla's hands.
Yeah.
They are so strong. His forearms are so strong. And he's just all muscle.
Yeah.
Just all muscle. And he's not a little guy either.
No, he's
he's
not.
a good-sized dude. He's
Yeah.
at least 6 feet.
He's probably 6'2".
Yeah.
He's a tall dude.
Yeah.
By the way, were you guys stunned at did you hear the number he got paid? Nah.
Yeah.
No, I didn't hear. What was it?
$500,000?
Oh, I would have thought more.
Like I would have thought like $5 million.
I was going to say I would have thought 10.
Well, he deserved it.
He deserved
But
every
apparently-
penny
He needs a
and
better
then
agent.
some.
Needs a better agent.
Well, apparently Netflix knew, this is what I heard, is that Netflix knew he wanted to do this.
Right.
And was basically going to do it for nothing. And if he didn't agree to do it, they were just going to get another climber. Like you said, Cakes, there are others that could do this climb.
Right.
But they were just going to get another climber to do it.
His name has cachet. Like most people don't know any climbers outside of Alex Honnold. Like his
For sure.
name actually means something.
Well,
Like,
I know that
usually-
guy, Alan Robert. Remember, he used to do it?
Okay,
that
yeah.
French
like-
guy.
but like
Yes,
if
yes.
they got stuck in negotiations with Alex Honnold and said, well, we'll just grab some random person nobody's ever heard of, maybe people would have tuned in, but I don't think to the same extent. That like Honnold has established himself as like the one of one in that space.
I agree, but I think he did lose some leverage because they were just
Probably.
like, listen, we'll just get somebody else to do it.
Right.
And so he's like, all right, I'll just do it. I'll do it for the $500,000 because I'm going to do it anyway.
Right.
But I don't even know what were the numbers that ultimately tuned in. They had to
I
be
haven't
over
seen
10
it, but
million.
I'm sure.
Oh, I'm sure it was
they
a
were-
big.
they
It was
were
probably
massive.
a huge number. Netflix
Yeah.
killed it.
Yeah.
They absolutely killed it.
But I do think people had a hard time. You guys, I think we're outliers, but maybe not, because I know a lot of people could only watch it in doses. Because
they were freaked out. Yeah.
Even when I knew he made it, and I was tuning back in, I know he had crested it. My buddy had texted me. I was watching and watching him get to the top and the replay, and I was still kind of sweating and panicked, even though I knew he made it.
Right.
Yeah, it was hard to watch, bro. It really was.
Yeah.
But
I couldn't believe that nothing broke. I mean, anything
What do
could
you
just
mean?
break. Well, I mean, like that ladder he was climbing.
Right.
I mean, nothing broke.
Well, what
he
if that
never
pouch,
had an issue?
What if the pouch with the powder just fell off?
Right.
Right? I mean, doomed. What are you gonna do? If that,
apparently, 3 days earlier, he at least climbed part of the building. He did it with ropes, so he did a test run.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
So he knew what he was getting into. He knew the most difficult parts of the climb or whatever. He had that down. They say his preparation is nutty. It's just
I'm sure.
so insane. He has this thing. It's not like he's just winging it. He knows everything that he has to do, rehearses it in his mind over and over and over, so nothing is a real surprise for him. You did wonder if those people banging on the windows or whatever would be a distraction, but apparently not. He seemed to revel in it. And I'll tell you what, at the very end, when he climbs on top of the building and he's just standing there, even that right there, I was terrified for him.
He would stand butt close to the edge. I don't know why he was
visuals
doing
were
that.
amazing.
Yeah, they were.
Like of him standing at the very top before he was hanging out with his wife, at the level below when he rappelled down with the ropes. He's the only person that's seen that in person. He's
crazy.
He owns that moment. You know what I mean?
And how was there no wind gusts that would just
Oh,
blow
he said
him
it was
over?
windy.
I know.
You
He
saw
said
his
it was-
shirt flapping. He said the wind was definitely a factor.
But it didn't
That's
seem
what I
to,
wondered.
to knock him over at any part of the climb.
He's just such a pro. He's just so
How did he get
dialed
down,
in.
Cakes?
I'm sorry?
How did he get down? I wondered that. I
rappelled
thought
down
maybe
with
a
ropes.
helicopter.
He took a rope down to an elevator and eventually took an elevator down.
So hold on. Where did he get the rope from?
There was a rope at the top.
The very top, yeah.
So he just
Okay.
secured the rope, got into a harness, and then rappelled down, I don't know,
A few floors.
100 feet.
Yeah.
100 feet down to an elevator bank.
I did enjoy the fear porn they were doing by talking to his wife all the time.
She didn't appear super nervous, right?
Not really. They were trying to hype it up, like, "Hey, your husband could die," and she was like, this is fine. He'll
Yeah.
make it.
Right.
Yeah. Don't really sweat it.
Right.
Which I don't know. I don't know why she doesn't sweat it.
Well, she just knows
Or maybe she's
he's the
faking
greatest.
it. Or she's faking it.
That life insurance plan has got to be so pricey.
Oh, there's no way he has life insurance. No. You think Ethos is going to insure him?
Be $1 million a month.
There's no chance.
Don't you think eventually he's going to die? Eventually, even if it's not that big of a challenge relative to his skill, eventually he's going to have a mistake.
He's a great death pool pick.
Yeah.
Oh, he is. If you're in one of those, plus he's young. If you use it as if that's the deciding factor, is you subtract their age from 100 when they're going to die, he's a great pick.
But that's what
he
it
might
was.
be the number one overall
That
pick.
was what was amazing about it. It's 1,700 feet. I get it. He's got the strongest hands in the world, but the world's not a perfect place. I mean, you could just slip off. Your hand could slip off one of those windows. But nothing happened, and nothing bothered him. Nothing fazed him at all.
Also
He
just
looked
kind
so
of
comfortable.
miscalculating just sort of your leverage and where your points of leverage need to be. You know what I mean? To keep your balance, etc. He's just got all that mastered completely. I mean, have you ever gone to just a dumb climbing wall place? I have. I can't do anything extraordinary.
No, of course not.
Do you know what I mean? Anything where you're slightly going backwards or anything that takes any sort of difficulty, can't do.
He's a freak of nature.
Shocker, he had a bomb-looking indoor climbing place built into his house that his kids are dangling off of.
Yeah,
right.
I mean, that
So
guy,
they're all
that guy
gonna
works
die.
at his craft.
Yeah, unbelievable, man.
But I can't believe he just risks everything. He's got 2 young kids, and he's
Yeah.
climbing buildings.
Hey, he's got to pay the bills, man. Pays the bills. It all
And
helps.
he's-
I guess it does.
And the other part of it is, though, he is 40 years old. So, I mean, maybe he's still at his peak, but he's probably not. Like, he's 40. Is
There's
it
no way he's at his athletic peak. He was at his athletic peak about 12 to 15 years ago.
Yeah, so I mean, or maybe I'd say even the early 30s he might have been.
But he's strong as an ox, bro.
Oh,
He's
of
so
course.
strong.
But he's not as strong as he was at 25.
I doubt it.
I don't know,
He's
man.
stronger at 25.
He looks it.
He definitely looks it.
He definitely looks it.
Well, anyway, unbelievable television. I'm glad I had to actually stop tweeting about it because it kept showing up on my feed.
Right.
Like I was feeding into it,
Mhm.
and it just kept showing up. And I was just sitting there with sweaty palms all
Right.
day yesterday. I was like, I'm gonna have to dislike this photo so it stops showing up on my damn feed. But props to him, man.
Yeah, Alex Honnold, that was an impressive feat, no doubt. Loved having him on 10 years ago. That guy's his star has risen to where he's Netflix. Basically, he's a household name at this point.
How
with
long
that
did it
feat
take
from over
him?
the weekend?
2
Took him
hours?
like a little, like hour and a half, hour 40,
Like an hour and 33 minutes.
something like that. Yeah,
Oh my God!
it was with
coasted
the
up
quickness.
I know it was easy. It was easy for him. He made it
was
look
a
easy.
nothing burger for him.
Yeah. All right, if you want to call us during a Junks Snow Day Monday, you're welcome to do that. 800-636-1067 is the number. Don't forget, coming up at 8:25, Ben Valin from the Boston Globe. We'll talk more about the AFC Championship and the Super Bowl and more with him coming up at 8:25 here on The Fan.
This
And don't forget, Offenbachers now carry indoor and outdoor saunas. EB definitely loves his. You will love yours as well. All right, we will get more into the championship games with Ben Valin coming up at 8:25, but we wanted to talk about Mike McCarthy getting hired by the Pittsburgh Steelers as their next head coach.
Think about it. This dude, no one's got a better resume in terms of coaching iconic franchises in the NFL.
It's pretty good.
And he's been a winner. He's been a winner
the Packers,
everywhere.
And now the Steelers.
I was
unbelievable.
Talking to a buddy who's a huge Steeler fan. He said it's the worst hire in history. I said, dude, he's won everywhere he's gone.
They're not welcoming the Yinzer back home to coach his beloved Pittsburgh Steelers.
No, I mean,
he's a PA
exactly.
native, like you, Jason. He's a PA native.
Exactly, and he wanted to.
What am I supposed to say?
I think that my buddy just wants one of these young, up and coming, bright minds, but.
Right.
And I don't know what the future is for Aaron Rodgers. I mean, McCarthy and Rodgers obviously coached, he coached
I think
for
it
many
puts him
years.
in play.
It might.
I think it puts him in play.
But, this guy was going to the playoffs every single year. And then, he got fired because they had a bad year that last year in Green Bay. Goes to Dallas. He goes 12-5 for 3 consecutive years.
Yeah, I mean, he is 174, 112-2. That's almost a 61% winning percentage. He's 11-11. Is that correct?
11-11 in the postseason.
In the playoffs.
Yep. Now, look, he had Aaron Rodgers, who's a Hall of Famer. He had Dak Prescott, who's a great regular season quarterback. So you can see why he won all those games. Now he's got an aged Aaron Rodgers. Who knows if Rodgers is back? If he's not, then they're in a pickle. But I think he can coach offense. He definitely can. He can definitely coach offense.
And, this is the Steelers kind of going against their norm of hiring younger head coaches.
Yeah.
I mean, Mike McCarthy's not a young guy. I mean, he's not super old, but he's not like Belichick old. But
62,
he's getting up there. So this kind of goes against what they usually do when they hire head coaches because, look, we know the Steelers' track record. Those guys tend to stick for a long time in their posts as head coach.
I know people like to goof on him. Valdez plays that clip. What am I supposed to do?
What am I supposed to say?
Right. But I think he's a pretty respected football guy. In fact, I know before Dallas hired him, he went on sort of that year where, he kind of like DQ, where he went out and just did a lot of research, put together a plan. And I think he did the same thing here. I can't remember exactly what he did in this, but I'm pretty sure he blew the Steelers away with his presentation. Might even include a video, etc., of what he was going to do. I think he takes his craft pretty darn seriously.
So how many? So we got 4 openings, correct? You've got Cleveland, we've got the Raiders, we've got Arizona, and we've got Buffalo.
I think so.
Still
hard to
keep
track.
Those 4. Okay, all right.
Yeah, it's hard to keep track, to be honest with you.
I wonder where McDermott's going to end up.
Some are saying he might take the year off.
May take the year off.
Yeah, that would make sense.
I think his daughter plays like softball, and his son might be like a senior quarterback in high school. It sounds like he might just take a year off, chill, and get back into the game the following year.
Yeah, because I can't imagine those other 3 openings really attract him.
Right.
Cleveland, the Raiders, and Arizona.
Well, I heard the Browns are like asking their coaches to do a bunch of wackies, like take take quizzes and questionnaires and all sorts of. They're making them jump through all these hoops. But look, every team approaches the head coach hire a different way. So Cleveland has their own way to do it.
I would not want that Cleveland job. I'll tell you that.
I mean, I was talking with EB before you showed up that Anthony Lynn is getting an interview. And
I saw that.
I don't think I'd want to wind up there. But look, if you're Anthony Lynn, you want to get back into being a head coach instead of a positional coach.
Yeah, you get a huge salary bump, of course.
You jump at that.
That's who's going to fill that job is an Anthony Lynn type.
Most likely, yeah. All right, so after the Rams lost to the Seahawks in the NFC Championship game Sunday, Matt Stafford declined to discuss if he would be back next season. Stafford, who's 37, just completed his 17th NFL season. He's under contract through the 2026 season.
Mm-hmm.
The Rams and he reworked his contract last February. He said, quote, I can't generalize 6 months of my life 10 minutes after a loss. So
Yeah.
I appreciate the guys in this locker room a whole hell of a lot. Everybody that helped me and helped our team be the success that we were this year, and that's all I'll answer for you. End quote.
I mean, I think it would have been a perfect spot for him to walk away if they did win the Super Bowl, and I could see him walking away if they'd won it. I have no idea, but I'm guessing he'll be back for his final year.
I would assume you can't play at that level and walk away, especially if you don't win. Did you hear his comments afterwards, where reportedly he was cursing, GD? This Super Bowl's a layup too, kind of indirect shot at the Patriots.
Oh, really? I didn't hear him say
really?
that.
Talking smack?
Supposedly, he said something to that effect, like, "Damn it, would have been like an easier one."
I have seen like some of that undercurrent on social media where everybody's like, the winner of the NFC Championship game, that's your Super Bowl winner. Like it's something that's already set in stone.
Yeah,
Like,
look, Seattle's a pretty heavy favorite. I mean, they're minus 200 on the money line, and I think 5-point favorite.
Well, the Patriots had one of the easier schedules in all of the NFL, and then the road to the Super Bowl, they faced Justin Herbert, who hasn't had playoff success.
Right.
C.J. Stroud giving the ball to you 5 billion times, and then you just had to go play on the road to a backup.
Yep. Now it gets real because now you're playing a great defense with a legit
I
quarterback.
think there's a lot of fans are frustrated that they had the good
That's
life.
all true.
But you can
But
only
they did face 3 good defenses. Those they were quarterback challenged, but they were 3 good defenses.
That's true. And you can only play who's on your schedule, and they're 17-3.
And look, tip of the cap for going 9-0 on the road this season.
Yeah.
Like even if you do have a relatively easy slate, there are a few cupcakes sprinkled in there. You still got to win all the games.
I mean, can you imagine how brutal those conditions were in the second half in Denver yesterday? That was absolutely brutal.
Yeah.
And you could see it on all of the players' faces.
You know what? You're not going to have to worry about that if you're a Commanders fan after 2030. Going to keep the elements out.
I mean, let's be honest.
No snow, no rain.
What game was more enjoyable to watch? The snow game or the Seahawk game?
The game with like 58 points. How about that was the better game?
Yeah, I mean, of course
that was the better game to watch. Okay,
but there is something
points.
about the elements that adds to the attraction of a game.
Right.
I mean, obviously there's a lot of punts and there's a lot of running, but the fact that the snow's coming down, the wind is blowing, and the conditions got so bad in the late third quarter. It's kind of intriguing when you're.
It was cool for a bit
when you're in your living room. I wouldn't want to be. Wouldn't want to be there. I know Valdez likes the fact
that they were so limited in what they could do.
That's all they could do.
I like it. I like field position.
A lot of football fans do.
You like defense. You like low scores.
I mean, it's a war. I like it. That's how football should be.
I like shootouts.
That's how football started.
I like explosives. That's what I
know.
Okay.
Every inch matters.
The game has progressed, Valdez. Past leather helmets, past 3-0 scores. Okay, we're living in the modern era, my friend. All right, when we come back, we are going to take the pulse of Commanders fans. 800-636-1067. Do Commanders fans have any buyer's remorse at this point? With Mike Vrabel doing what he's doing as far as leading the Patriots to the Super Bowl. Drake May leading the Patriots as well at quarterback. Commanders could have picked him. Do you have any issues, any FOMO about what the Patriots are doing and that you could have had some of those pieces here in Washington? 800-636-1067 is the number. It's a Junks Snow Day on a Monday here on The Fan and the Team 980.
Action, just sitting here. I'm in, my beautiful house, whatever. Get me out of here. I want to be out. I want to be driving the roads. I want to stop by Cava. I want my normal routine back.
Are you guys going to try and get in tomorrow?
100%.
I think that's probably the scenario we're looking at.
All right.
100%. I do not like broadcasting from home.
I mean, my driveway will be fully dug out probably by noon today, and the road that I need to get to the outside world is about 70% clear. And I've got 4-wheel drive, so I'm good. I'm good to go.
Yeah. It's going to be a pain in the butt when I get home today because it's the slow, the snow/sleet is so hard.
Mm-hmm.
It's just going to take a freaking 2 hours at least to dig out of my driveway.
It doesn't have to be perfect. Just as long as you get in and out.
I know. But there's a lot, man. I got a long driveway.
Yeah.
By the way, I think this is a scam that we are expected to clear our own sidewalks. Like, I don't own my sidewalk. Last time I checked, that's not my property.
Yeah, that's the last thing I'm worried about.
That's public property.
I'm not worried about the sidewalk.
But you're supposed to have your sidewalk clear.
Oh, and then here's the other thing. The snow plows, even though they haven't come down my street very much, but when they do, they push the snow right in front of the mailbox.
Sure.
There's a mountain of snow right in front of my mailbox. So I've got to make sure that there's a little bit of a hole there for the mailman to walk up to the mailbox to put the mail in.
Hey,
and there's probably 5 feet of snow.
I'm actually stunned they've been down your street because they have not been down my street.
They were down my street. They were down my street overnight, Saturday night into Sunday. I didn't see them at all yesterday.
Yeah. I'm just waiting for that. Just come down my street one time and then get me out of here. When do you think restaurants are going to start opening?
Oh, I'm guessing today.
Today or tomorrow.
They got to be open.
Today?
Yeah.
I mean, they can only stay closed. Like, they need business. They need people coming through the doors.
They've already canceled school for Monday and Tuesday, right? For Montgomery County. Yeah.
Problem is, you got to get these employees in there. So depending on where the employees live, you got to get them into whatever restaurant they work at, and
I don't know
that
if
could be an issue.
They're doing this in public school, but because of the experience from 5 years ago. At Kate's school now, the private school, they're just doing online learning starting Wednesday.
Right.
That can't be productive. Online learning. That just sounds like such a joke.
Yeah.
It's not, but it's better than nothing.
That's true.
It's better than a week of no school.
Right.
I mean, from a parent's perspective.
Did you see that we might get another storm this weekend?
I did not.
No. What are they
There's
saying?
another one on the horizon.
I mean, it's way too early for potential snowfall totals, but there's a chance because it's going to be cold enough. There's a chance for another storm this weekend.
Doug Kammerer is going to have bags like mine if that's the case. He's just going to have working on probably 2 hours sleep.
Yeah, I got to text him to see. That's the last thing we need. We need a stretch of 50-degree weather.
That would be nice.
We're probably not getting that for weeks.
To melt
Jason,
everything.
Again, I want to hear, and people can chime in too. I know we're going to hit the skins here or chime in on if there's some buyer's remorse, sort of where the skins are right now, considering Drake May being in the Super Bowl, some of these, Mike Vrabel, who's available, coaching in the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
But love to hear from people that are out and about on the roads what they're like. Also, when you were on 66, I mean, it's just smooth sailing once you get to a major artery like that, Jason.
66 Toll Road was fine. 66 was fine. I drove slower.
Fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Back roads, not good at all.
When you say fine, is it literally black? Like black road?
Toll Road was black. 66 had a little bit of snow on it, but it was easy to drive.
Right.
Problem is the side roads. So once you got down to DC, like Main Avenue was terrible.
Right. And you still got to be careful because of black ice, et cetera.
Of course. Yeah.
You have no idea where that is.
But my road to get off of my street, off of my cul-de-sac, I could not have gotten off of that without 4-wheel drive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
It's a must.
Yeah.
All right, 800-636-1067 is the number. Want to hear from Commanders fans. Does anybody out there have any sort of FOMO or buyer's remorse when it comes to either or the head coach or the quarterback?
Mm-hmm.
With Drake May getting to the Super Bowl in year 2. Mike Vrabel taking over in year 1 and completely turning around
maybe
that franchise.
Maybe Vrabel.
Yeah.
Maybe Vrabel. We said at the time Vrabel was a great candidate. You know, I remember Jason was pushing for him. I liked Vrabel too.
I mean, the Titans look like one of the most dysfunctional franchises in the sport for just cutting ties with what's a really good coach.
Yeah.
And I know
Right.
sometimes it just doesn't work out in one spot and guys, overperform or, just perform better at their next stop. But, man, that's looking like a short-sighted decision by the Titans to let go of Mike Vrabel.
Yeah, I mean, Vrabel was pretty successful at 10. I mean, he was there for, I can't remember how many years, 6 or 7. And he went to the playoffs a few times. But, again, when you go 7-10 and then 6-11 in back-to-back years, yeah, I mean, I can see why the ownership wanted to make a move. But I don't think 6 years is enough, honestly, especially when your first 4 years are winning seasons. I think you deserve more than 6 years.
I think I could say I think Dan Quinn is a fine coach. He's fine, whatever. I think Vrabel's better. I think Mike Vrabel is a better coach.
And if memory serves correct, I don't believe he was in the list of interviews for Harris and Company.
Yeah, we did talk about him, no doubt.
We definitely talked about him. I'm not sure if they interviewed him, but we definitely talked about him.
Pretty sure they did not interview him. I don't know why you wouldn't at least have that guy in for an interview.
Yeah.
He's a pretty accomplished guy, successful guy, obviously, for his playing days and coaching days. At least fly him out and see what he has to say.
Did they give an interview to McDonald? I think he was on the list as well, wasn't he?
But I think he turned him down.
I thought he canceled.
Yeah, he canceled. He said thanks, but no thanks.
Yeah.
Well, did he do Seattle first, and they
wouldn't
took
let him go
right away? Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I might have a little bit of FOMO about Vrabel. I mean, it's not like something I thought about, but I do think that Vrabel's probably a little bit better than DQ. But at quarterback, I mean, God bless Drake May, but I do think that we have our guy for the next 10 years.
Yeah.
So I really don't have FOMO about Drake.
I've got
maybe
none with
if Drake
Drake
was
either.
lighting the world on fire in the playoffs, I would.
Jaden showed us in year one, if he's healthy, that not only is he great, he makes the other players around him better. Like he elevates people when he's healthy, when he's on the field. That's the only sticking point is, can he stay healthy? Can he stay upright? Can he play in 16 or 17 games? I think that's the only question about him at this point.
Well, this is what I would say. People are saying that Drake May hasn't performed well in the playoffs, and he hasn't. He's turned the ball over. Yesterday, the conditions were so bad. I mean, I don't know any quarterback who was going to play well yesterday. But they talk about the schedule. Remember, the Washington Commanders' schedule last year, Jaden Daniels beat some bad teams. Okay, he beat the Giants twice. He beat Dallas without Dak Prescott twice. He beat Arizona. He beat Carolina. He beat who else? Tennessee. He beat New Orleans. All right, so he beat a bad schedule last year, but no one talked about it. But this year, when Drake May's beating all these bad teams and getting to the Super Bowl, it's because they had a bad schedule. He's still a second-year quarterback. You still have to give him props for the numbers he put up as a second-year player and going 17-3, even though in the playoffs the numbers haven't been great. But he's still winning those games. He's doing enough to win those games.
He's a potential MVP.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think you could take shots at him. He's a potential MVP. I'm just saying I don't have FOMO and wish I had him. Now, if Jaden goes out and only plays 5 games next year, then I will. Then I will say, wow, we drafted a guy who's super talented, but he just can't stay on the field. We messed up.
Yeah.
EB, even though I have nothing personally against him, he seems like the world's nicest guy. I was desperate to just call him Fake May if he lost the game.
Oh, I know you would. I know you were.
I was just so ready to call him Fake May.
Yeah.
And now I just can't. That's been
do
ripped
it.
away from me.
He's the second youngest player or quarterback ever to get to a Super Bowl. You got to give him props for that.
No,
absolutely.
He's done well, and he's a nice kid too, and he says all the right things. He's really polished.
Yep.
You know, Cakes and I were kicking around before trying to figure out the Patriots because they are another Super Bowl. As somebody tweeted me, Cakes, this is not their 8th. This is their 11th Super Bowl.
Right.
That is mega annoying.
And I believe Seattle's been, even Seattle, freaking expansion franchise, has been to 4 Super Bowls. That's 15. That's a quarter of the Super Bowls between those two organizations.
Yep.
It is impressive.
I mean San Francisco's been to 8. This, a couple.
Washington's been to 4 or 5,
Yep.
but
But 11 is outrageous.
11's ridiculous.
Yeah.
11's ridiculous, and we don't. It's a whole different ball game with us. I mean, we were in that discussion in a different era.
But I'm guessing that most Commanders fans probably feel the same way you guys do. That look what Jaden did in his rookie year. He put up great numbers. They go 12-5, 14-5 if you include the playoffs. Beat 2 good teams in the playoffs, and Jaden played great in those games. And you were a game away from the Super Bowl. And New England fans are probably like, you know what? Thank God that Washington took Jaden Daniels, because Jaden Daniels hasn't been healthy in year 2, and we got our guy and we're going to the Super Bowl. So I can see both sides of it. Maybe there are a few Commanders fans that would rather have May, but I would probably agree that most Commanders fans probably agree with
Hey, EB,
with you
I
guys.
think our mission is clear for 2 weeks. I mean, I know that you had an affinity for the Seahawks back in the day, Jim Zorn and company.
Yeah.
I know who the two middle the middle box and the right box are rooting for.
I'm definitely a Sam Darnold guy.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
I know you are.
And again, he deserves a ton of credit, too, for what he did, especially without practicing all week.
Yep.
That was kind of a bombshell when that was disclosed towards the end of last week,
Yep.
that he basically wasn't practicing. He was just nursing that oblique. I'm sure they shot him up with something, and it looked like it worked great.
Yeah, he was really good yesterday. No doubt.
He was outstanding.
I was glad he did not faceplant in front of the entire nation in the huge spot, and he was able to overcome the Rams. The Rams had been his bugaboo over the last 2 or 3 playoff appearances and regular season appearances. Did not play well against them.
Yeah,
and he finally slayed that dragon yesterday, and it was fun to watch, and it was an entertaining game. Unlike the Denver Broncos and New England Patriots game, which was a slog in terrible weather in Denver. We'll talk about it
can
more
you
next.
imagine? Can you imagine if that game was played in New England? Did you see the weather in New England compared to Denver? They had 18 inches of snow.
Yeah, well,
I don't even know if they would have played it.
They couldn't even fly home from the snowstorm because they would have been flying into a blizzard in New England.
Right.
Obviously, what we've been caught up in, keeping 2 of the 3 of us at home today. Hopefully, we're back all in studio together tomorrow. When we come back, Ben Valin, national NFL writer for the Boston Globe. He's still in Denver, shocker, because he can't get out. He's going to join us to talk about Broncos, Patriots, and more next.
DC's FM Sports Talk. 106.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's B-Mitch here. Don't get caught in the cold with an outdated furnace or heat pump. Rude Pro Partners have access to 60 months of same-as cash promotions on qualified equipment from February 1st to April 30th. Rude also offers other aggressive financing options. As temperatures continue to stay cold across the DMV, make sure you're saving money with the most efficient HVAC equipment. Rude makes it easy to upgrade your home's comfort without breaking the bank. Find a Rude Pro Partner near you at rude.com. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right. B-Mitch here. Cats fans, it's a new year and a power play of a ride. Law Tigers, the motorcycle lawyers, have locked in with Harley-Davidson of D.C. and your Washington Capitals to give away a custom one-of-a-kind Caps Harley-Davidson, signed by the entire team.
and air conditioning products in the DMV. Welcome in Ben Valin, national NFL writer for the Boston Globe. He is joining us, I believe, still in Denver, still waiting to make his way back to the East Coast. Ben, thanks for joining us, man. We appreciate you waking up early.
Yeah, good morning, guys. Still in Denver and not quite sure when I'm getting back to the East Coast, so it should be interesting today.
Ben, when was your flight originally scheduled to come back?
Well, so far I'm all good. My flight's at 4:45 this afternoon, and I get home at 10:30 tonight.
Okay.
So we'll see. Boston, we're getting close to 2 feet of snow, so we'll see if they can clear the Logan runways in time.
So currently the flight is still on schedule?
Yeah, so far so good, knock on wood. But I'm kind of expecting it to be canceled to tomorrow, and if I get home today, then that's all gravy.
Right. How bad was the weather leaving the stadium back to your hotel in Denver yesterday?
Yeah, way worse than they said it was going to be. When I got into the car after the game, I think it said it felt like -8 degrees, so the temperatures dipped way lower than what they were calling for. Definitely more than just like a coating of snow. It was... I think that the conditions in the second half were almost impossible to throw the ball, difficult to gain footing. You saw Ramondre Stevenson slipping on the field. A game like that is a great test of wills, but it's not great football. It's the AFC Championship game, and neither team can throw the football. So that's, to me, I think it's a little unfortunate when it turns to that, but it's also a great test of toughness and will and execution. And the Patriots definitely did the better of that on Sunday.
Remind us, Ben, take us back to sort of the preseason expectations for this team. Because I think you thought you had something in Drake May for sure. You didn't think he'd have an MVP caliber season, though. What were you personally thinking would be a good sort of successful season for them this year?
Yeah, I think I fell on the conservative side of things, and I expected 8 wins. I predicted an 8-9 season in the newspaper in August, and to me that felt good. Like, wow, you're doubling your win total from the last couple of years. That's a really good start under Mike Vrabel. This was a team that was built really through free agency. Milton Williams, Robert Spillane, Carlton Davis, Stephon Diggs, Morgan Moses on the offensive line. And when do teams built in free agency ever come together quickly and all the moves work out well? Usually it's teams that draft and develop are the teams that become Super Bowl competitors. And and not to mention you have a new coach, a new offensive system, a second-year quarterback who showed some good flashes as a rookie, but not that he would play this well. So this is one of the most unexpected Super Bowl runs I think the NFL has ever seen, for a team to go from 4-13, flush everything down the toilet, start over fresh, and then to make the Super Bowl in their first year. That is remarkable, and it is not an accomplishment that should be lost on people.
And Ben, really good thing too, because that fan base, they've been so starved for all of 7 years not making a Super Bowl. I mean, this is just ridiculous. Tom Brady leads them to so many Super Bowls, then they go through a little bit of a downswing, and they're right back in it 7 years later. So, I mean, some teams still waiting to get to their first Super Bowl. Some teams have been, like the Commanders haven't been in 30 plus years. I mean, it's a little annoying for people outside of the New England area. Let's be honest.
I get it. There's this great video that a Patriots fan produced that I saw on Instagram where he's talking to his fellow AFC East, rivals about how hard it's been being a Patriots fan. He's like, we had a whole year with a bad coach, like a whole year. And you don't know how scary it is to have to wait one time before you draft the next MVP quarterback. I mean, it is ridiculous how the Patriots have really been sprinkled in, magic unicorn dust here. But, give them credit. They also, this isn't a fluke. Mike Vrabel is a heck of a coach, and everyone saw it, and they went out and were very aggressive and got him. Josh McDaniels, I thought, was a great hire at offensive coordinator. They they built a great staff with experienced coaches like Thomas Brown, Doug Marrone, Todd Downing. This is not exactly an accident that they're much improved, but no one obviously could have foreseen from 4 wins to 14-3 and now a spot in the Super Bowl.
17-3 now. If you include, it's just incredible.
I'll say this about them, Ben. They're a less hateable version than the empire that Belichick created, correct? Like Vrabel seems like a
Vrabel's
guy
so much more likable than Belichick. Yes.
Right. It's not as hateable a unit, in my opinion.
I would agree. They're not the Death Star anymore. Right. Vrabel is very likable and is a great players coach, and I think is really good about making it about them and his coaches too. Like, with Belichick, you'd never see the sunlight. That was kind of the vibe that the coaches and the players gave. Whereas Vrabel is very intentional about getting guys home early on Fridays to see their families and having guys stand up in front of the room and tell everyone, who they're playing for and why they play and things that motivate them. So Vrabel's been very intentional, and you're right. When he's dealing with the media, he doesn't make things, difficult, on purpose like Belichick did. Like Vrabel will just answer questions, honestly. And and Drake May has been such a humble kid through his rise this year. It's been really fun to watch him grow. I mean, that's up for you guys to tell me if they're less hateable, but it sure seems that way to me as well.
Oh yeah, I totally agree with that. So let's talk about Drake. In the 3 playoff games, he played some really tough defenses. Beat the Chargers, beat Houston. Houston's defense was outrageous. I mean, Will Anderson's a freak of nature. And then Denver, one of the best defenses as well. He's been sacked 15 times in the playoffs. And Seattle's going to get after him too. So I'm just kind of wondering, when you kind of watch this offensive line, do you think that they're really struggling, especially with Will Campbell at left tackle because he's a rookie? But is Drake maybe holding the ball a little too long, just doesn't want to turn the ball over? What do you see when Drake May is dropping back?
I think yesterday that was a big part of it. Drake May being hyper aware of his fumbles the last 2 weeks and not wanting to make a mistake. And because he was off yesterday, even before the snow set in, his passes were off. He was skipping throws or missing throws that he was making all season. So he was definitely off. That's a tough environment, AFC Championship game, cold weather, on the road. That place was rocking after that early Broncos touchdown. So that was a tough spot. And it's funny, the Patriots playoff run is kind of like what they've had all season long, where they played some good defenses, but they just haven't played quarterbacks. They haven't played offenses that can match them for 60 minutes. So, the Seahawks will definitely be their most well-rounded test. But it's been a gauntlet for Drake May. He's the first quarterback to beat 3 teams that had a top 5 defense in one playoff run. The Texans were number 1, the Broncos were number 2, and the Chargers were number 5, and the Seahawks are number 6, and they had the number 1 scoring defense. So, this is just a gauntlet of defenses that Drake is playing. And, his numbers have dipped, no question, but he's still making the plays when he needs to. That huge throw to Kayshon Boutte at the end of the Texans game, the big scrambles yesterday to pick up the first downs and get his teams into field goal range against the Broncos. So to me, he even when it's not working for him, he's a gamer and he's picking up plays with his feet and making plays to win games.
What did you think about Sean Payton's decision earlier in that game to bypass the 3 points and go for the 4th and 1 with a backup quarterback and leave 3 points right there on the field?
Yeah, I mean, him and McVay, both today, I think, a lot of the game hinged on those 4th down, go for it decisions. I didn't hate it at the time for Sean Payton. I get it. You're close to the end zone. You don't know how many times you're going to get back down there for the game. It's 4th and 1. You have confidence in your guys to pick up, 12 inches of field position and a touchdown on that drive. Man, 14-0. Mile High's rocking. That's going to be a tough spot for the Patriots. So I get it. But I think if Peyton knew how bad the weather was going to be in the second half, then he definitely should have taken the points because those became so critical. And so every point was so precious in the second half. And he should have known because there was snow and bad weather in the forecast. We didn't know how bad it was going to be, but we did know it was coming. So he's definitely kicking himself over that decision. And I didn't totally hate it at the time. I understood the thinking, but a game like that, every point mattered so much. And the Broncos leaving 3 on the table pretty much cost them a trip to the Super Bowl.
Ben, are other teams looking at Mike Vrabel and saying, man, we should have been more serious about hiring him? Now, I know that Kraft wanted him, especially in the wake of the debacle that was the Mayo hiring. So it made sense for him to be in New England, but are other teams kicking themselves for not making a harder push for Mike Vrabel as head coach?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they are. I know the Titans probably feel really dumb right now.
Right.
Especially when they go out and hire Robert Saleh, who's basically has the same profile as Mike Vrabel, a defensive coach, a hard-nosed guy with some experience. The Jets, I'm sure, they thought they had a real shot at Vrabel last offseason, where I think realistically Vrabel was just kind of using them for leverage. But I know the Jets really wanted Vrabel, and they're probably kicking themselves. But honestly, I think every team now is looking at the Patriots and saying, okay, well, why not us? If they can go from 4 wins to 14, let's just hire our new coach and let's have one of our instant turnarounds. And I think it's going to, make the leash even shorter for a lot of these coaches now when they don't have the immediate success. When you see Ben Johnson in Chicago, Liam Cohen in Jacksonville, and now Vrabel in New England, you can have these one-season quick turnarounds. So I think it just kind of increases the pressure and ups the ante for all these new coaches now.
So, Ben, what do you think is the main hurdle that Pat's defense is going to have to jump? Because Jackson Smith and Jigba is just unbelievable, right? Rashid Shaheed adds just great speed on the outside. You saw that yesterday. Cooper Kupp is, he's your typical possession guy, but they've got some guys that Darnold can go to with Njigba and Shaheed. And I'm just wondering, what do you think the major challenge is going to be for Vrabel's defense, especially the secondary?
Yeah, this is probably one of the most well-rounded offenses the Patriots have faced all season. It's been the Bills and the Ravens maybe late in the season, and then the Seahawks. I just think they have so many different ways to beat you. They have a great run game when they want to, although Charbonnet being out, that hurts. Shaheed is the best move any team made this year. That was such a steal for them at the deadline. The guy is just a rocket on offense. He's an unbelievable kick returner. Smith and Jigba is unstoppable. He was putting up crazy numbers when he didn't have any other help at receivers. So, him and Darnold have just been phenomenal. I just think they have so many different ways to beat you. And then on top of it, it's going to be good conditions, most likely in San Francisco. It's going to be good weather. That's not going to be an issue for Sam Darnold. And that's how the Patriots have succeeded here in the playoffs, through the weather. So this is a game where the Patriots defense has been phenomenal in the playoffs, but this is going to be a tough challenge. And to me, it's going to be a shootout. And this is going to be incumbent on Drake May and the offense putting up 31, 35 points and being able to hang with Seattle, and that's going to be a tough task.
We're joined by Ben Verlin, national NFL writer for the Boston Globe. Before we let you go and travel back east, what were your thoughts on Mike McCarthy being hired as the Pittsburgh Steelers head coach? Surprised by that move or no?
Yeah, I mean, that is not the name I would have had on my bingo card. The Steelers are usually so deliberate with their search, and it's such an important hire for them because they really give that coach a long leash, obviously a lot of leeway to build their program. What it says to me when they go out and hire Mike McCarthy, it's, wow, we haven't done this in 20 years and we don't really know what we're looking for, so let's just hire the safest candidate we can find, a Pittsburgh guy who's now on his third tenure as a head coach. He's an offensive coach. He's nice and safe. He's made the playoffs before. Let's just hire Mike McCarthy and see where that goes for a few years before we regather. Because, Art Rooney, he wasn't surprised by Mike Tomlin's resignation, but he was ready to run it back. And like I said, they haven't done this in 20 years. And they didn't really do the most thorough search. They didn't interview a million guys. They didn't wait for the Rams to be eliminated before they talked to some of their guys. They just went and hired Mike McCarthy. So it felt like a panic move. We don't really know what to look for here. So let's just hire the safest guy we can find.
Ben, thanks so much for the time. We really do appreciate it, and for waking up early, and
safe travels, buddy.
Back to New England. It's going to be fun. You're going to land in New England, and you're going to shovel out 2 feet of snow as soon as you get home. That sounds like a lot of fun.
Or did you already have that done? Is someone doing that for you?
Maybe, but I left my wife home with 2 sick kids for like 4 days, so I deserve to. My punishment is to shovel a lot of snow.
Understood. Well, Ben, thanks
All right,
for
be
the time,
safe,
man.
buddy.
We appreciate it. It's Ben Valin, national
Thank you,
NFL
pal.
writer for the Boston Globe. We're the Junks on a snow day. 800-636-1067 is the number if you want to reach out and contact us. If you're marooned at your house, if you're driving around plowing snow, we do appreciate that. 800-636-1067 is the number. We're the Junks. We'll be right back.
This is your flagship home of the Washington Wizards. And DC Sports Talk all day.
Puts up the shot. Scores at the buzzer.
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan.
Brilliant move.
Soft.
You do?
The guy who does nothing but build like gigantic snow igloos.
Oh my God! If I gotta hear about the igloo one more time, he would be flaming about the igloo today.
He loves building structures
He'll just do it next
in the
week.
snow.
Yeah.
Like I think as kids, you build a snowman, you might build something like that, but generally, like, don't you get over that when you're like 10? Like, he loves it. He loves building snow structures.
You know how brutal it was to get up and go outside this morning and shovel off my truck. I started like 30 minutes before I left.
Right.
And started it and warm it up and then shovel it out. And it was parked in another driveway because my other neighbor went to California for 2 weeks. I said, I'm taking your driveway this week.
You just commandeered it?
Yeah, I just said, I'm taking it.
But isn't it good to cover your driveway with cars? Because then there's less that you have to shovel.
Well, I do. I got 2 cars in my driveway.
All right.
So, but I didn't, I share a driveway with another
I
neighbor.
got 4 in mine somehow.
Well,
I got
good.
4 too, but there's still a lot to shovel.
There's a lot.
Yeah,
There's
there's
so much.
Yeah.
But it was very difficult this morning.
Yeah.
Just
Well,
to
you
get
made
that thing
it.
out. I
And
did.
I bet you're glad that you're out and about. Actually,
Now I am.
Yeah.
I wasn't
But
at
you
the
weren't
time.
when you were clearing the snow off your
I
truck.
was not at the time.
Hey, how slow did you drive on 66? Like, were you like white knuckled the entire morning?
On 66, I was going 55.
The main roads are like clear, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's the
But
back roads.
I'm hoping it's the side roads. I hope they get those done today.
Or else you're going to be at the same spot you're sitting in right now.
Yeah, I'm hoping they're done by like about 2 p.m. today. That's the deadline.
Could you even can you get off of your street right now?
I'm sure I could because I do have 4-wheel drive, several cars with 4-wheel drive, so I'm sure I could.
Yeah.
But you know what is dicey when they don't do it is getting back. I live on a hilly street.
Right.
And so getting up, you see people, even with 4-wheel drive, sometimes you can't
Like it's
necessarily
spinning
go
out,
up
right. Correct.
when it's ice and stuff.
Yeah.
So.
But you think
We'll see.
you could get out today?
I'm sure I could, but again, in my little neighborhood right around here, I don't think a lot of the roads have been plowed.
So what did we end up getting? About 8 or 9 inches?
I think Cakes is right, between 8 and 10, probably. It was hard for me to distinguish just looking from outside when it turned from snow to rain, sleet, which also is mind-boggling. I don't understand how it could be 20 degrees and you could still get, like, rain.
Don't know how that works.
I
Must be the
Googled
temperature.
it.
Must be the temperature up there
Yeah, I guess you're in
at
between
3,000 feet or whatever.
You're in between whatever you call it, a hot wave and then a cold wave, and somehow you can get that wet sleet even when it's 20 degrees. But that's what we had. And as Jason said, it was butt uncomfortable because I know my daughter went out to try to go sledding, and that was right when it started sleeting, and they lasted one run.
Right. It was awful outside.
Yeah.
And I felt bad because I was looking out of my front door window, and my buddy next door has a snowblower. He actually helped me out a lot. It would have taken me 3 or 4 hours to shovel my driveway, but he hooked me up, so it took me a lot less. But all my other neighbors were out there shoveling, and I'm just sitting inside, just waiting for the games. I said, screw this. I'm not going out there in the sleet.
I mean, yesterday my daughter hit me with you're not supposed to shovel if you're over 45. And I was like, well, I'm rolling the dice.
And I had
guess
to
I'm
do
rolling the dice
I
on
had
that.
to do it all because my wife hurt her back.
Yeah.
Remember I told her she actually likes to do it. She thinks it's a
Sure.
good workout. She wants to shovel.
Teresa Bishop and Dina Bickle love shoveling.
She was laying on the couch all day when I'm shoveling.
Right.
That was all you?
I shoveled the whole day. Nobody else.
You don't sound bitter or anything.
My daughter's not going to help, so it was me. But
Oh, by the way, I have a update, a snowblower development. I've had a snowblower for literally probably almost 20 years.
Yeah, but you said it didn't work.
Right.
Oh.
Yesterday, my neighbor, Kevin,
He hooked you.
who I've detailed, is way more handy than I would ever be. He's a jack of all trades. He's always busy. I'm always lazy. There's a big difference. So we're both shoveling. He goes, hey, what's up with your snowblower? He's like, if you give me a good price, I'll buy it off you, and then I'll fix it, and we'll share it, and I'll keep it at my house. And I said, buy it. There's no buying it. Come over and grab it.
It's yours.
Such a shrewd negotiator. I said, it's yours.
Right.
You fix it. You get it operational. It's out of my hair. And we have got a snowblower that we're going to share. Win-win all the way around.
So hold on. Did he already fix it?
Not yet, because it's in disrepair in my garage. But
What
now
does he think the issue is?
I don't know, but I know he's going to fix it.
Right.
He said something about a new carburetor, whatever that means. I don't know what that means, but he's going to put a new carburetor on it, and that bitch is going to be up and running before you know it.
Right.
So that's a huge win. Life win.
How did you even get a snowblower?
My wife bought it like 20 years ago.
Just like at Home Depot or something? What are those things
Sears.
run?
That's how old it is. It's Sears.
How
When's the
much
last
those
time you
things
saw
run?
Sears?
Is it gas powered or
Gas. Yeah.
What are
No,
they? A couple
electric.
$100? Or are they super
Oh,
expensive?
I mean, when she bought it, it was probably, this is like a big ass snowblower. It's probably like
really?
$600-700, maybe even more. I don't remember
Really?
the purchase price, but I'm not going to charge my neighbor who's super helpful to me and like going to get this thing up and running. I'm not going to be
Yeah, you
like,
can't.
give me $150 for it. No,
Yeah.
No,
just
you
giving
can't.
it to him. Just take it.
Yeah.
Make
Right.
it, bring it back to life.
So do you think?
No, he just has to always blow your snow.
Or he'll just have it operational, and I'll walk over and I'll grab it.
Right.
I'll blow my own snow. He
And
does
he'll blow
his,
it,
but
yeah.
but he gets it running. It's living at his house now. That's a huge life win.
It's a win-win.
I mean, my neighbor completely hooked me because it probably took him 30 minutes to blow my driveway out.
Right.
And it would have taken me a couple hours.
Right.
He just hooked it.
Right. You got hooked.
So, Cakes, you think it's going to work today so you can blow it out today?
No. By the
Oh.
way, my wife just told me she only spent $299 on that snowblower. So I
$300.
just feel like just winning. I thought that thing was like $1,000. Shows how much I know about snowblowers and the price.
Well, if you have one, man, it's a big plus because they are.
It is,
Well,
but like my neighbor across the street has a snowblower. He's shoveling too. He's doing both.
Yeah.
I just feel like you're
Why?
like because like it doesn't. I mean, it gets most of the snow up. It might not get that last little layer. Like there's still some shoveling you got to do, even if you have a snowblower up and
Yeah, but
running.
here's the thing. I never understand. People, they treat their driveways like they do their lawns, like they want it to be award-winning. I couldn't care less. I just need a path
operational.
to my car
Yep.
and then drive over the snow and get out of there.
Right.
Who cares?
I hear you. I mean,
Who
mine will be
cares?
mostly clear. What I don't really care about is the sidewalk. Like some people do, they'll shovel the entire whatever grid of the
Tina's a
sidewalk.
big sidewalk girl.
I'm gonna shovel a walkway for you on the sidewalk. Enough for your 2 feet to go side by side and get through.
For some reason,
that's it.
Some of these HOAs require the sidewalk right in front of your house to be cleared.
That's what Casey's saying. I think you're supposed to do it, and Dina's very obsessive about it. That's like the first thing she does.
Right, but is it an HOA thing or is it a county thing?
I don't know.
I think it might be a county thing. I don't know.
I don't think it's an HOA thing. I think you just got to do it. It's kind of like your moral responsibility.
Yeah.
Right, because if somebody like slips in front of your house on that portion of the sidewalk, you might be boned.
Well, you can't
might
even,
be culpable.
you can't see any of the sidewalks, so no one should be on them.
By the way, aren't they supposed to deliver your mail, rain, sleet, or snow?
Believe so. I believe that's the old saying.
But how?
That's not really a thing.
Sometimes they can't get to the mailboxes.
I mean, that's not really a thing. I mean, I know I'm not getting mail today.
Today's Monday, right? You should be getting mail. I bet you get mail. You want to bet?
Yeah,
You'll
I'll
get
bet
mail.
you $1.
Well, not if that little mail truck can't get up the hill.
You're going to
in
get
his
mail.
neighborhood.
You know what?
Getting no mail and no Amazon.
If the truck doesn't get up there,
Yeah.
that mailman or mailwoman's going to hoof it. They're going to walk it.
I don't
No,
know.
I
don't
think
know.
I'm going without. I bet you.
I think you're going to get that mail.
All right. We got $1 on it.
Well, I guarantee the mailman can't get down my street today.
Better have
Not
some
in
big
his
boots.
Not in his
Better have
car.
boots on the ground like Mike Marr. Get ready to do some walking.
Right.
Sling that mail pouch over your shoulder.
Mar finally got hooked.
He finally got hooked. Cooper Kupp caught one. Good for him.
So he's.
I have to say, when Coop did score,
You were
made
kinda
me
happy.
laugh.
Yeah.
I was happy for the kid.
Yeah.
Yeah. He finally got one.
I said this earlier. This is inspiring to a lot of losing gamblers out there. That if Mark can dig himself out of
Yeah.
this hole, you
It
can do
is.
it too.
It's an American success story. if it
Yeah,
happens.
but he's only 3/4 of the way there. He's not all the way there.
He can get it all back in the Super Bowl.
can.
And, hey, you know what? It makes the Super Bowl exciting.
It does. We have a sweat.
It's kind of, to be honest with you, kind of a dud. 2 dud teams.
I hear you. I'm kind of with you on that.
It's going to be a great segment.
Wow,
Friday.
you're definitely rooting for Seattle.
Oh, yeah,
because Mike
yeah.
McDonald.
Because I'm a McDonald's supporter.
Yeah.
I want to see him do well, but in terms of the star powers for these teams,
yeah,
kind of duds. Unless you're a Pats fan or Seahawks fan.
Yeah,
I don't know. I
can see
feel
it.
like the Seahawks are kind of fun to watch.
I mean, the Seahawks
They're
have
pretty damn good.
Njigba, Shaheed's fun to watch. I mean,
Kenneth Walker's really good.
Kenneth Walker. I mean, Trev Henderson's fun to watch if he can get into the open field. Drake May.
Yeah, but Darnold's not sexy.
Not really. He's been more of a
Played
like
pretty
a
well yesterday, though, buddy.
yeah.
He played
did.
really
Yeah,
good.
but
Pretty
he
damn
did. He
good.
did, but he's not sexy.
Yeah. All right, so you don't want to make out with him, but he played pretty well.
All right, we're going to come back and do EB's entertainment page on a Junkies Snow Day. You're welcome to call us if you're out and about, if you're stuck in your house, however you're digesting the show today. We appreciate it. 800-636-1067 is the number. EB's entertainment page. We'll do that next on The Fan.
DC's FM Sports Talk 1067.
Brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. All right, we're going to get into EB's entertainment page right now.
Cakes, do you have the read for me? I didn't
do
get
have
it
the read.
through my email.
I do have it.
I sent
can
it to your
take care
email.
of that.
You don't have it?
Oh, okay, I just didn't get it. Sorry.
I'll do it. I'll do my best. The entertainment page is driven by BMW of Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW of Fairfax, ask for EB's girl Miriam, the general manager, or check them out at bmwoffairfax.com. Not .com, .com.
.com, yep. Got to say, my buddy Dr. Bart actually called me late last week. Wanted a new BMW. Set him up with Miriam.
Man, I haven't talked to that
Boom.
guy in forever.
Off and running.
Do you have a little kickback referral plan, perhaps, in play?
It's called my endorsement, Cakes.
Okay, well, those are important.
Eric,
Last time I checked.
Eric, isn't Dr. Bart's last name the same as mine?
Yes,
It
sir.
is.
Yep.
It's my man.
Yep, Dr. Bart's a great guy. He, as I was telling Miriam, he was literally our family, whatever you call it, physical therapist for a decade. Literally, he has treated everyone in my family.
Yep.
And now he just goes around the country and he just does conferences and makes a boatload of money.
Oh, is he a
I
consultant?
used to go to his office in Sterling all the time.
Is he in the consultant sphere?
Oh, yeah, that's what he loves that. He loves going around and just telling people how to use, like, Kineso tape. All right, so let me tell you what's going on in the world of Hollywood. First of all, the snowstorm did even have an impact, Cakes. I wonder where I put it. I have everything on my computer. But the box office, bunch of theaters were closed because of the snowstorm. Very low output at the theater. Mercy was number one. That's the Amazon movie. Did 11 million. Avatar did 7 million. Zootopia, 5 million. The Housemaid, 4 million. And then rounding out the top five, 28 years later, The Bone Temple did 3 million. Just a very, very quiet weekend at the box office, obviously with that weather affecting most of the country.
I think Mercy, is that the new Chris Pratt movie?
Yes.
I heard one critic basically saying it was so laughable that she treated it like it was a comedy instead of like a serious movie. And that was the only way she was able to kind of appreciate it. She said it was so terrible.
Right.
You know what I started watching yesterday before the game started?
I don't know.
Black Rabbit, which is on Netflix.
All right.
It's I think it's a 6-episode miniseries with Jason Bateman and Jude Law.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
It's pretty good.
Kind of feeling it.
Valdez, have you seen any of that? Black Rabbit?
No.
Yeah.
I kept threatening to watch The Rip because I was basically stranded, and I just kept seeing Valdez going, it's meh. Somebody else said they saw it, and it was, give it 3 stars.
I watched it.
You didn't really like it, right?
I'd give it like 3.75 cake batters.
Yeah, it's the definition of mid.
Yeah,
Right.
it's like
it's kind of a time killer.
It's like what you would expect from a Netflix original movie, kind of.
Yeah.
Is what you expect.
Yeah, but there's a little
Is what it was.
twisty-turny at the end.
It's not silly. You're not missing much.
Yeah,
you're not missing a lot.
No, but just watch it. It's an hour and a half.
No, here's what you do, EB. Go back and revisit like The Town. Watch The Town again.
No, he's not going to do that.
Even though Affleck and Damon aren't in it together, it's so good. You need to go revisit it.
I mean, I like The Town, but that had its day 20 years ago. I'm over The Town.
It's one of those movies I can always reacquaint myself with.
If anybody has watched all of Black Rabbit, give us a call or, I don't know, send a message to Bickle. And tell me if it's worth it, because the first episode was pretty good, and it's only 6 episodes.
A message sent to Eric Bickle about Black Rabbit is called a black hole. You'll never get that message.
Nah, he'll relay it to me.
I'll relay it. So we talked about it earlier. A lot of people didn't go to the theater, but I think a lot of people watched Alex Honnold, right?
Yeah.
As he climbed, what is it called? Mount Taipei or whatever they call it?
Taipei Tower.
Taipei Tower.
Tower. It's a 1,667-foot skyscraper in Taiwan,
Yep.
and he did it in just over 90 minutes. It was, of course, on
absurd.
Netflix. There's Skyscraper Live broadcast. He was kind of embarrassed to admit that they only made $500,000 for something that literally, it seemed like half of social media was paying attention to.
He climbed that building on the outside of the building faster than I could climb the stairs of the building. That's if I didn't have a heart attack 1/6 of the way up.
Yeah.
That's actually a great point.
It's not even close. Like
point.
he would beat, like, if we started at the same time and I was on the inside of the building and he was on the outside of the building, he would beat me to the top.
Hey, did you
every time?
Am I the only one that just had a little bit of curiosity if he fell? Like, you kind of wanted to see
I
it.
was not rooting for that.
How would they? How would they handle that?
They had a 10-second delay.
It was a delay.
I know you don't want someone to die, but you're kind of thinking it. Man, that'd be wild if he really fell.
We were just watching a guy cheat death. I mean, just even where he's resting and he's holding on and he's just there's nothing behind him. It's just like I get sweaty palms just thinking about it. My fight or flight. I don't get it.
He was
I don't
basically
understand.
here's what he was giving the Grim Reaper the middle finger for an hour and 35 minutes, however long it took.
I was also
survive
thinking
1 second.
I don't understand how there's a human on this planet that enjoys that.
That's what he does. He loves it.
I know. And I can't fathom why.
I mean, you've seen Free Solo. Like, he has no fear response in his brain.
He's got no fear.
It doesn't register with him.
I was thinking, man, if he fell, he'd be butt famous. His star power would explode.
Well, I do think ultimately he has to die, right? He has to die climbing because he's going to keep pushing himself until he inevitably donks off.
Maybe,
he's
but
going
like
to.
We can't be shocked by it.
Oh, I won't be shocked if I see that news.
Like, remember the guy that walked across the Twin Towers?
Right.
I'm pretty sure he died in Puerto Rico. He did another bit trying to do it with,
and he fell.
when they use the balance beam or what? Well, not the balance beam. What do they call that, Cakes?
I don't even know what it is. The big giant pole that he carries.
Was it a Walenda? One of the Walendas?
It might have been one of the Walendas. I'm not sure, but he holds one of those things to keep his balance, and he lost his balance, and the rope wasn't fixed right or whatever in Puerto Rico. He donked off.
It's very Steve Irwin like. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, it was shocking when he died, but at the end of the day, you're handling snakes and deadly animals. You're not really shocked.
Yeah.
So if he ends up dying from free soloing, it's probably not that shocking.
Yeah. Why not? Why not just throw it? Because I didn't even think of this, but they said obviously he had no ropes, no net. He could have just thrown on a parachute.
EB, I think you're getting him mixed up with one of the Walendas because the dude who went between the two towers is still alive. His name's Philippe Petit.
Okay, maybe it's one of the Walendas.
Yeah,
then,
one of
but
the
it's a
Walendas
guy
definitely
that had
donked
done a
off in
million
Puerto Rico.
things, and then he donked off in Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
he was an old guy.
He was old. Like, he's way too old to be up on a freaking wire.
What else can Honnold do? I mean, he climbed one of the tallest skyscrapers in the world. What else can he do beyond that?
Yeah, what's
next?
Do it during a storm?
Well, then he definitely wouldn't live.
Yeah, you're definitely not going to survive that.
Anyway.
I just couldn't believe he was standing on top of a building at 1,700 feet, and it was windy, and nothing blew him off that.
That shot, that money shot was unbelievable. It's indescribable.
Yeah, it's surreal to see it.
Yeah. And then I guess he had the wherewithal. He knew, obviously, when he does these things, he's done it a million times. He had his camera. He's taking selfies.
Right.
Well, he's up there, too.
Right.
It's just insane. All right, the other insane thing over the weekend, we talked about this, I think it was on Friday, but that Jason Love was going to fight Adam 22, okay? They're basically two porno guys.
Another boxing match I would never watch.
Cakes, I stumbled onto the clips.
Of course you did.
It didn't last 30 seconds.
I mean,
Jason Love destroyed him.
I mean, yeah, I saw like 5 seconds of it on Twitter.
He didn't get one punch off.
No.
I've never seen an JP looks like Muhammad Ali compared to Adam 22.
Could JP beat Adam 22 in a fight?
He might be able.
Adam didn't get one punch off.
That had to have been on purpose, right?
Humiliating. Huh?
He had to have done that on purpose, right?
I can't imagine. I think he just got overwhelmed. That Jason Love's a big, strong dude.
I mean, is this guy just the world's biggest glutton for punishment? I mean, he lets his wife get banged by this dude, and then he goes into the boxing ring and gets smoked by him.
Hey,
what's next?
Didn't Jason announce that he's going to do another scene with her too? Like after immediately pummeling him?
Not this Jason.
Yeah. Not you.
Not Jason Bishop. Thank God.
No, listen. Here's the thing with look. None of us can relate to it, but he and his wife are swingers.
Right.
I mean, he's had sex with like 100 women on camera. She participates. They're swingers.
It's a different world. Yeah.
So he's just cashing in on it, right? Making money. But then he went into this. This is another thing where he's clearly will do anything for money.
So he's playing the part of a cuckold.
Sure.
He's not necessarily
He's playing
one.
it really well.
Yes.
He's killing it. He's the Brad Pitt of cuckolds.
But apparently, this whole promotion was put on by that YouTuber Aiden Ross, who all the kids know.
Yeah,
people
whoever
our
that
age
is.
probably don't know.
I've heard his name, but thank God I don't know who he is.
So he put on the promotion, gave him a bunch of money, and he just went in there and he just took a dive. It looks like, or just got overwhelmed. But
Yeah, he definitely got overwhelmed.
Here's the asterisk to the story. Aiden Ross's other boxing promotion was an event that featured Antonio Brown, and that's the night when Antonio Brown attempted to murder somebody in the parking lot afterwards.
The boxing game's just terrible. Can we just all admit that boxing is just a sham? Like,
I mean, what a
who's paying
disaster.
attention to boxing?
There's
in
nothing
2026?
interesting about it.
Like you have to have porn stars and cucks fighting each other.
But you know what? I used to love it.
I mean, what are we doing?
I used to love it. You didn't love watching Sugar Ray?
Oh yeah, that's 40 years ago.
I know. I used to love. I loved watching boxing when I was 15. But now you couldn't pay me to watch that.
Yeah, I actually did watch the 30 seconds of it on the clip, and
I think that was the whole. You watched the entirety of the fight.
That was the whole thing, and it was humiliating. I don't even know how that guy. There's no way he could do his hip hop podcast. I mean, he's just been humiliated on every level. How does he have any credibility?
I have no idea. He's making millions though, so
he does a hip hop podcast too.
Dude, he has the most. He had for a period of time. His podcast was right up there with like Rogan, called the No Jumper podcast. It was like the hottest podcast out there.
More like the No Pumper podcast after that dude just pwned him.
Everybody else pumps her. Sydney Sweeney's in the news. I guess this was some sort of publicity stunt, Cakes. She decided, of all places, that she was going to hang a bunch of bras on the Hollywood sign.
Okay.
The problem is, and she's got a lingerie line coming out, right? So, okay, let's do something viral. Let's go hang a bunch of the new bras on the Hollywood sign. They thought they got permission because they got permission to film there, but they didn't get permission to climb on top of the sign and hang a bunch of lingerie on it. So she could actually be in trouble.
Uh-oh. Hope she's got a good lawyer.
Yeah. Would you buy your wife some Sydney Sweeney lingerie? Cakes.
Sure, why not? I mean, I haven't bought my wife lingerie in probably 25 years, but sure.
Would I?
Jason.
Negative.
Negative.
No.
That would be a negative.
No.
Channeling drunk Mike.
I'm not putting money in Sydney Sweeney's pocket.
Why?
He's got enough cash.
Hey, if it makes you think about Sydney every time your wife wears it.
No, I don't know about that.
Let me see here. All right, Cakes. We got the Super Bowl 2 weeks away. Do you remember who's set to headline the halftime show?
I do know. I'm not familiar with much of his work, but I know he's wildly popular.
BB.
He'll be happy.
Bad Bunny.
BB.
Bad Bunny. Now they normally have a bunch of like other artists, right? That chime in with these people that do like cameos. Do we know who the other artists are?
I have not heard.
No.
Have nothing.
They haven't announced?
I haven't heard anything.
All right, so the Super Bowl is obviously Sunday, February 8th. Is this right? This is good. Oh, no, it's Arizona time. So the kickoff is 4:30 p.m. Arizona time, but for us, that's 7:30, which is
Isn't it
pretty
usually
standard.
6:30? It should
No.
be 6:30.
Is Arizona just 2 years behind us?
Why are you
Of
saying
2 hours?
Arizona?
Yeah, why?
Why are you saying
in
Arizona?
California?
Oh, because I'm reading an Arizona. I'm reading an Arizona article.
Oh, okay.
That's right. It's in California, right?
Yeah, it's
Yes.
Santa Clara.
So
I'm
what
pretty
time
sure.
is it then?
I'm pretty sure Arizona
3:30?
is mountain.
3:30?
Is that mountain time?
So it'd be 3:30 California time, 6:30 our
You
time.
guys are confusing me.
Yeah.
It's 3:30 California time. It should be like
Yes.
6:30, 6:40
Right.
our
Sorry,
time.
that's right.
is the kick.
Sorry, I'm reading an Arizona paper.
Yeah, that's very confusing.
Yeah.
If it was Arizona, it would be 4:30, correct?
Right. In Arizona, it'd be 4:30. L.A., wherever. California, it'd be 3:30. Do you know who's going to sing the national anthem?
Ooh, I need a hint. I might have seen it, but I've forgotten.
He's a pop artist. He's very popular on social media, always talking about music and just sort of like the artistry behind music and
I don't know.
piano.
No.
Charlie Puth.
He's got a good voice. That's
Got
probably
an
a great
incredible
pick.
voice. He, of course, got famous, I think, singing covers on YouTube, and then he got on Ellen, and then he just had a bunch of hits, including
play one Charlie Puth song, Matt.
Remember,
All right,
We
one
Don't
sec.
Talk Anymore with Selena Gomez. You know that one. You know
Does he have the
Attention.
silly? Does he sing the silly from the Fast and the Furious, or am I getting him mixed up with somebody?
Well, here are the ones you know. We Don't Talk Anymore. That one was Selena Gomez. You know
right.
Attention. And then he did something with Wiz Khalifa. You remember See You Again.
That's
Those
the
are
one
like
I'm talking about. That's
three
his biggest
big
hit.
hits.
I'd have
That's
to
not
hear
even
it.
close. Like,
I don't know it by
That
name.
is his biggest hit by far.
This is Attention.
You know this, Jason.
Run around, throwing that dirt all on my name.
I mean, I've heard it, but
I paid it no
I
attention.
don't love it.
No, the guy's just super talented.
He's from Rumson, New Jersey, Cakesy. Rumson, New Jersey.
That is news to me.
I love knowing where
Brandy
people are from.
Carlisle is going to be singing America the Beautiful.
Belinda Carlisle greater than Brandy Carlisle.
I
Is that her
don't
name?
know her. They say she's won 11 Grammys. I don't
Couldn't
think I
tell you
know
one
Brandy
thing about
Carlisle.
her.
Yeah.
I definitely recognize Brandy Carlisle,
And then,
but I don't know one song she's had.
And then they say that there's going to be, I guess these sign language people are getting hype. Fred Beam and Julian Ortiz are the American Sign Language performers.
Okay, I definitely have no file on them. I'm not caught up on ASL, but I understand why, there are deaf people watching the Super Bowl. That makes sense.
Do you know that there's definitely been controversies before where, like, it's at least happened at least once before where, like, a mayor or something holds a press conference and then they have a fake sign language person.
Oh, really?
Like, literally.
Somebody's got to call them out.
Signing gibberish.
Just nonsense.
Like nothing. Yeah.
Hey, I'm going to be deaf before you know it, so I might need to learn sign language, like with the quickness. I mean, there's
Right.
so much hum going on in my headphones. It's crazy.
Anyway, there you go. Kind of a quiet weekend. It was all about Alex Honnold and NFL football, really.
Very
for
good.
us.
Well, you did entertain us. We appreciate that. Coming up at 9:45, we're going to give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Washington Capitals when they take on New York on Monday, February 2nd. Keep listening for your chance to win. We'll give away Caps tickets at 9:45 here on the Junks.
Make up your mind.
Don't forget, you can win Caps tickets coming up at 9:45. We'll give you a chance. That's coming up in just about 15-ish minutes. 800-636-1067 is the number if you would like to reach out to the Junks on a snow day. EB and I at home, snowed in. Jason Bishop was expecting to do the show from home, but he had a banged-up Comrex that wouldn't work, so he had to go out at 4:30 in the morning, fire up his car, and drive into D.C. He's one of the few that braved the elements and made it to work today.
Yeah, hopefully it'll be a little clearer when I get back home because, like I said, my street is just sucks.
Did you see like an army of plows out there when you were driving?
I saw an army on the Greenway. Didn't see many on the toll road, but on the Greenway, on the Dulles Greenway,
they were like all working together.
Yes, they were clear. There was a huge pile of snow on the Greenway. I don't know why it was there. I guess whatever plow that was there earlier had just put it right in the middle of the street, so they were trying to get that out of the way. But there weren't that many on the toll road or on 66.
By the way, how great is my neighbor, Kevin? I just got this text from him. He said, after I get my truck de-iced, I'll drive it over the speed bumps at the end of our driveways and knock them down. Don't try to chop that ice. It's brutal by hand. I mean, he's my lifesaver. I don't know what I offer him. I offer him nothing. He offers me everything.
Maybe you should offer your wife.
No, I'm not doing that.
Cakes 22.
No Cakes 22. That's not happening. That's a funny line, but that will not be happening.
Hey, she can have the real man.
I've got nothing to offer. I got nothing.
Yeah,
literally have nothing.
Yeah,
but hopefully, EB, that your street will be clear or
I know.
clearer
I'm desperate.
today.
I got to get out of here, man. I just want to go somewhere and get a sandwich or something. Just get out of here.
They want to make it for you. I know that. They want that money coming in the door.
What's going to go on at the house today after the show?
Me?
Yeah.
I'll probably. It's going to be.
Are you going to go shovel? Are you going to clean off the driveway at all? Clean off your sidewalk?
Minimal, but mostly I'll probably practice putting. You don't know this, but I put my net and my mat and everything in my garage so I can hit golf balls in my garage.
Right.
I'll probably lift. I'll hit the sauna.
Did you say it's a me day? Like that's different than any other day?
Yeah, it's going to be a me day.
Like it's different.
All about me.
So who's going to shovel?
I mean, Dee and I shoveled twice yesterday. I'm not going to go out there and break my neck.
Okay, so you did. All right. I didn't know that you actually got
went out there twice, but listen, it snowed more. It's probably a couple inches more. We'll do a little peripheral stuff, but I'm not going to go out there and get a heart attack. I'm not going to go out there and have a stroke trying to make it look pretty.
By the way, I definitely made a concerted effort to take breaks while I was shoveling. Like I'd shovel for 10 or 15 minutes, go in, take a sip of Gatorade in the garage, take 5 minutes. Like, I'm with you, dude. I do not want to be that. I don't want to be the cliche, the guy who died in his driveway shoveling dumb
You're
snow.
not going to die. I mean, come on.
People do it all the time, every single day.
They say the cold naturally constricts your blood vessels.
Right.
And then you go out there, you overexert yourself, and next thing you know, you're stroked out.
Next thing you know, you're prone on your driveway, and there's an ambulance coming to get you. Or, God forbid, the coroner is coming to get you.
But trust me, I don't work that hard. I go slow. I just kind of push it around a little bit. Nobody's going to die doing what I'm doing.
Yeah. Yeah, there's
That I
not
can
that
promise.
much exertion.
Yeah. That I can promise.
Well, look, I don't need it to be completely cleared off. I just want to be able to walk out of my garage onto my driveway. Right now, you can't do it without tripping over 6 inches of ice.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you guys have enough salt? I mean, we have a little.
I got a
bit.
big
So
bag.
much salt.
I got a big
Oh,
bag
you
of
do?
salt. Yeah.
Got
you
all
guys
of
are
it.
loaded up. All right,
I
good.
got 3 big containers. I'm
But you
ready
know
to
what?
go.
I put it all over my driveway. It didn't help.
No.
I put it all over my driveway on Saturday. It didn't help.
I mean, it can't help when you got 10 inches.
Right. That's my point.
Yeah. But you can put it on now, right? Like at least it'll give you some grip, if nothing else.
Maybe I will, but I just
Don't people put sand sometimes on top?
Yes.
Sometimes,
You
yeah,
put
for
sand.
traction. You got
Yeah,
traction.
you need a little
DB.
traction. Exactly.
Need
But
that.
apparently sometimes the salt doesn't work in certain temperature. So
if it's below 25, they say it
that's
doesn't
what I
work.
heard.
Yeah.
If it's at 23 or 25, the salt won't work.
That's where you need to get the beet juice. Pour it on your driveway. I heard that. I heard that's a thing.
Right.
I hate
Right.
beets, but if the juice helps melt the ice away, serves a purpose.
Well, you got to buy a lot of beets to clean your driveway. That'd be quite a few beets.
I will go the rest of my life without eating a disgusting, gross beet.
I'm with you.
Beets are the worst vegetable on the planet.
Oh, by the way,
It's not even
did
close.
you guys get the edible pie delivered to your house?
No.
they're supposed-
I got mine.
You got yours through the snow and the ice?
Well, it came on, hold on, what's today? Today's Monday. I think it came on Saturday. I got
What
an apple
flavor?
pie.
What flavor?
Apple pie. Unbelievable.
Delicious. American standard.
I figured you guys got yours too.
I have not. I've not seen a pie arrive on my doorstep.
Oh, okay.
By the way,
Sorry about that.
Jason, I'm getting my buddy Doug giving thumbs up to Black Rabbit.
All right, good.
Somebody else hit me up on Venmo. Eric-Bickle-3.
Yeah.
And said Black Rabbit good.
Okay, good.
So there you go.
All right, good. So I can go forward with Black Rabbit, episode 2 today.
Yes.
I think you'd like it. You like Jason Bateman, right? Bateman's awesome.
I like Jason Bateman.
Yeah, Bateman's
He
awesome.
plays Jason Bateman all the time, but I know
he plays the
Jason
same
Bateman.
guy.
He
playing
plays the
Jason
same
Bateman.
guy, but he's great to watch. He really is.
He is. He's entertaining.
Yeah.
All right, you know what's not entertaining? This is a quick segue.
Mm-hmm.
EB is wearing a Terps hoodie. I'm going to give you guys a quick math quiz.
Oh.
The Terps, the Hoyas, and the Wizards have played a combined 84 games this season.
Okay.
What's their combined record in those 84 games?
All right, hold on.
Without cheating, give me their combined record.
All right,
I don't know,
you said Terps, Hoyas,
Terps,
and
Wiz, Hoyas.
I'm going to say like 25 and 55 or something like that.
I'm going to say
something like that.
Mm-hmm. Jason's doing his quick math.
I mean,
I'm going to say 30 and 60.
I think EB's a tad closer.
Oh.
Those three teams, this is how bad basketball is in D.C. right now. 28 wins, 56 losses.
Yeah.
And the Terps lost to Michigan State.
Well,
I'm
they didn't
sure
just
you didn't
lose.
watch it.
They
It was
didn't just lose.
It was just a bloodletting.
Yeah, it's been a bad year.
Like it was like men amongst boys.
Yeah. I didn't watch much of it.
What has happened to the Terps?
I mean, the only thing you could say
They
is
don't score, and they can't stop anybody.
well, they just don't have the talent. He
Yeah.
got hired kind of late.
Right.
Willard left him a little bit in a jam. So they every school now has to just, recruit 10, 12, 15 new players every year. They're no different, but they got a little bit of a late start. I'm just going to give him the benefit of the doubt. He's got a great class coming in next year. Let's see. I think Buzz Williams is a proven commodity as a coach.
Yeah.
So you should
They'll
see
be
a
much better
market-
next year.
You should see a market difference, but it hasn't gone unnoticed that this is possibly the worst Terp season ever. Like ever.
And it's not much better at Georgetown, even though they got a win against Providence over the weekend. They're 10-10.
Well, Providence
They're
is
the
bad.
best of the three units that
Yeah.
I mentioned.
Did you see the back and forth between, well, it wasn't really back and forth, just the post-game quick discussion with Kevin Willard and Danny Hurley? I don't know what their relationship is, but
Is it Frosty?
they didn't look like they liked each other.
I'm sure they don't. They probably hate each other's guts.
But the Terps got to play Purdue coming up, I think, this weekend. Now,
Well, I think they have one win in the Big Ten, right? I mean, it's unbelievable.
Yes,
One win.
Yes.
And-
They
and,
beat Penn State.
Like most of the losses are like 15, 20. Michigan State
Yeah.
losses like 40-plus points. Like just abysmal.
Yeah.
Like
And I
not
don't-
competitive.
I don't know if it was AI, but did you see the picture of Buzz? Was it AI Cakes where he's flexing in front of his teammates
I
before
did
the
see
game?
it. I don't know if that's AI or not. It looked pretty real, but again, it's hard to.
I don't know
hard
what's
to
real
discern
anymore.
AI. I'm gonna say
Yeah.
I'm gonna lean real.
I thought it was real, but you never know.
He's got some good triceps. I'll give him that.
I mean, the guy looks good, but
ripped.
nobody cares about that.
Nobody cares about how many books
We
he's
wanna be
read or
competitive.
how ripped he is.
Right.
No one cares.
No, they want wins.
Right.
But if you are kind of rooting for the local teams, certainly once the conference tournament start and maybe even the NCAA tournament, George Mason, although they had a tough loss to Rhode Island on the road, which I believe was their first loss in the A10. And then GW, they're 13-7. George Mason's 18-2. So there's a couple teams to kind of look out for.
And hey, at least the Wiz, they're doing their job. They got the memo. 9 straight L's. Worst record in the NBA. So that top pick is top 8 pick is secure.
And
you
Cakes,
don't need to sweat that at all.
Remind me of the I didn't pay attention to the last couple games of the Caps. I think they lost to the Oilers, but
they
maybe
lost in overtime to the Oilers,
so they got
that's
a point
and they beat the Flames. I think it was 3-1, if memory serves correct. I think that was the final in Calgary. So 3 points in their last 2. They'll take that after the stretch they'd been in.
Yeah, I see they got 57
Cakes.
points.
I know you want to just bang out a couple of these calls real quick?
Yeah.
You know what, we'll do them next. When we come back, we'll leave a line or two open. We'll give people a chance to win a pair of tickets to go see the Washington Capitals for an upcoming game. And we'll close out a snow day with some of your calls at 800-636-1067. We're the Junks on the Fan. We'll be right back. You're going to score a pair of tickets to see the Washington Capitals Monday, February 2nd, as they take on the New York Islanders. All fans in attendance will receive an exclusive hat designed by Capitals forward Pierre-Luc Dubois, courtesy of the Washington Capitals. So 10th caller right now, you will win. 800-636-1067 is the number. So call now. Do that.
Do it.
By the way, Jason, I'm seeing, we had Tucker on last week. We also had Doug on, Doug Kammerer, Tucker Barnes from Fox 5, Doug from Channel 4.
Yep.
Tucker's already putting the Euro model for next weekend. It's a big effing storm.
It's a big one. Oh,
I mean,
when's it supposed to come? When's it supposed to come in?
I don't know. It says Saturday, 11 p.m. Looks like kind of like the epicenter right around us.
Hey, Valdez, should we keep our Comrexes here, or do you need us to bring them back tomorrow? What do you think? What's the best move?
That's a question for Boss Man.
Okay.
Well,
right.
whatever Comrex you give me Cakeses, and you can have
the
mine.
one that actually works.
Yeah.
What is it, Jason? When
Yeah.
you look at the map and you have the big swirly thing over all,
Swirly? What do you mean swirly thing?
The big whatever storm.
Yeah.
Is purple snow? What are the colors?
Well, blue is usually the snow, and then the sleet's usually like the I don't know, purplish or pinkish color.
Okay.
And then
it
green.
looks like-
Then green, of course, is rain.
All right, so it looks like green over the water of the Atlantic, then it looks pink, and then it looks purple.
Yeah, the purple will be. I'm guessing that's either freezing rain or
sleet.
Or sleet.
So it's not going to necessarily be snow.
Usually snow's blue.
Okay, all right.
I mean, on the map.
I trust Jason here. Jason is the expert.
Yeah.
Unless purple is real heavy snow.
Yeah, I don't know. You're probably right.
You know what? I'll talk to my man DK today too. See what's up for next weekend. Why does it have to? Seriously, that's the worst possible time. Late Saturday night into Sunday, all day Sunday. That's the worst possible time.
By the way, my buddy Vinny has just texted me that the snow now weighs 1,000 pounds. Like, even though he went out and shoveled yesterday
this
3
snow
times.
is freaking heavy, EB. I hope you got a head start on it. hope Dina's back's nice and limber, ready to go. Hope she's good. Despite that tennis injury she came down with.
No, she's good. She's good. She shoveled. She shoveled like a good girl
She have like a
yesterday.
wrap. She have a wrap on her calf.
Nope. She just iced it, and she's good. She's a trooper.
Very good.
All right,
Smart.
are we playing a game here, Cakes?
No, we just did caller 10 to give away the Caps Islanders
BT
tickets.
Dubs. The lows starting tomorrow for the rest of the week. These are the lows. Now, this doesn't factor in wind chill. Okay? 8, 9, 8, 9, 12, and 16. That's
Those are
all.
the next 5 or 6 days.
Those are the lows, and
Okay.
the wind chills will bring
Give me
them
the
down.
highs, man. Don't give me the lows.
All
Give
right,
me the
20,
highs.
26, 24, 22, 20, 24, 28.
Okay, it's not great.
It's a
but
little more palatable.
You're scaring us with those 8s and
But
9s
Jason-
and 12s.
Well, yeah, I mean, when the sun goes down, it's brutal.
All right, but when the sun is out, there will be some melt. Some.
I don't
Minimal.
know. I don't know how
I'm
much.
telling you, it does
how much?
happen.
How much is it going to melt if it's 20 degrees?
It will melt some.
I guess
Some.
if it's sunny out. Maybe if the sun's
Yeah,
out.
but we gotta have sun.
Man, I can't
And
wait.
I'm not sure. I think today it's going to be like partly cloudy, right? I'm not even sure there's going to be much sun.
Blustery and partly cloudy today, yes.
Right. It's brutal, basically.
But if there's another big storm next week, you know what? I quit if there's another big storm next week. I quit.
That's just it.
Yep, I'm out.
That's how we end it.
I'm just going to go down south somewhere. Just start driving south.
Hold on, this could impact my plans to go to the Caps Hurricanes game
Which
next
day?
weekend.
Which day is that?
I think it's next Saturday.
Dude, you got another storm coming in.
The Hurricanes are coming in.
Yeah, right.
There is a storm coming in, AB. A snow hurricane.
Valdez, did all the lines clear out, like D Woods and all them, or are they still there?
Yeah, they're still there.
All right, you want to bang them out real quick?
Yeah, sure.
Let's go to him. All right, let's go to D Woods on line 2. I don't know where he is, if he's in
think he's in
Atlanta
the
or he's back
ATL.
here in the DMV. D.
What's up, fellas?
Hey,
Happy
D.
snow day.
Happy snow day. Just to let you know that the Hennessy Mini that you gave me, my son commandeered that, and he mixed it with some.
As he should.
some
As he
Coke
should. I
Zero
hope
and
he
Hennessy.
enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was strong, but it was good.
Nice. Hey, Cakes, I was going to say, if you have a heart attack, shoveling snow, you live like 5 minutes away from a hospital, so it'll be like a 5-minute drive. But if you die, you can still go to the hospital, but it's like a 5-minute drive to the morgue. So either way, you'll be taken care of. They'll just throw you like in a
If I'm
freezer
dead,
down there.
I won't care. I'll just be dead.
Yeah, you won't care.
Yeah.
Hey, so Bickle, I heard you over here talking about how you just want to get out. So what would you rather? Would you rather be snowed in and everything be open and you can walk to it, or be down here in Atlanta where we have nothing on the ground and the entire city is shut down?
Why?
Nothing's open.
You didn't get any ice?
Because so we got ice Saturday, and they predicted we were going to have more ice yesterday, but none of it came, and they closed all the schools, all the government, every bar in the city was closed. Everything was closed yesterday.
You probably, as a longtime listener, you know this, that when we went to I think it was our first Super Bowl trip was in Atlanta many, many moons ago.
Ice
And
storm.
They had an ice storm, and it paralyzed the entire the whole city.
They are so afraid that somebody going to slide down Peachtree that they shut the city down. So,
unbelievable.
Yeah, so literally we'll see today, like maybe this afternoon around 1, 2 o'clock, they'll start opening things up. But for the past day and a half, everything's been closed.
Wow. Wow. All right, D, thank you, buddy.
Be safe down there,
Hopefully
buddy.
you get out and about.
Yeah.
All right, later, guys.
I just think like those cities like Atlanta, Dallas, they just don't have the
No,
infrastructure.
they don't know how to handle it,
They
right.
just they can't handle it. We were in Dallas.
We can barely
during the ice
handle it
storm,
up
and
here.
People were losing their minds. They had like 3 plow trucks for the whole city.
Yeah.
Why are we always in ice storms, Cakes? We're always in ice storms.
I don't know. It's you know what? It's just
You're
our
right.
luck.
Because we were one in Dallas, too. There was
Correct.
a debacle.
Yep.
How
How
did we get in or out of Dallas when they have an ice storm?
I think we landed before it hit, but then we were there, and it hit those 3 or 4 days we were staying there.
We had the blizzard in Miami or Fort Lauderdale, whatever that was.
Oh, we had the Atlanta storm. Didn't
No,
we
we
have
were
one
in
in Atlanta?
Indianapolis one year, but you expect snow in Indianapolis, like in Indiana.
Right.
You
But-
expect
but
that
we
to
had a
happen.
storm in Atlanta.
Right. That's
Yes.
bizarre.
Yeah.
Atlanta,
That's when
Dallas.
you were throwing burgers at homeless people.
You just have good luck that way. Just follow us
Well,
around.
he was hungry. He looked hungry.
You fed him.
I had to hook him up a little bit.
All right, we have to get out of here. It's been a good snow day. Hopefully, we're
All right,
all
I'll see
in
you
the
guys
same
tomorrow,
studio
boys.
tomorrow. B. Mitch and Finley coming up
Be
next
safe.
here on The Fan.
He's like, me, Matt, Bishop, and B. Mitch are all making it in. And what do all four of you gentlemen do? Live in Virginia.
Yeah.
I'm at home. I'm in Bethesda. Listen, this is not the long-term answer because the kids are home. My wife is home. My house is very small. I'm going to make it in tomorrow, B. Like, I will see you tomorrow, sir. But whatever, we're going to be all right today.
Oh, yeah.
My street is just completely untouched. So,
do you have a what's called that thing? Homeowner association?
Nah.
Oh, okay. Because like if you had one and them streets wouldn't touch, that's when you get a chance to walk in there and just get on their ass, man. Let them know how you feel. Hell yeah.
Nah, man, we're just at the whims of Montgomery County, which largely, I don't know. I'm gonna stop talking before I cause some trouble. I'd say not the most effective county in all of America.
I'm with all that.
But the storm. It was significant. It never stopped. I shoveled twice, and you could barely tell from what's out there now. I salted, you know what I mean, and you could barely tell from what's out there now.
That little top layer is what's the problem, though. Like, when you go out there, because when I went out this morning to go in mine, I have those two garages. The wind blows everything in between those two. So when my garage door came up, I said, this is not going to work because this is about 18 to 20-something inches. How it blows everything right there. So what I did, I just shoveled it down to get to a certain level, and I backed out, and I turned it and floated it out to the road.
So how much?
The sidewalk out front yesterday. And then
That's a lot.
Then I did that walkway from my house to my other garage. But this morning, I basically did about let's say, 14-foot and about 8-foot wide path to back the truck out and get started to go down. And then I think it's this dude coming over with a truck who's going to plow one side of the driveway today. So, because I figured if all the other roads are clean, they're going to want to get out the house. So I may as well get the thing plowed because if they didn't care to get out the house, I didn't care to plow because I just drive across. I don't care.
Yeah, the problem, I think the plows will hopefully come through today. I do have a buddy, and I won't say his last name, my neighbor Joe, who, you'll appreciate this, B. He's got like a street, he's got like a bootleg plow. Like he just has like a real souped-up Wrangler with, like, big snow tires on it and his own snowplow, and he just kind of cruises around the neighborhood and plows certain streets. But he said, like, when the real plows come, he has to kind of, like, put the car back in his garage because I guess that's illegal. Maybe that's only illegal in the People's Republic of Montgomery County, but apparently it's illegal here.
So my whole thing is, in other words, if you have the capabilities of getting yourself and some of your neighbors out and about to go do stuff, it's illegal because you got to wait on some lazy ass people that are in the political aspect, so they take all day with red tape to get something done.
Yeah, dude, you often tell me this to try to like think big picture, so I'm trying to. I think they were focused on the big roads, the Beltway, 270, whatever.
That's why the neighborhoods should be able to take care of themselves. If you can, do it.
Lawyers and insurance companies, dude. Lawyers and insurance companies. I wonder. So, shout out to our crack team, but I guess I'm part of it. Landfill not in, Jeff not in. At least White Brian's working from home.
Mm-hmm. Like are you surprised by the first two you named not being here?
Hold on. On the Monumental feed, why did Joey just show my empty chair? That's kind of messed up, Joe.
Hey,
I'm
man,
streaming, baby.
Listen, hey, I'm not surprised Landfill didn't come in, and I damn sure am not surprised that I noticed one thing. Everybody was commenting on our text thread. One person never commented at all. That told me
Jeffrey.
everything I need to know.
I don't think we've heard from Jeff in a couple days now that you
I'm
mention
just
it.
saying, I do.
Apparently Jeff has a snowplow business himself. Are you aware of this? Little Benny Top made me aware of this.
I heard that he was telling us. You forgot he was telling us this on Friday about he had a thing and one of his sister or his niece boyfriend was like, I can borrow that, and then now the guy said, you come in and we could do this. Well, my whole thing, if you got snowplow business, you should be able to ply yourself out, right?
Yeah, this should be making money.
There we go.
This is a cash. All right, the last text from Jeff was Friday at 2:30. This is Monday, and like generally during football games, we're all texting each other all the time.
Yeah.
And here we are. Haven't heard from Jeff in a minute. Jeff said proof of life, man.
Yeah, man,
Worried about you, dog.
We want to know you're okay because we're going to still talk trash about you, but we're going to make sure you're okay.
He probably discovered ice fishing.
Shout out to little Benny Top.
Ben said he's ice fishing.
Ben said, B. Mitch, this is the first time he's ever run the board for us. So congrats, Ben. We're happy to have you.
All right, Ben.
Let's do it.
How long have you been working now, Ben? Like 48 straight hours?
Well, I was at the hotel for 2 nights, so if you count that as working by being bored in the hotel all day, sure.
No, that don't count as work, dog. That's rest.
You seem weirdly anti-hotel. I like being in hotels. Why are you mad about the hotel?
I'm not mad about the hotel. It's very nice. It's just, it's tilting being in a hotel room for that long. You're just bored with your thoughts all day. So I went.
Go downstairs in the lobby.
Go for a walk. Get a beer.
I did the treadmill for 90 minutes.
Man, you better make some better decisions. I mean, that's your problem. You're making the wrong decisions. Man, you gonna be at the hotel for 2 or 3 days. You should have came in with a bottle. Be ready to rock, dog.
I went and watched the game and got a beer yesterday.
Beer.
Ben?
You been there for 2 nights.
Can I ask a personal question, Ben?
Sure.
You have a girlfriend, right? You told me that.
Yep.
And you live at home, right?
Correct.
And she lives at home, right?
She lives at my house right now, actually, at home.
With your parents?
Yes.
Why the hell isn't your girlfriend in this hotel for 2 nights? Enjoy yourself. Treat yourself, brother.
Dog, I wasn't sure if Valdez and I were going to be separate or not. That was the issue.
Dog, you're going to get your own room, man. Goodness gracious.
I don't know. This is the first time anyone has paid for me to be in a hotel.
Listen.
It would have been real funny if they were in the same room.
If you're going to be staying at the hotel to make sure that you're here to keep the station running, you can demand that you have your own room, dog.
Yeah,
at least.
Next
time, yeah, come on, dog. Or just
Ben,
call me and JP. We'll make sure you're taken care of.
Hold on, Ben. It's the Homewood Suites you're staying at, right?
That's right.
So you got a suite. You got a bedroom, a living room, a little kitchen. You could have had an apartment with your girlfriend without your parents around. What are you doing? Tell her to get on the subway. Is the subway running?
I know. All right, don't. Next time it happens, it'll be a freak show over there.
Oh boy!
Now all of a sudden, if that's the case, Jeff's going to start volunteering. I'll take the hotel.
They offered it to him, I think.
Oh boy!
We also have Heavy Metal Chris. Good morning, Chris.
Chris came in on the subway.
Yeah, what's up, man?
How was the subway running?
It was terrible. I got there when it opened at 5 a.m. It opened at like 5:03 or something a.m. my station, and the first train.
Where do you get on? Fort Totten?
I was at Cohai, Columbia Heights.
Okay.
And which is Green Line, so it comes straight here, all underground, which would be great. But the first train didn't arrive till 6:22, so I just sat around freezing my butt off for about 80 minutes in that train station. It was awful.
That's early, dog.
Well, I was doing junks this morning. I was coming in for junkies this morning. That's why. So.
Oh, all right. When did Cohai become a thing? When did we start calling?
Hey man,
Columbia
people don't like to say the whole thing. Everything is short these days.
Cohai is new to me, B, but I'm out of touch. I'm an old white dude. I'm washed. So, all right, we are up on the stream. White Brian's streaming us from home. He's got us up there. We're up on Monumental. Snow Day graphics are dope,
Yep.
Joey. Well done there. I am in my bedroom.
In your bedroom? Why you not in your little room? Are the kids took over that?
Well, like, the kids are everywhere. I'm trying to be in a place where the kids don't need to come into. And they'll come up with a reason why they need to come into any room. So my bedroom, there's none of their stuff in here. I'm like cordoned off. I'm in a bunker up here, basically. We'll see how it goes.
All right, let's just go with it. Over under 2 times that one of the 2 come in.
1.5 would be my number.
1.5, all right? 1.5.
I think the little one, so Lauren just sent me a picture. They're downstairs watching, and Lauren said they think it's really cool and that I'm not allowed to go back. They want me to work from here all the time now. And my little one, when I was setting everything up, was so on one of the two streams there was like the little, there was like return video, like I could see myself basically.
Yeah.
And so when she saw that and was like, she just started dancing because she thought it was really cool to be on the computer. So we'll see, dude. I would expect she comes in. Did we ever get an official measurement from Dulles Airport?
No, I don't.
Because
even last night when I was looking on TV, it didn't even pop up. Dulles didn't pop up because it was national, BWI, and then some other spot, but Dulles did not pop up. Why? I don't know.
Amelia Draper is going to join us in about 15 minutes. Maybe Amelia will know that. We'll certainly ask her. Also, kind of, are we done for a while? Like piece of advice over the years that you're only going to argue about things once, right? Yeah. That like if something happens, I'm only arguing about it once.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it.
I am done shoveling until it's the last time I shovel. I only want to shovel one more time. I shoveled twice yesterday, and it made no impact. So, like, I'm going to shovel today, presumably, but I don't want to have to shovel again. You know what I mean?
I understand.
So that's my biggest
Don't
question.
worry. You're not going to be shoveling anymore over this next 4 or 5 days. Because I saw Doug, something he said about another storm, something about Sunday.
Get out of here with that.
I just saw that. I saw him last night when he was on, and he mentioned he had like on his little weekly the predictions on that Sunday. They had something about storm.
Dude, I'm looking right now. Next Saturday and Sunday. Now this is just like the Apple weather joint on my phone. It says 80% chance of snow next Saturday and a 75% chance of stuff on Sunday.
See, I don't just make this stuff up, Jay. I pay attention.
So at some point we'll open the phones and just let people complain about snow or say they enjoy it, whatever they're into. But like for everybody that gets so hype about snow and I love snow and it's so beautiful and blah 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 blah. Now is when it sucks. Like wait till Wednesday when it still sucks. You know what I mean? Give me 89 and humid all the time over this stuff.
Really?
I can handle the heat, baby. I'm a hot tamale, B.
I like the snow when it's just coming down. But once you start adding the sand and the salt, garbage.
And the sleet and the freezing rain and everything else that was happening.
Yeah, it was a little different yesterday. It was a little different.
But it was, so I was sledding with the kids at various times, and we ended up we were right by Papa's house, B, right next to my boy KB's house, and the hill was perfect, and the kids were doing it themselves, and it was a good crew. It wasn't too crowded. And, Brian, by far the most enjoyable snow activity yesterday was I got to stand there and drink beer with my boy Kevin, and the kids just sledded.
Mm-hmm.
And they were happy, and everybody was good. And Lauren got like an hour to herself in the house, and that was the highlight of my snow day yesterday. What would it take to get you on a sled, B?
I'm not going out there. It's too damn cold. I mean,
when the girls were little and you got big snowstorms, would you go out with them?
No, they go do what they got to do. But I'm not going out there. My whole thing is, bro, if they can go enjoy themselves, you don't have to worry about nothing. I don't have to be out there getting cold with them.
So
I wouldn't go and get paid.
When Bria was like 7 and was like, "Daddy, come on, let's go play in the snow."
Nah,
what would you say?
Bria probably like she gonna go right out there outside in the yard and make a snowman or something. But she not going to try to ski. I mean, sled and all that.
What about the other girls?
They didn't care about all that. Listen, bro, my kid's danger was getting thrown in the air and having to have somebody catch you.
Cheerleading and tumbling and all that.
That was their danger. So, hey.
Well, there was a lot of football yesterday. And
yes, it was.
I'm trying to be. It's the Super Bowl, so of course we're going to watch it. Like I love the Super Bowl. I will be very into the Super Bowl. But Seahawks, Patriots, you have the 1 seed in the NFC, the 2 seed in the AFC. We've gotten used to the Niners, the Eagles, a ton of star power with those teams. We've gotten very used to the Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, Andy Reid, Taylor Swift. Like, we've gotten used to these mega event Super Bowls, and this one kind of just feels like a football game. Is that fair? Does that seem like? Does this matchup have you fired up, B?
It does. Anytime I got a matchup, because what I'm looking at now is the defenses seem to be the leading aspect of this thing. Sam Darnold now got me a little fired up because I think now you got to give him a little credit, bro. The man stood up. So, dude, and he's been doing it a lot this year. You listen to him yesterday. He basically had and not what he's become now. Because yes, he faltered last year, but this year, dude seemed to be standing up. He's not faltering, and Sam Darnold was on yesterday, dude.
He was really good. And Jackson Smith-Njigba, he doesn't have the name brand value of Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase yet. Puka Nacua.
Why not?
He's the best receiver in football. Dude.
You look at him the last 2-3 years.
He was the best receiver.
He's done enough to already have that. I think what it is, once we get somebody there, we always want to say, well, the person isn't it yet. You just watch his play. My question was, why in the hell is he always open? Do they not understand? I know they were lining him up, and I'll say the coordinator of the Seahawks was lining him up in the backfield, slot all over the damn place. When he lined up in the backfield, it's as if the Rams forgot that he was on the damn field.
Darnold yesterday, 25 of 36, 346, 3 touchdowns. Jackson Smith-Njigba, 10 catches for $153 and a touchdown. How about the one-handed joint JSN made on the sideline? That was such an outrageous catch, and he did it with such ease. Now, the Rams were really good, too. Stafford was excellent. 22 of 35, 374, 3 touchdowns. Puka was balling 9 for 165. Devontae Adams had 4 catches for 89 yards. Both of those receivers had a touchdown. I was surprised how much the Rams got away from the run game in the second half. The Rams were bad on third down. They were 1 of 8 on third down. You got to credit Seattle's defense. Seattle's defense does some really exciting stuff. Eventually, we got to get to the Commanders' defense coordinator situation, and I continue to land in a spot where I continue to become cooler and cooler with Carl Scott, and especially a lot of these other dudes aren't available anymore. We'll get to all that. But, B, I couldn't help. The entire game swung on one thing, and it was special teams. The Rams' special teams been up and down all year. You muff a punt deep in your own territory after forcing a punt.
Did he muff the punt, or did he just fall and the punt hit him?
Have you ever seen a punt return like that? That was god-awful.
I've never seen a guy trip right at the point of catching it. But I saw him in one of the games earlier this playoff where he had the ball bounce off his chest. So they I don't know.
They finally pulled him after that.
Yeah, and they should have. You get to a point where you got to care about everybody. You got to start thinking about everybody else. And listen, everybody gets into where they have a game like that a little bit. But the first one that bounced and he had to jump on it, and then the next one he trips, he can't be on the field. He's a black cat that day.
Yeah, totally. In the NFC Championship, see ya. All right, we're just getting warmed up on B. Mitch and Finley. We got a great show lined up. David Aldridge is going to join us at 11. We're going to talk to John Walton, voice of the Caps, at noon. Coming up next, Amelia Draper, meteorologist for NBC4, will join us, see if we got any chance of this snow going away, or, God forbid, more snow is coming. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. You mentioned Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Shout out to all the folks hanging with us on the YouTube stream. My man James Jones just said what's up. What's up, James?
What up, James?
Appreciate everybody hanging on Monumental Sports Network. Get an inside view of my bedroom. This is where the magic happens, B.
What you mean? You go to sleep?
Obviously, snow, ice, sleet, freezing rain, whatever fell from the skies has severely impacted the D.C. area. Helping us make sense of it all is our friend Amelia Draper, meteorologist at NBC4. Amelia, thank you for making time. I'm guessing you've been very, very busy. How you doing? Oh, we're waiting to get Amelia on the phone. Okay. The weather stuff is just crazy, man. And you know one thing I've realized, B?
Yeah.
And now your neighborhood, honestly, it might make more sense in your neighborhood because you got big driveways and stuff. But I live in like a regular little neighborhood where houses are kind of stacked up on each other.
Mm-hmm.
When I was in like middle school and high school, we used to go around and just knock on people's doors and offer to shovel and then make some cash.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem to happen. At least it hasn't happened in my neighborhood yet. Maybe kids will walk around today.
Yeah, because we don't allow our kids to go do it. We made our kids softer. Look, when you were young, your mom and dad probably like, hey, we can make you some money. We take care of all that. Kids don't have to go work and do nothing.
Joining us now is Amelia Draper. Amelia, I bet you've been working, 2-3 days straight.
Non-stop.
So I appreciate you making time for us. How you doing?
Of course. I'm doing great. I mean, I feel like I was thinking every time I talk to you guys, it's about cold and snow, whether you're going to cold and snow for sports or we have like a snowstorm.
Yeah. Well, when we get to the spring and there's like a stretch of awesome weather for a week, we need you back then. Because I look forward to that time.
All right. Let's mark that on our calendar and we can celebrate.
Is this is this just cold weather now, or do we have to be bracing ourselves for another storm coming up soon?
Okay, so word is out. There's the potential for another storm this upcoming weekend. Something we're going to keep, obviously, a really close eye on. So here's the thing. I think by now you guys may have heard people talk about like different kinds of computer models that forecast the weather. There's the European model, which is always better typically because they put more money into it and it's updated more frequently than the GFS, the American model. The GFS had this snowstorm last week for this upcoming weekend, and we're like, we'll continue to monitor it. Plus, we have this one storm right now, so let's just get through this and we'll reassess. Then the last few days, the European model is now also hinting at this snow chance for Saturday and Sunday. So it's cold this week. At least we're going to have sun, though, so we can kind of get back to normal in some sense. But now we have the chance for another snowstorm next week. And
I couldn't be less happy to hear that.
I know.
That is not.
You're getting your workout on, Jay. All that shoveling you're doing.
God. My back's going to break, B.
I texted JP last night, B. Mitch, and I was like, I need a snow plow guy because my husband's car is plowed in and he has a broken arm. I'm like, I cannot do this. So
wow.
JP was like, yes, my snow guy is my back and it is broken. And I was like, that sucks.
I was gonna give, I won't say his name, I was gonna give your husband grief for not just shoveling. I didn't realize he's on the injured list.
She said that last time we were on with her, man. You don't be paying attention?
Yeah. Broken humerus high up, which is the worst. So it's he's very frustrated.
I bet, because he kind of can't even get out in the snow with your little boy then, really, right? You can't build a snowman with a broken arm. Oh, that's...
Yeah,
so
and we have
you
a
have
new
to work
puppy.
all the time and deal with that.
Yes. So but you know what? It's all good. But just looking at next weekend, some of the snowfall totals that are coming in right now. And again, this is you're looking at your apps and they're saying these snowfall totals that are crazy. So we're going to put out snowfall totals as we get closer to next weekend. But I think the same high impact event is looking likely. The snow moves in Saturday, it moves out Sunday, it looks to move in, maybe earlier now, kind of Saturday afternoon, evening. And then Sunday it winds down and we're talking about, roads are a mess. into the early part of the week. Schools are closed, like the exact same kind of impact that we saw with this last storm.
Well, at least see, I got plans next weekend. At least I'll be in a place where I don't have to go outside.
That's great. Where are you going somewhere warm?
No, I'm gonna be right here at the Marriott Marquis.
Okay.
I get to walk underground and walk over to the convention center. Come right up.
All right, there you go.
No, going to the Mardi Gras.
Oh, even better.
Fire.
I think the
the
establishments that are doing the best right now are the liquor stores. Because, I mean, some people need bread and milk, but everybody needs some wine and some brown liquor to get through these
You're right about that.
Oh, my gosh, for sure.
Talking with our friend Amelia Draper here, NBC4 meteorologist. All right, so yesterday, everybody knew the snow was coming. It started coming down late Saturday night. Did that storm over-deliver, under-deliver? Was it what you expected? Was it different? What'd you think?
I think it pretty much was right on track to what we said. The biggest challenge with the storm was the ice component, right? We just had hours and hours of sleet yesterday, which is pretty unusual for us. So if you went out and shoveled before 9, 10 a.m., it was a super light, fluffy snow. It was very easy to shovel. But then once we started seeing those sleet pellets fall, that is so heavy. Ryan Miller, another meteorologist here, did the math. A shovel full of sleet is 50 pounds compared to a shovel of light, fluffy snow that's 10 pounds or less. So that just makes the storm backbreaking. And then there are even some pockets of freezing rain, which we were talking about. Thankfully, we didn't have much in the way of power outages. So I think the storm, at first last week, it was looking like all snow. Then it looked like it was going to have some ice mixed in. I think what we could have done better, which was kind of impossible, but predict that a changeover to sleet earlier. We were thinking that would happen during the afternoon, but it happened during the morning. But, the impacts haven't changed. The roads, the side roads are a mess. Schools are closed, for the next few days. So, I think this storm, it's always hard to say meteorologists can pat themselves on the back. I feel like people laugh hysterically at that. But I think this one we did a pretty good job. And I have to stress, the next one, it's not a definite. It's not a for sure we're getting snow Saturday and Sunday, but the ingredients are there. The players are there. We just have to keep making sure that it looks like they're going to come together. Whereas the storm this weekend, it always looked like it was going to be here. It's just as we got closer, it looked like we were going to get some warmer air in that brought in that ice component.
Did we get the final total at Dulles Airport?
We did. Let me see here. Let me pull in. I was late getting to you guys because we were all yammering in the newsroom about how much snow and how everyone's drive-in was and how everything was doing, clearing the roads. So, yeah, I'm at work right now.
Are you?
We have a table full of McDonald's if anybody wants some.
That might get me in there. I actually thought. So you and I live pretty close to one another, and NBC4, the TV station's not far. It's like a 10-minute drive. I actually thought about trying to go there to do the radio show instead of my bedroom with my kids banging on the door. But the reason I didn't is because I have all these other computers set up for the stream and all this stuff, and everything needs to be an NBC computer within the building, and I knew I wasn't going to be able to get that fixed in the half hour I was going to give myself time-wise.
Right.
Are you driving to and from, or did you stay at the hotel? What did you do?
No, I'm driving to and from. I put the tarp on my car. That was amazing. I will do that all the time. I shoveled multiple times yesterday. I got in no problem, but I live kind of close to the main road, so I have no issues just driving past the neighborhoods. I mean, people are going to be stuck definitely today, if not tomorrow. And Dulles final total, 7.8 inches. Reagan National, nearly 7. BWI, almost a foot at 11 inches. Wow. And the other interesting thing is I was in here around the midday hours yesterday, and we would get snow totals of say we're reporting 8 inches. Then the sleet really started coming down, and they're now our snow depth has gone down to 6 or 7 inches. So the sleet compacted the snow down so much.
Yes, it did. I found it out this morning.
Yeah. Can you explain the tarp thing? Because I feel like I saw maybe Doug put that on Instagram. It seems like a really good idea, but what do you do?
Yeah, so all I did, I was like, Doug, we should try this out. And we both did, and it worked perfectly. We have a tarp to clean our leaves up in the fall. You put the leaves on, and you drag it to the road for collection. I literally put the tarp over my windshield and the roof of my car, and I just weighed it down. My son has a wheelbarrow that was perfect. I put that on the top of my car. and the snow piled up on that. I like went and kind of chopped up the ice and sleet this morning and just like pulled that off and took the tarp off, and I had like a perfectly clean car in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I hope I don't have to do that next weekend, but maybe it's tarp time, B.
Me too. Me too.
All right, so it's just going to be cold all week. You think kids go back to school this week?
I think it's very dependent. Like, I think Montgomery County, I think we're probably, saying like Wednesday, Thursday, we're going to be closed. I would be shocked just looking at, even like the neighborhood streets just for the plows to get through. Maybe the district gets back today. It's a smaller, area, and it's important for the kids to get in there. For other, like the before and after school lunches, they try to get the kids back in. I think like Fauquier, Prince William counties are probably going to be out for most of the week. I mean, I personally think everybody should be back by Wednesday, but
yeah,
we'll see.
I as I drove in this morning, Amelia, DC roads hadn't been really touched.
Yeah.
Virginia, I can see them going back because the roads are clean. But in D.C., when I saw more people stuck in Virginia, in D.C., just coming from Independence to here, than I even saw cars on the road in Virginia.
It's incredible, too. Like, I was driving around this morning. I had to run an errand. And you see, like, people must have been out. Maybe they had an overnight job or a shift, and they're coming home, or they parked their car somewhere. And it's like when you see people like driving into a flooded road and you're like, please don't do that. They would just like turn into their neighborhood that's like packed, like slushy snow that's a foot and a half deep. And I'm like, you are going to get stuck. I think I like passed more cars that had gotten stuck like that than cars were actually just free traveling on the road.
Man, Virginia gets stuff done. D.C. and Maryland, we chill north of the Potomac. We just kind of hang out, and we're just going to see how it goes. Amelia, thank you for the time.
Appreciate
Try to get
you.
some rest. I hope you're able to find somebody. Maybe my guy can come shovel for you.
Oh, he's coming. He said he's coming.
Great.
So
okay,
yeah.
Awesome, great.
All right, thanks, guys.
Well, I'm glad that worked out.
All right,
take care. Thank you.
You too. Bye.
That is the wonderful Amelia Draper joining us. Make sure you follow her on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, all that. She and Doug and lots of weather people.
They do a great job, man.
I feel like we've been getting plenty of really good information, not trying to sensationalize this thing. We got a poll question. We're going to ask the people, we'll ask the internet, did your street get plowed yet? We're doing that next. David Aldridge at 11. whatever else is out there. So it's a pretty simple question for these phone lines for our AAA Commanders MVP poll of the day. Did your street get plowed? The B. Mitch Finley AAA poll question of the day is brought to you by AAA. Get all the benefits of AAA plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets with the AAA Commanders MVP membership. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/Commanders. So we'll start with us, then we'll check the poll results. Brian.
Street, yes.
Your street got plowed?
Yes.
Are you Loudon or Fairfax?
I'm Fairfax. I'm right on the corner. I'm right on the line, though. But my street got plowed.
All right.
And then once you got out of my neighborhood, it was clean, baby.
My street, definitively not plowed. Now, I told you about my boy Joe that has a bootleg plow. He gave us one pass. So, like, it is a little bit cleaned up in the middle, but I'm not sure that, like, I don't think the county's been here at all. Strober's been living in a hotel. Metal Chris, have you been plowed at all?
Well, they plowed the front of my house a little bit, but that's not the issue because we all have garages on the back in our alley, and the alleys don't get plowed in D.C. That is not something they plow ever. And I can, like, shovel in front of mine, which I did yesterday, but I'm not shoveling all my 20 neighbors to get out of the alley, you know?
Yeah, when I lived in Northeast, it was similar.
Why wouldn't they plow where all the damn cars are?
Well, it's also where the trash pickup is. All our trash bins are in the alley, too.
That's
and you'd think for the trash trucks they would.
That is where you all do everything at. That is a place they should plow first.
I hear you. I wish they did, but they don't. They never do. It's not like this is just this time. They never plow. It's just something they don't cover with the plows, I guess. I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, some of those plows are like big trucks. Maybe they can't get back into the alleys, but if
the cars and the trucks get back there, they can get them damn plows back.
I have a pretty wide alley, too. Like, two cars can go past each other going each direction. So it's not like I have some real tight alley that I live on, you know.
When I lived in Northeast, it was similar. We had a back alley, but there was no way. Although maybe the trash trucks did come back that way. I don't even remember now. I also realized our AAA poll of the day wasn't, has your street been plowed yet? It was, who are you taking in the Super Bowl? We're going to have a much longer Super Bowl conversation.
We can add two of them.
Yeah, AAA won't mind. Do we have Kevin in Alexandria? Kevin, you're up, dude.
What up, Kev?
Has your street been plowed yet?
Well, let me start by this. B. Mitch, good to talk to you, man. I don't know if you remember me, Donnie Simpson Jr. I was on the dance floor. You're like, man, you can dance your ass off. Kudos to you and your wife, man. I don't know if you recall, man, but it's good to hear your voice.
Oh, yeah. How you doing, brother?
I'm good, brother. And JP, I haven't had the pleasure of meeting you yet, but my wall and pictures line the wall of the inside of the men's locker room in Congo. I'm out in Virginia now. I belong to two clubs, so at some point I'll meet you. But good to hear both of you on the voice.
Appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate it, man. How you doing driving around? Sounds like you're driving around.
Well, I'm cleaning out the back part of my driveway because they got out here early. And on a side note, I've got one of these commercial blowers, and I get out yesterday morning, and they always get to our streets early. Yes, I'm in Fairfax. They get to our street early. And unfortunately, I picked up my floor mats so they don't get chewed up, and my wife ended up putting it down. So what happens is the floor mat gets tied into the snowblower, and so I get outside and I start taking out the snowblower, and I ask my wife, hey, I got the whole thing out, cut it on for me, and she forgets to turn the snowblower away from me. So I drank a mouthful of like fire hydrant snow.
Oh,
I didn't get a chance to start blow to do my driveway. So, yeah, hey, Murphy's Law, man, it happens. Fairfax is good because VOD takes it seriously. You call them, they'll be out in a half hour.
Oh, yeah.
Not here. Not here, dude. Yo, if you're out and about and want to bring that commercial snowblower by, please feel free. Thank you for the call.
Anybody that has one, right?
Yo, anybody that wants to get all this stuff out of my driveway and walkway, please know that you're invited. Who else is invited is the Hall of Famer. David Aldridge will join us next, talking football, talking snow. Maybe we sneak in a little bit of hoops. Nobody go anywhere. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch and Finley.
They may have a house already on the house to check it out.
We have confirmed people do that, and what my wife does is you could just say, Alexa, put on 106.7 The Fan.
Mhm.
I believe we're going to be joined by David Aldridge, the Hall of Famer from the Athletic DC. DA, how are you, sir?
What's happening, fellas? How y'all doing?
Oh,
Y'all
man.
digging out all right?
Man, we out here running around outside, man.
You good?
Dave,
How'd it go with the
Dave,
snow,
you like
DA?
straight line, right? That's straight line.
Right. Man, I took 2 passes yesterday, first at 9 a.m. because they said do it as soon as you wake up while it's still snow. And that was hard. But, I mean, it was snow, so it was all right. I was able to move it. And then the second one, it took 2 hours off, did a second pass, and I said, I'm tired, y'all. I'm going to go watch these games. Man, I just did an hour. It took me an hour just to get the ice off my steps. Like an hour.
No.
Hey,
I'm not. DA, I was in the
different,
same
man.
boat. I did early at like 8:30, and that snow was so light. I almost could use I have like those like push broom things.
Almost like a broom, yeah. Mm.
But and then I did it again at like 3. I listened to the start of the AFC Championship game and was shoveling,
Right.
and that
Yeah.
was heavy duty. And I'm not looking forward to having to go out there this afternoon.
Oh, my gosh. It's not that it wasn't. I mean, I'm glad I did it yesterday because it wasn't that. It was only like an inch, but it's an inch of ice.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
It's just harder. It's just harder to chop it up, and then you gotta put it somewhere. You know. So,
See,
yeah,
fun.
yeah.
Every time something like this happens, I go outside, I keep going back to like, how the hell did I do this stuff? Like, I watched these guys play the football games yesterday, especially in Denver.
Right.
I used
right.
to enjoy cold weather like that. Now,
Right.
man,
I know.
I had
I
to
did
be
too.
literally crazy.
I used to love it. Used to love when it snowed. Not just because I stayed home from school, but I just like being out in the snow. It was fun. You'd throw snowballs and do all that. And now I just can't. I'm so old now.
DA, you're not lying, man. So what did you think of the games yesterday? We can start with Pats Broncos.
Yeah.
That weather rolled in, and both offenses were just completely
Anemic.
incapacitated, basically. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. You know what? It's funny. Like, I always loved the idea of cold weather football and January football. But then when you watch it, it's like it's not very good. It's not very compelling because nobody could do anything. You know what I mean? Like, neither team could do anything in the weather.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not their fault. I'm not blaming them. It's impossible to be productive in conditions like that. And so I guess, what was the real home field advantage for Denver when they couldn't move the ball either? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Depending on which direction you were going, because one direction you couldn't see, the other one you could see.
Yeah, so I just thought. I mean, it was a close game. So you watch it to the end. But I was just like, man, I would really like to see these teams actually playing football against each other. And it just it kind of took away from it for me a little bit. But hey, give New England credit. They went in there. They did what they had to do. They ran the ball effectively enough, and were able to. Their kicker made 1 field goal, and the Broncos kicker, who's really good, missed 2. Like I said, the conditions made it impossible, but that's the conditions everybody had to play in.
Early in that game, when they got down and they were 4th down, and they went for it,
the field goal.
and the guy was like, whoever was calling the game, like, they should go for it here. Yeah, Romo. He said, because this is the weather's going to get worse, and it's not going to be a high-scoring game. I think that was a major mistake in the game.
That was a mistake. Take the points in a game like that when you know that the weather's going to deteriorate rapidly, and they know. I mean, it's Denver. They've played in that stuff like that before. They know what it's like when the weather comes in. I remember a long time ago when I was with Turner. We did a baseball. I covered a playoff series, and it was the Rockies and the Philadelphia Phillies, and we did a game in Denver, and it was like 58. First pitch was 58 degrees. It was, it was a little chilly, but it wasn't bad at all. And you could literally see the weather coming. Like, you could see it in the air. You could see the clouds rolling in, and it dropped 35 degrees in half an hour. It was unbelievable. That's how fast it happens in Denver. They know that. It happens fast.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they should have kicked the field goal and taken the points and tried to ride it out with their defense.
Are you underwhelmed by the Pats making it to the Super Bowl?
No. No, I never. They earned it. They went on the road and earned it. I'm not.
They
gonna,
won 9 games on the road.
Yeah,
this year.
Yeah, exactly. They were undefeated on the road. I'm not going to denigrate that. No, not at all. I think good for them, good for Vrabel, good for Drake May. They went out there and earned it and got it. That's a hard place to win a game. Very hard place to win a game. So no, I'm not going to denigrate that at all. They've been a terrific team all season. They've played at a high level. The quarterbacks played at a high level. They did what you would like to see the Commanders do. They had a young quarterback who struggled his rookie year. They said, you know what? We got to help this fella out. They went out and drafted his left tackle, the fourth pick. They went and brought in one of the best offensive minds in McDaniels. Whatever you think of him as a head coach, he's a hell of an OC. They drafted a wide receiver in the 3rd round. They brought in Stephon Diggs. They drafted a running back. They did everything to help that kid, and they did. And they're in the Super Bowl. And his play leveled up because he had better people around him. And so that is credit to them. No, not at all. I give them full credit for having a sensational season. They had a really hard game at home against Houston. Same thing, same bad conditions, and they keep winning them games. You know what I mean? Like there's 2 teams out there playing, and the Patriots are the team that keeps winning those games in the bad weather. So, no, I give them all the credit in the world for it.
Well, DA, we saw the quarterback yesterday who, no matter how well he plays, people still knock him in Sam Darnold. Should the narrative change on him at this point? I mean, he hadn't won the Super Bowl, but hell, 2 years in a row he's won 14 games, and he's in it now.
He's in it. He's playing in it. So I mean, he's making it. Look, he played great last year.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You got to ask the Vikings what they were thinking. Like, he had a bad playoff game. Yes, he had a bad playoff game against the Rams. He was not good that night. But they decided that was enough to convince them that they had to go in a different direction. Okay, how's that working out for you? He's in the Super Bowl. What's your team doing? So
if you think about
I would say it worked out well for him.
Think about Tennessee chases off Vrabel, and Minnesota chases off Darnold, and now those 2 teams
both of them
are
are playing each other.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
The NFC game obviously had a lot more fireworks, a lot more offense. Was more entertaining. It's crazy that the lone real mistake in that game was I don't even know if we can call it a muff punt, just an incredibly bad job.
Trip up.
Yeah. And that makes all the difference in the game.
I felt bad for that guy because he was going to fair catch it. He wasn't trying to do anything with it. He was just trying to catch it, and he just misjudged. I guess the way the ball was coming down was a little over his head, and he tried to back up. And I know, Mitch, you've been in that situation. You just let the ball. You have to let the ball go. You don't want to, but you have to let it go, right? I mean, if you're not on balance, you can't.
Think about the other 2 things.
The only thing that can happen is bad.
If he lets it go, it could pop into the end zone, or it can even hit the ground and go the other direction, but you still have possession of the ball.
You have the ball. Yeah, and I know it's hard to do that in real time, and you're trying to make a play and help your team, and I get it. I felt bad for him. That's a tough way to go out. But Reek Woolen gave it right back to him. So I mean, he cost them 7, but they got 7 back. So I mean, it kind of worked out in the end. That was a great game. 2 great teams slugging it out. Really, really well played game. I don't know. I felt bad for Stafford just because you don't know how many chances he's going to have left. It's a unforgiving league, and he's, he played great. I thought, and you just hope that. It doesn't really matter to me if he gets another chance, but you just know time's not on his side, and he's been a really, really good quarterback for a long time.
Totally.
He has. With that, looking ahead now, I mean, we're 2 weeks out, right? And there'll be a million miles of discourse over the Super Bowl matchup. But the way the Seahawks are playing, man, they've been phenomenal all year. Their defense is playing great, but New England's defense is playing great too. What do you think of the matchup?
I think it's going to be terrific. Like, I'm looking forward to this because I think, again, if you look at the body of work over the course of a season, how could you say these aren't 2 of the top? If you want to say they're not the top 2 teams, you think Denver was better? Okay. You think I don't know if the Rams were better or Chicago, but these are two of the top 3 or 4 teams in the league. Like, I don't think you can rate them any lower than that. So you're getting a matchup of 2 really excellent teams, 2 really well-coached teams, 2 good defenses, 2 good quarterbacks. They both can run the ball, pretty well. I'm excited about it. I really am. I mean, I think this is going to be – I don't know how it's going to be. Like, I was going to say I think it's going to be a defensive game. Like, remember when the Patriots when they won the Super Bowl, was it the Rams they beat 14-10 or 10-7 or something like that? Yeah. I could see it being one of those type of Super Bowls, like a low-scoring, especially if, it is Santa Clara. They could have some weather out there. I've been out there for playoff games in January where it was pouring rain or snowing, or sleeting or whatever. So that weather does come in that time of year. So they could be playing. It could be sloppy, so I could see a defensive game, but watch it be 42-41. Predict these things. So.
Right.
That's how it goes.
Talking with our friend David Aldridge from The Athletic. You can give him a follow at David Aldridge DC. Check out all of his work in The Athletic. DA, locally, we're in this interesting holding pattern with the defensive coordinator search, and some of these more experienced guys that Washington had been linked to or even had interviewed have taken other jobs. Most recently, Jonathan Gannon got a new job. He won't be here. We know Ulbrich won't be here. What do you make of the pace and maybe the options Washington has at D coordinator at this point?
Well, you would you'd like to think that if they were going to if they fired Joe Witt, in part because of lack of experience, as much as I like Al Harris, and I do, I'm not sure how you can bring Al Harris in because he doesn't have any experience as DC either. You know what I mean? I think he's really good, and he will be a really good DC, but the particular circumstances of Dan Quinn's employment, I think, require him to bring an experienced guy in here. So you'd like to think it's Raheem Morris at this point, right? I would think that's who they're looking at, but who knows? The cycle is weird this year because there's just so many openings, and there's guys who are, been on staffs that went deep into the playoffs that had to get eliminated before they could get interviewed. So, it's not like a panic situation, but I do think you want to get this resolved before the Super Bowl, right? You've got 2 weeks here to kind of get this, because they don't like it when you announce news during the Super Bowl week. So, I would like to think this week is when you get this done.
Could this week be a week? Because, normally maybe they're waiting for somebody on one of those staffs. And
maybe.
And they wait for that bye week. Because during the bye week, when those 2 teams that make it to the Super Bowl normally allow their people to talk.
That's
right, they can talk.
So, people keep saying it, are they waiting on somebody on the other staff? I say I hadn't heard that, but I wouldn't say it either because now you spark somebody else's attention.
Yeah, no, it's tough, but I think you run the risk, continually waiting for somebody, you just run a risk of not getting the guy you want because you can't wait but for so long, So I would just think, I think they were waiting on Ulbrich to see what would happen there, and obviously he's staying there, I guess. So, I just don't think there's just not a lot of proven guys left. And again, I know it comes down to philosophy and personnel, and do you want a guy that wants to play more zone like Quinn likes to play? Okay, but I always go back to the great Bum Phillips quote about Don Shula. He said he'd take his'n and beat urine and take urine and beat his'n. You know what I mean? A coach got to adapt, man. You got to adapt to the personnel you got. Whatever you got is what you play in that year. You know what I mean? So I would like to think that they'll bring in somebody, because you can't overhaul the whole defense. You can add players to it, but some guys are going to be here playing next year that have played this year. So you got to find a guy that can take the group you've got and make them better. Totally. You know what I mean? So to me, that's the number one yardstick to me, not whether they like playing zone or quarters or whatever, or man, or they blitz a lot or they don't blitz at all. I don't really care about any of that. Can they make that group better?
100%.
Yeah, because you mentioned it talking about the Patriots, how after a rough rookie season for Drake, New England, they got really aggressive in free agency and made their team better. They got a new coach. They improved everything top to bottom. I think, listen, obviously it's a big offseason for Dan Quinn. It's a big offseason for a number of players. I think the most pressure's on Adam Peters. I think you got to get more aggressive in free agency, and that doesn't mean 36-year-old vets that can come in. The veterans he signed gave them something. Like, I'm not knocking that, but you need to add multi-year reinforcements, guys coming off rookie deals.
Yeah, no, I mean, you have to be more. It can't just look. They had a great run in 24. Every signing hit just about. I mean, every one of the guys they brought in played at a very high level, and the proof is they got to the championship game, right? And the exact opposite happened this past year. Everything went wrong. None of those guys had a great second year. So yeah, they got to get younger. And I mentioned Reek Willen. He's a free agent. I'll just put it this way. I know he made a bad mistake yesterday and almost cost him a game. Reek Willen can play for me. I'll tell you that right now. He can play for me. And a team that needs some cornerbacks, he can play for me. Okay? Yeah. So that's exactly the type of dude that I think you have to take a long look at in terms of how do you improve the defense. You bring in, I think he's 26, 27, a guy that's played at a pretty high level, and for whatever reason seems to be on his way out in Seattle. I would take, those are the types of guys that I'm like, all right, let's see if he can turn it around here. Guys like that can be with your core group. And I think there is a core group here of 6 or 7 guys that you're going to rock with for a while that you think can really help you, maintain what you've built here, what you're building here. But they need help. You can't just depend on 8 guys on a 53-man roster. You need like 15, 16 guys, and that's where they need to add. That's what they need to add.
And find a way to learn how to tackle. Yeah, because I've been watching these playoffs, and I've been watching some of these defensive backs. They bring it like they're linebackers, dog. And I know the rules have changed, but if they can do it, then damn it, we can do it.
Brian, it's unbelievable that you watch on national TV.
Yes.
on national television broadcasts of NFL games, I see defenses where linebackers shoot the gap. They tackle people in the backfield for a 5-yard loss. I see cornerbacks that never miss a tackle in the open space. They always get the guy down immediately. They're always coming with intentions, with bad intentions, with speed. I see defensive front fours not 6, not 7, 4, that get to the quarterback all the time. 4 guys. Yes. They don't blitz. They don't do nothing. They put the same 4 guys down every time, and they always get to the quarterback. I see it week after week after week, and I don't see it here.
Yeah, there's some pretty glaring things you see, especially watching football this weekend, how good all of those defenses were, and just the cleaner fundamentals. I mean, if you think about both of those games, it was the very few mistakes that turned it, right?
Just look at how the Broncos put Patrick Surtain out there and say, do what you want. You ain't complete no passes on him. Do what you want.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Okay. Gonzalez gave up one big play, and guess what? At the end of the game, who picked off the pass? And
oh yeah, he shut that down. Totally.
That's David Blau's brother-in-law we're talking about.
Right. You know what I'm saying? So every other team seem to draft cornerbacks that shut people down, shut opponents down. Crazy.
Yeah. DA, thank you for the time. Good luck.
Appreciate you, Dave.
Out, man.
All right, guys.
All right,
My pleasure.
Take care, man.
All right. That's our friend David Aldridge from The Athletic. You can give him a follow at David Aldridge DC. Let's dive into these matchups, what we saw yesterday, what we learned, what we know Washington's got to do better. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Sounds familiar.
He runs the. You would recognize him. He runs the officials' locker room.
Yes.
At Northwest. Jim is down at his house in Naples and just constantly sending me updates of how nice the weather is. Does he think that's helpful?
Nah, man.
Is that helpful?
That's just absolutely rude. That's what that is. That's rude.
That is rude,
Instead of sending pictures, send me a ticket.
Agreed. So, update from my neighborhood. I live, for the folks that are in the area, I live like off where Mass Ave where Mass Ave goes into Maryland, right before Mass Ave ends is kind of my neighborhood. So it's very hilly over here. We're not too far from the river. Very hilly. And my neighborhood specifically is a lot of little roads with like weird triangles all over the place. And I just got an update. A buddy of mine that knows how to drive. Like this dude is an adult that knows what he's doing. My boy Danny just tried to get out of his driveway and was like, I was going to get stuck. I just parked. And then another buddy of mine, the hill I had my girl sledding on yesterday, somebody tried to get out and got stuck.
Yeah.
So I don't know how this is going to go. I
just tell you this, bro. Whether you can drive or not, ICE don't care.
Yeah.
I got to be careful saying that. ICE on the road don't care. Okay?
Unfortunately, you might be able to say that about lots of things. But
the thing of it is like I know people, and I mentioned this the other day with Doug, people with these four-wheel drives think, I got a four-wheel drive. Your big old truck with them big wheels slides even faster across the ice. So you got to be careful when you got ice and it's very slick. You know what I mean? So it does not care that, I got this. My truck got these type of wheels. You slide your ass right across the road, right off of it. You know, I watched when I was living in Jersey, the fire trucks and the wrecker trucks, they just feel they can fly around. They were in the ditch. I was doing 15. I got home. You get what I'm saying? Slow it down a little bit, man. Slow it down. And if you think you're in trouble, you're probably already there. So just back off of it and relax.
I'm wondering if I can't get out again tomorrow. So I am probably take me like 10 minutes to walk up my hill and get up to Massachusetts Avenue. I imagine Massachusetts Avenue is in decent shape.
Put it in low.
I wonder if I could get an Uber to pick me up.
But you got that truck, that 4Runner.
Yeah.
Put that thing in low and go slow. You don't need to just fly up the hill. If you put it in low, it'll creep up that hill for you.
Low and slow.
Yeah,
We're
just go put it in low, you'll get there. And I think the problem with people, they want to throw their car into these high gears and just take off and it's going to spin out on you. Nope. Just put in that little low gear and just slowly come on out of that thing.
What do you think the odds are of me being in studio to see your smiling face tomorrow?
Well, you told me you were going to be here in the beginning of the show. You changed your mind already in 2 hours? Damn.
The fact that my boys that know what they're doing with good vehicles are having trouble is giving me a little bit of pause. Whatever.
What, they good vehicle no better than your 4Runner?
No, I'm not saying it's better, but like my boy Danny has like the Volvo SUV. It's got 4-wheel drive. Like it's got all the stuff.
Low. I said, low.
Low and slow, baby.
Put in one of those low gears and creep on out of that thing, Jay.
Yesterday, watching Rams Seahawks, that was a hell of a football game. And eventually, Landfill is going to get back to work, and we get to ask him.
I think Landfill skipped work because he didn't want to hear people calling in talking about Sam Darnold. That's what I believe.
Well, that's what I wanted. So you have, I saw your Facebook post last night, and I applaud you for it. Darnold was a guy you said, I don't know about him.
Yeah.
And now I think he's answered the bell, right? Like I think
he has had many opportunities to screw this thing up and making the right plays, right decisions. I mean, he's thrown some hella passes. We all rave about how well Matt Stafford throw these no-look passes. Watch Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold is not looking where he's throwing the ball sometimes, but he's putting it right where it needs to be. He does the exact same thing that Stafford does. He's just been better down this stretch.
Yeah, and Stafford gets celebrated deservedly. Stafford's been great for a much longer period of time. But I think the Darnold file has to be updated at this point. Like, you can't. Was he terrible with the Jets? Yes.
Yeah, he was
Did
awful.
he have mono and say he saw ghosts, all those things? Like,
he did all that. But you know what? People can change just like we can change our opinions about them.
Right. Life changes, man.
Yeah.
I found this pretty remarkable. We talk about – I thought Kevin O'Connell was the most thoughtful about, more often than not, organizations fail young quarterbacks more so than young quarterbacks fail organizations.
Yeah.
This is from Rob Motti, who's a senior NFL writer for the Associated Press. Rob tweeted this out this morning. Listen to this, B. Sam Darnold had 4 head coaches and 5 offensive coordinators in 3 years with the Jets.
Mm-hmm.
3 years, 4 head coaches, 5 OCs. And then he goes to Carolina and has 2 more.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, the kid's head's got to be spinning.
Your head's spinning, but like it's just it's a simple thing. When you are the best quarterback coming out of college, you normally go to the absolute worst team. That team is not just bad because they've had a few bad players or this, that, the other. The team is bad because organizationally they're bad. The coaching staff is probably bad. And you go there and everybody say this guy is supposed to come in here and fix it for us. And like you said it the best, self-preservation league.
Oh, yeah.
And every time a quarterback rolls in, everybody, GMs, coaches, owners, everybody gets a chance to say, oh, it's his fault. He didn't get it done. Well, my thing is you were bad before he got here. So if he gets here and you're bad, the common denominator is you, right?
Right.
So my whole thing is, like, we have to stop putting all this pressure on these young quarterbacks to change everything. If they put, like, the Patriots, just like DA just said, they went and they got people to come help. And I will be honest with you. You look at the last 2 games, that defense is really they're the reason that they won those football games. But Drake May also has a lot with him. So he doesn't have to be excellent every game. He has a chance to have somebody to come out and help him. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's the problem with so many damn people. The quarterback is there to do everything. A quarterback can go out there and throw 250 yards. Let's say 225. Does nothing wrong, do enough to win, but your defense give up everything, they blame the quarterback.
Right.
He didn't throw for 300 yards. Give me a break.
I'm reading now from Bill Barnwell talking about Sam Darnold last night. He said, perhaps as important, the negative plays that sparked so much frustration against the Rams in the past mostly disappeared. Darnold wasn't intercepted and put only 1 ball in danger all night. He took 3 sacks, 2 of which came on plays in which pass rushers were instantly on Darnold, leaving him no choice but go down and eat the football. Darnold's struggles dealing with sustained pressure have been career-altering moments in the past, but he went 5 of 11 for 102 and hit all 3 of his touchdown passes against pressure. Mm-hmm. The visible panic and frustration Darnold has shown at times, particularly against these Rams, simply wasn't there. I think that's a dude playing ice cold. Like, Darnold last night was nails and deserves all the credit for it.
You know what it is, man? So when you come in as a quarterback, or any other position, any damn job, any profession you go into, and you come in and you're already worried, every time you make any type of move or mistake, or not even a mistake, you just don't do it great, and everybody starts talking about you, what do you start trying to do? You start trying to be perfect. You start forcing, you start pressing. And when you start forcing and pressing in any sport, what happens? You normally mess up. So if the people around you, like sometimes when you make a mistake, if a guy walks up and go, hey, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Hey, we're going to get it next time. But this is what you did when that was going on. That's why you made this mistake. Instead, they come out and they go, come on, man, what the hell are you doing? You see what I'm saying? See the different approach? And I think what he may be getting, what he got from Kevin O'Connell for a bit, then Kevin O'Connell started hearing the noise coming around too. Outside of that, which means I'm not going to keep doing this because I'm going to be blamed. Then he goes to his next stop now, and he seems to be a guy who has now been allowed to take ownership in what's going on. And even in tough situations, he seemed to still be cold. Ice cold, got ice in his vein, does not care anymore. So you got to give him some praise for it.
Absolutely, man. He was fantastic last night, and he's got an opportunity now. 2 weeks. You start holding that silver trophy with a football on top of it. Narrative gone.
It changes.
Like, it might be gone already, but it's 100% gone if that goes down. You know what I mean?
Oh, totally.
Let's talk about the other game. Let's talk New England, Denver, and the weather that wrecked the second half of that game and where people land on weather impacting these big deal games. Nobody go anywhere. Be Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch and Finley are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much your home is
The game, I found it compelling. I'm not mad about football weather, right? And for me, like, multiple things can be true because obviously they're trying to build a new RFK, and with that is going to be a roof. I think that's the only way to do it because they want it to be year-round. They want ROI for the city and for the owners, and to guarantee the biggest events, you need a roof on that joint because that's how you get stuff done. I mean, hell, look at the weather we got right now if you need a reminder of why you need a roof in D.C.
Yeah, if everybody like, oh, man, we don't need no roof. We want to be in the elements. BS.
So
not me.
One subplot of yesterday's game, and if you look at the game yesterday, I mean, there was no scoring in the fourth quarter. A couple guys missed some field goals. One got blocked. That young man deserves credit.
That thing was blocked.
But the offense in the second half of that game got very, very impossible to play to the point where New England was hyper-conservative on their possessions and just seemed willing to give Denver the opportunity because they didn't think they'd be able to move the ball. And if you watch the broadcast, it was very obvious, and I don't know which way the wind was blowing, but there was one direction where it was just impossible to move the football. Whether that was east or west or north or south, I'm unaware. But, like, watching the game, you could tell that Sean Payton was waiting for the fourth quarter so that he could try to throw the ball because going the opposite direction was just impossible. Drake May has not been wildly impressive in these playoffs. Yesterday, though, what Drake May did that Stidham didn't do, just lean on your legs, man. They won this game because of Drake May's legs and that defense.
Yeah.
May ran 10 times for 65 yards, had the touchdown run. There were multiple times I thought Stidham should have taken off and used his legs, and he did not. Stidham throws the interception on the final
got
drive.
panicky, man.
Yeah.
After he did that double hand shovel pass, whatever he did.
Yeah.
And he was trying to shovel it forward. The guy hand hit it. They said it was backwards. They screwed him on that one. But anyway, when he did that, he was never the same.
I believe it. It was the Patriots defense was phenomenal. But here's my question, because I don't know if you saw this on social media. You get some people that are now, and we've heard this after other really bad weather games in the playoffs, like, these games are too important to be played in those conditions. I don't agree with that. I'm curious where you land.
Look, man, if you could play those games like that in any other situation, you could play them in the playoffs. That is where they play. That's where they're at all the time. And there are places where in Green Bay, let's be real, the weather rolls into Green Bay before it rolls into New Orleans. And if you happen to be in Green Bay playing well, you deserve to have an advantage, so-called. But as Dave stated, Denver had no damn advantage yesterday. And long as both teams are in the same conditions, that's all that matters.
Yeah, and it's also like, and you and I have talked about this, we've turned into this world where, like, offense is the only thing that matters. And because of a lack of offense in that game, there was the empirical data shows you there was a lack of offense in that game. Drake May finished the game with 86 yards passing. Yeah. Stidham had $130. Like, it wasn't. But that doesn't mean you can't enjoy a game or that a game is unfair just because it's harder to move the football.
That's the thing of it, Jay. Like, the Ice Bowl was when Green Bay played somebody. It was so damn cold. Okay, that was way back then. So they've been doing it forever. And the thing of it is, you have to learn how to adjust. And people like to just look at the football aspect and see just the physical. It's mentally tough to go in those conditions. But the teams that can be mentally strong, they normally win those type of games. You know, when it's that damn cold and you keep going, like I watched Drake May after that game, I was like, dude, you can put on a jacket now, yeah. But you get into a certain mindset when you're out there when you're doing that. He kept on that same no sleeves with his short sleeve shirt on throughout the whole festivities after that game. And the average person would have been freezing their tails off. But he was in the zone, man. He probably didn't feel that jump.
It was hard not to be impressed by Drake May, the dude, and the football player, even if not necessarily impressed by the aerial attack of New England.
Mm-hmm.
And, Drake May in these playoffs has gotten sacked a ton. I think he's been sacked 15 times in 3 games, which is a lot. But he is making the plays that have to be made a lot of times with his legs to win football games. And that's the job. You know what I mean?
The job is to do what they're allowing you to do. Take what's there. So if I've been passing all year and then the team just drop back and say, hey, I'm not letting you pass the ball on me, and I have that ability to run, I'm going to make you pay for it. That's what he did yesterday.
There was a huge the first down the Patriots gained inside the 2-minute warning. I think it was a 3rd and 6 with like $1.50 left, and they called the boot. I later read, I don't even think the naked bootleg was called. I think Drake just called his own number, and he got to the corner, got the first down. That was pretty much the ball game. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
And that dude deserves a lot of credit. Think about the last 2 weeks. Houston comes to New England. That defense is a monster.
Yeah.
And he does enough to win. Now, maybe C.J. Stroud
C.J. Stroud did enough to lose, because if C.J. Stroud did anything average or above, they don't win that game. But, I mean, you can't have that many turnovers in a game, dog.
No. But for them to beat Houston and then Denver and those defenses those teams have in consecutive weeks, I mean, pretty damn impressive, man.
Yeah.
And listen, the Super Bowl is an event, deserves to be played in warm weather or dome stadiums. I'm with that all the way. That's a huge, massive global event. Conference championship games got to stay. The
conference championship is played.
Advantage.
It's played. Yeah, home field advantage is the key. And when you get to the Super Bowl, now we're in a place where we can all be on vacation now. We can have the weather great for you. But let's be real. The weather's not always great out there in Santa Clara.
Nah.
It could be awful out there.
Yeah.
So if you want to do that, you got to have you would say it has to be in Vegas, New Orleans, Miami, if you're going to go outside,
Tampa.
Everybody where you got great weather or a dome. But no, that's not going to always be it. Sometimes you got to put it in other spots.
Damn right. Let's catch up on some Caps hockey. John Walton will join us when we return. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch and Finley are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much your home is worth in less than 30 seconds at JONSellsDMV.com.
blanketed with snow, ice, sleet, something. Wherever you live, there's something on the ground if you can hear us via your radio. Caps still on the road, this crazy West Coast road trip. Things were going pretty poorly, but they got a win against Calgary that they really needed Friday night.
Mm-hmm.
Then they played again against the Oilers on Saturday night in like a thriller, but they did lose. Edmonton, obviously one of the best teams in hockey. The real disappointing loss in this road trip for the Caps was losing to Vancouver when they had a lead. We're going to be joined here in a moment by John Walton, voice of the Caps play-by-play. Right, you can listen to Walton right here on 106.7 The Fan. Caps are kind of – the Hurricanes are really starting to pull away.
They're reeling right now.
Kind of what everybody expected. Caps are in a slog right now. Our friend John Walton is on the road somewhere in Western Canada right now is my guess. Walton, how you doing, dude?
Other side of the border, Seattle, but close enough.
You made it back.
Yeah. Land of the free, home of the brave. We're here. Yes.
Do we have more snow on the ground here than they do there?
Absolutely, which is crazy. We were just in Edmonton on Saturday night, and we still beat you in air temperature for sure. We were down to -25 by the time we left.
Wow.
But the snow was minimal compared to what we have back home. So the cold we weren't crazy about, but yeah, my daughter was out sledding in Northeast yesterday, and she's pretty happy about the situation. I'm not sure the rest of us are with the way the roads are, but we'll make do. We'll figure it out.
I guess this road trip extends kind of all this week. So when you guys fly home, what, Friday, late Thursday night?
Late Thursday night, yeah, from Detroit.
It's going to be cold.
I would think you get in, but it'll be interesting to see.
Now, they'll get in. It's just it's going to be cold. And
you know what's crazy, and I can't imagine this happening at the end of a road trip, but in the same hotel in Seattle, the New Jersey Devils were here too. And so they got up yesterday, and they had to play Seattle, and they were supposed to fly home, and they didn't because they couldn't. They couldn't get back to Newark. Wow. So I can't imagine getting to the end of a trip and having that happen. It did happen here to the Devils, and although they're not playing in Detroit, they've got to play at home tomorrow night in Newark. So they were leaving here to fly to Detroit to stay there where we would normally stay when you're playing the Red Wings, but they're not playing the Red Wings. They just were trying to get closer to home so they could at least get some of the trip out of the way. It's wild. I mean, and all the Eastern teams are out here right now. The Penguins have been out here. We're out here. The Islanders are out here. So all teams trying to get home at various days, and all of us, I think, sweating that one a little bit.
That's crazy, dude. Well, we're going to get to the hockey here in a second, but considering you're in Seattle and you were there yesterday, what is the city like buzzing-wise with the Seahawks going to the Super Bowl?
It's awesome. Kenny Savard and I went down. We didn't get into the game because we decided we didn't want to. It's not our team, and we're not parting with $1,000 to get into the upper level. Right. So, but what we did do, there's a lot of really cool sports bars and breweries and stuff right around the stadium. So we were in a place that when the Jets flew over during the anthem yesterday, the entire building we were in shook. It was awesome. I mean, people are jammed up and we're watching with their fans, and it was really neat. Ken and me and Al Koken, we went and watched, and it was just fabulous. So when they won, they emptied into the streets, very peaceable but very happy, and they're hoping for one more. Yeah, and as someone who hails from the great state of Minnesota, I love the fact that the Minnesota sports curse continues. Darnold comes here. Like, what are we doing here, guys? The Vikings will never figure out the Twins, the Timberwolves, the Wild. It doesn't matter. It always happens the same.
Watching him play, you think about it, the last two games in Minnesota wasn't that good for him, but to see him right back there again this year.
It was, and you know what? I mean, here's a guy who, has always shown the promise, and, the Caps are kind of like that, where, guys have come from other places where it doesn't work out, and, it ends up being, the perfect fit. Sometimes it just takes a bit, B-Mitch, as you know. So for him to come here and do that, it was great. I mean, and the fans here, the Seahawk fans, Seattle sports fans are awesome. Like, they're just, when they get out and get after it, they're, they're passionate not just with football, but baseball and hockey and soccer. I mean, it's just they're no matter the sport, they show up in big numbers. So to be able to just randomly be here in the middle of all of that was pretty great.
That's so cool, man. And last thing, you're a DC resident. We're all excited about building RFK. I think the Seahawks stadium, I've been there a couple times, is a good example of like an urban stadium where you still get tailgating, but it's a different experience and people love it.
Yeah, and you know what? The architect that the Commanders have is A++ because they built the stadium. They built US Bank in Minneapolis, and I went through that this summer, and I am telling you, I have never been in a place. I mean, I get in a lot of stadiums and a lot of arenas, and I've never seen anything quite like that. So when they picked the same firm that designed that to design the new RFK, oh my God, they couldn't have done it better. I am so excited to see how the plans start. I mean, the renderings on the outside are just such a great tribute to the past. I mean, B. Mitch, if you're not looking at that and not getting emotional, I don't know what to tell you.
It looks, it has a lot of RFK to it, believe me.
Yeah, and the windows and the way they've got the ceiling and the transparency of it, it's great. Yeah. So, to be able to have that in that place, for Cap Hill East, it's going to be such a great thing for the neighborhood. I know, and I can't wait to see it. I can't wait to go.
All right. Now the questions aren't going to be as fun. Talking with our friend John Walton, who's on the road with the Caps. They're on this crazy 6-game road trip through Western Canada. Now you've made it to Seattle, and then one more road game against Detroit. The Caps' efficiency lately has been like driving in DC in this snowstorm. Like they're 3-6-1 in their last 10. I know the game in Edmonton was exciting, but they end up on the wrong side of it. The distance that Carolina's starting to put away in the Metro Division, like things aren't going great right now, Walton. How do they get better?
Well, I'm hoping that the roadmap starts with what happened in Edmonton, even though it ended up as an overtime loss. That was the best game I think we've seen this team play in a long time, where they battled against a very good team. They're going up against two of the very best players in the world. They had a defenseman put 6 points on the board in an Oiler uniform for the first time since 1986 when Gretzky was the one giving the puck around. So, they had some world-class performances in that game, and yet there they were with the lead, and they were ahead. They emptied the tank. And, I think just in watching what they did, I'm hoping that that's a roadmap to the future. The game in Vancouver was no good at all. You can't lose to teams like that. And the Calgary game was good for the last 40 minutes. It was really not good in the first 20, and it looked like, oh, here we go again. And, they got the emotional lift of Hendrix Lapierre scoring for the first time in 91 games, and he's beloved in a room, and you could see it. The entire game flipped on that goal, and that's the way hockey is sometimes. I mean, it's a game of emotion, and, the guys needed something to feel good about, and they got it. And I think they went to Edmonton and still had a lot to feel good about. They didn't get the W. Here in Seattle, it's a team that's hanging on to a wild card spot. They're more or less the same team, same kind of team that the Caps are. It gets tough because we've been out here so long. I mean, this is now into week 2 of this trip, and it's, guys are tired. I mean, yesterday was great that it was a full off day. There's a practice here this morning, and then a game here tomorrow night, travel day. It's just, you can't be on the road this long and not have it affect you this late in the trip. So hopefully they can dig deep. They're going to need one here against Seattle. Detroit's going to be a really tough one. The last game of the trip, you're almost home against a really good team in a building that you've struggled in. I feel like they need to get this one in Seattle to a little bit of a salvage operation when you've only won one of the first 4. But if you can get that, and again, just continue to feel good about your game, I think that's the best thing they can hope for right now.
What's been the overall issue? Just being consistent, you would say?
Consistency has been iffy. Injuries certainly have taken a toll. Wilson was out for the better part of 3 weeks. Alexei Protas was out for a bit. Dubois continues to be out. It has been to an extent, where everything went right last year. Lots gone wrong this year, and especially with team health. And they're still getting the goaltending. Logan Thompson's been very good. Hasn't won a lot, but hasn't gotten a lot of help. The thing that's, I think, the most concerning, and that I feel like they've cleaned up a little bit the last few games, but this team was really good at 5-on-5 defensively in their own zone. They didn't give up much. And that has kind of flipped here in the last few weeks. And now you can't blame injuries for that, because those guys back there have been playing at least, even if they're not 100%. They're good enough to be in the lineup. So improving, and that's not just to blame the D, by the way, because the forwards have got to come back and do their thing too. So you got to work as a 5-man unit. But they got to be better defensively. And, there have been enough lapses, or just enough lapses, that pucks are just ending. Anytime there's a mistake made, it's ending up in the back of the net. And you're like, oh, well, here we go again. And I do feel like there's a little bit of that mentality of, oh, here we go again, has kind of crept in here. So being able to shake that off and be able to, okay, you played well in Edmonton, do it again. You had a really good 2 periods in Calgary the other night. Do it again. And if you could shake that off, and the schedule does get, a little bit better. The Caps have played more games than anybody right now, and a compressed schedule that everybody's facing. So the schedule has not been kind. You're playing every other day. This is literally, today is the first time in January that the Caps have not had, they've gotten more than 1 day in between games. So they're not going practice game or off day game or whatever. They're playing every day, and then they played 2 and 2 Friday and Saturday. So this is the first time they've had 2 full days where they didn't have to play, and they didn't even get it at home. They got it in Seattle. So it's been grueling, but you got to fight through it. Hopefully they can against Seattle.
The Olympic break is coming up in what?
Be at the end of next week.
Next week, okay.
Next Thursday at home against Nashville will be the last one.
Gotcha.
Well, obviously, listen, everybody's playing this condensed schedule. This is a lot of hockey in a short period of time. The fact that they've already played whatever it is, 53 games, is crazy in late January. But that said, has that maybe hurt them more than other teams, combined with the injuries?
I mean, it seems that it has. When you look at where things are and the injuries that have piled up, and everybody's dealing with injuries, and some teams certainly even worse than the Caps, but it has been hard, especially, for older guys. For Ovi and for John Carlson and for, and even Tom Wilson, who has had to battle through some stuff. And Tommy had an outstanding season, and he's getting ready to himself to play more here. And the one thing that concerns me, listen, I want them to go win gold and be Olympians and all of that, but they're about to have 3 crazy weeks when everybody else is getting the break. So it's going to be a little tough for Wilson and Thompson, I think, when they come back. When you're down the stretch, and, I think it's going to be incredibly difficult unless you run the table and get some luck here in this last week to 10 days. You're going to be outside a playoff spot when you come back. And that's going to be grueling for those two, and you're going to need those guys because they're the backbone of your team. So, yeah, it is going to affect them a little bit more than others. But having said that, everybody's got to deal with it, and, they're just going to have to find a way.
I almost don't want to go this far down the road, but they have, 4 games before the break. Then you're off 3 weeks. Then they're going to come back and have this sprint to the finish line. What are you going to have, 25 games left in 6 weeks or something? How do you feel, if the playoffs were today, and they're not, but the Atlantic has so many more good teams that it doesn't seem like a wild card is coming out of the Metro. Now, they're only 2 points off the Islanders for that 3rd Metro playoff spot, but how do you feel about their playoff prospects right now?
Well, I think the race is a little close. I'm not ruling out wild card yet because just everything has been so close. And I really don't feel like there's a Colorado in the East that is just so over the top good. Carolina's good. But they're not Colorado. They're not this overwhelming, oh gosh, they're so much better than everybody else in the East. The Florida Panthers are coming. They've won 2 cups in a row, and they've had pretty much everything go wrong too, and they're still on the outside looking in, but they're probably still going to be a factor in contending for one of those wild cards. Tampa Bay has actually been really good, which is amazing because I would have thought a little before Halloween they got off to a terrible start. It's like, age is catching up with them. They've been good for a long time, and they've flipped it pretty good. They're a good team. They've gotten a lot younger, a lot faster, and they're doing fine. So there's a lot of teams that you've got to contend with. That's, I think, the biggest issue for the Caps is going to be the number of teams between them and a spot. In terms of points, they're not that far off, but the problem is that on any night you lose, someone else is winning, and it's just the way that it generally is almost every single night. And then even in this stretch where you're not playing, someone else is winning, and you're losing ground. So the wins have to come, and you've got to get yourself in position where you've got to play basically, you got to win 2 of every 3 games the rest of the way. I mean, you got to play 667 hockey the rest of the way. The team's played, 535 up until this point. So obviously, just in terms of raw numbers, they have to get better, and they're going to have to do that to get to 96 points, which is a pretty logical, close, maybe not exact, but pretty good line to get to a playoff spot. Sometimes it's 100, sometimes it's 92, but you've got to at least be in that mid-90s range or on pace for it. And right now they're not. They've got to be able to start stringing them together and get wins that maybe you don't expect. Maybe that's in Detroit on Thursday night where, you're at the end of the trip, but you found a way to do it. Okay. Then you've got, a game in Seattle where you've had a couple days off. You better win that one. So then maybe you've got, you go into, you're coming home on Saturday night against Carolina and suddenly you've won 3 or 4. Okay. Then that's the pace you need to be on. And if you can do that, and I think that's what this week, the coach only looks at the next game, or the players only look at the next game. I mean, we look a little bit more, and we look at this is what the week looks like. But if you can replicate that every week, that's what you got to do. Yeah. And if you can't, then you're not going to make it. But that's, I think, what you're looking for this week. Beat Seattle, and then hopefully there's more to come against Detroit on Thursday night.
John, when you've done these long road trips before, and the hockey season's a grind, everybody understands that. When you get to the 5th of 6th road games and you're traveling far, I've made the trip to Seattle a number of times. That's far. Vancouver's farther. Edmonton's farther. How ready are these boys going to be to get home?
Yeah, I mean, it's they're ready. I mean, they've got more. There's probably, I don't know, we have 40 kids. A lot of kids. I mean, it's not as much like Oshie had 4, right? And when Nikki was here, we were kind of a hockey team doubling as a daycare center there for a while. But they miss their kids. I miss my kid. I mean, that's the hard part. And I think so by the time that you get to, it's funny how this trip has gone too, because you started out in Denver and we've had massive travel issues on top of it. We've had a plane that wasn't ready to go twice on this trip. So we got an extra night in Denver we didn't think we were going to get, and that made it feel longer. And then you've been in Denver, you know how far away that airport is from downtown. We had to do that twice in pretty quick order, so that wasn't fun. Same thing happened we were trying to get out of Calgary and the plane didn't go. I said, we got to get a new plane. It's like, well, where is it? And they said, Minneapolis. So I was like, oh my God, the game's over, man. What are we doing here? So it's been hard. I mean, that part has been hard. And you get to the point, even when things go right, by the time you get to Seattle, it's like, oh, okay, this is city 5 of 6. You're getting there. But then, we're in Seattle for 4 nights. So it's like, okay, I get today, and today's a practice day, and every day that you don't play on the road, and this is where baseball I don't think has to deal with this nearly as much, where you're on the road with baseball and you're in the same city for 3 or 4 days, but you're playing every day, and you feel it's just you get in the rhythm of it, and it's baseball is crazy long anyway with 162 games, but when you have a day like this where you're off, and it's like yesterday, it's like, hey, let's do something fun, let's go see what the Seahawks are doing, let's go hang out with the locals and watch them try and go to the Super Bowl. It's like, oh, that was fun, and you're like today, you're like, oh my God, what are we going to do today? We don't even play today. So, we're ready. I think to a man. The business and the task at hand. There's a job to do here. There's a broadcast to do. There's a game to play. But today is practice, and then it's like, okay, let's morning skate tomorrow. Okay, that's lovely too. All right, let's get to it. Let's get to that game and then get out of here.
Hey, John, we appreciate your time, man. Enjoy the road, and you'll make it home eventually, brother.
Yeah, we'll get there. Can't wait. Longest trip of the year. We'll get it done. Thanks, boys.
All right, man. Take care.
Thanks, John. All right. That's the great John Walton. Give him a follow at John Walton PXP. You can listen to the Caps tomorrow night, I believe they're off today. Tomorrow night taking on the Seattle Kraken. Then another roadie Thursday night against the Red Wings. You can watch those games on Monumental. Listen to them right here on The Fan. Nobody go anywhere. I want to talk quarterbacks, Brian.
Quarterbacks.
The quarterback
All right,
position.
we can do
Nobody
that.
go anywhere.
Beat Mitch and Philly.
You know, I was pretty excited to try to dig my car out and get to work tomorrow.
Yeah, I heard.
The plows have made it to my neighborhood, and now apparently the plows are stuck.
They'll get him out. They'll have another one come get him out.
If the plow is stuck, leads me to think there might be trouble. But
now to just tell you, some of them not very smart either.
Yeah, you might be right. I wanted to have a conversation, okay?
Mm-hmm.
We saw some excellent play yesterday. We saw some excellent play this season. I want to read a series of tweets from Ackridge. I think we've had Nick on the show before. Nick is a Pro Football Focus guy. And I just thought this was interesting, B. Obviously now Drake May is in the Super Bowl year 2. A lot of people started making the Brady comps because Brady got to a Super Bowl in year 2.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna
pump the brakes on that one.
I'm gonna pump the brakes on a Brady comp with anybody besides Pat Mahomes at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But there are some similarities, right? In this 2024 draft class, we've seen some elite play from some of these players. So Nick wrote this, and I thought it was interesting. Can we have a real discussion about the 2024 draft class without fan bases yelling that their quarterback is better? Could it be possible that all three are elite franchise quarterbacks and nobody made a mistake? First Take and those types of shows make it impossible to talk about quarterbacks. Now, he addresses each of the top 3 picks of the 2024 class, Brian. He said, Caleb had some of the most high-level throws you'll ever see, and his processing got better and better each game. But the basic accuracy problems prevented them from creating leads early in the game and requiring those miraculous throws. That can be hard to sustain. Jaden had one of the best rookie seasons of all time. He made high-level plays in both the run and pass game. Fantastic throwing to all levels. This season was highlighted by injuries that prevented him from playing, and when he did play, he reverted back to some bad habits. Drake May just played at an elite MVP level in his second season. He showed the high-level play you're looking for from a young quarterback. He has struggled in the playoffs. You can point to that as being a reason for concern in the future. But he's in the Super Bowl. I think that's pretty fair.
Yeah, it is. But I think what he's saying, I think everybody understands about all these different quarterbacks and what they've done and what they could end up being. But that doesn't make anybody tick or go anymore. And if you watch it, it's not just First Take. All you got to do is just open up any of the social media sites and someone says Drake May is good. Somebody's going to come and say somebody's better. Or, well, he's not this good. They say Caleb is good. Well, he didn't do this. So-and-so did that. You say Jaden was – it's always someone that wants to combat everything that's said. In this day and age, a person could totally agree with what you say. They won't just say it. It's like it's something wrong with agreeing with someone. You know what I mean? It's like you always got to just take the other side or combat things. Like, you know, every once in a while, Jeff and I, you know, Jeff he don't like this, don't like that. When in essence, he's doing exactly what we used to do when we were younger. It's just, you know, but they think that they invented something. That is just how the world is today. And I think the people that are not like that got to stick to your stuff and promote it in a different manner. Because everybody don't have to have arguments and discussions about every damn thing. I do agree with people that may not look like me, act like me, think like me. We agree on the same thing sometimes. And I don't have a problem saying it.
What is the famous quarterback draft class? 84 or 83?
That's the Elway and all them. That's 83, isn't it?
I think it must be 83. Yeah, so Elway goes 1. Todd Blackledge goes 7. Jim Kelly goes 14. Now, I believe, I could be wrong, but I think Jim Kelly, didn't he go to the USFL for a minute?
I thought he did go.
I thought so, too. So Elway went 1. Blackledge went 7. Kelly goes 14 to Buffalo. What's famous is that Dan Marino fell all the way to 27. I think, weren't there like drug questions about him coming out of college?
Yeah, it was some questions.
You want to know, B, I don't know this, but I'm just looking at this. The 27th overall pick in the 1983 draft was Dan Marino, quarterback out of Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he played for the Houston Gamblers.
Jim Kelly did.
Yeah, I think with Gary Clark.
Do you know
Ricky
who
Sanders,
went?
one or two.
I think when we looked it up, Ricky was on Houston.
Yeah.
So Marino goes 27B. Do you know who went 28th?
No.
Darryl Green.
Really?
I find it hard to think, and I haven't looked this up. There is no way there are a possible back-to-back late first-round picks better than that. Marino at 27, Darryl Green at 28.
Nah, not at all. And if D. Green had gone to a bigger school, he'd have probably went way earlier.
Dude,
he was coming out of Texas A&I.
Yeah. Do you
not
want to
A&M,
play
A&I? That's one of like the little divisional schools or whatever.
You want to play a little revisionist history? What if the Dolphins took Darryl Green at 27 and the Skins got Marino at 28? Now, they had Theismann winning MVPs at that point. But the way Coach Joe always stacked up quarterbacks.
Yeah, but you got to look at the fact that this was more of a run team. Man,
right.
Dan came out throwing the ball. For the moment he put on his shoes, he was throwing it. Mark Clayton, Mark Duper.
My point of bringing up that 83 draft is people talk about that draft class now. Now we're, 40 years past it. But it's not this contest of like who was the best, who was the worst, who messed up, right?
That's how good all of them were.
It's just, they're all incredible.
Yeah.
And Elway, I think, is the best, right? I think Elway was validated by late in his career winning those 2 Super Bowls. But Jim Kelly is a Hall of Famer. Dan Marino is a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Like
Dan is probably, of all of them, was the best pure passer of them all.
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally. I mean, people, everybody loves to discount football from previous generations. Go watch Dan Marino's release. You want to talk about a quick processor? That's the term now. Dan Marino was an Intel computer chip, man.
If you see the numbers he was putting up in a league that came run first back then, just imagine if he was in this day and age, what he would have done. People like to discount stuff because they never see it.
Correct. My point is, I don't think we need to. And maybe we open the phones on this and let people chime in. I think the addiction to comparing Caleb, Jaden, Drake is a road to nowhere. Like, what is the point now?
They got Bo in there too, don't they?
Sure. If Bo Nix doesn't break his leg, maybe
you add Bo in there as well.
Yeah. And who the hell knows what Penix or McCarthy become either?
Yeah.
Like, there was a time where Caleb, Jaden, Drake debate made a lot of sense to me, and it was before the draft. Now those players are on those teams. They've all so Caleb got the Bears. I think that was their first playoff win in 15 years. Caleb, that was their best season, seems like in a long damn time.
Yeah.
Drake this year's got the Patriots in the Super Bowl. That's incredible. Jaden last year as a rookie is able to get the Commanders
championship game.
And their first playoff win in 25 years or whatever. I think all of that deserves to be celebrated, and I think the need and want to scream about which one was the right guy is just like this need and want to argue about everything.
You know what it is, Jay? What you have to realize is this. The reason that all those people argue about who's the best and my guy's better than yours, because all of them are good. If Jaden wasn't good and you said his name, nobody has the right, nobody would try to be defending their player against it. If he was horrible and you mentioned his name, people would go, whatever, But when you say Jaden now, because they know he's damn good, so they have to try to come up in arms about it to say, no, well, my guy's better. And then when it comes to Caleb and Drake and Bo, all the same stuff. Basically what everyone has said is all 4 of them are damn good. They've proven that already. And if they continue going like they're going, they could be the best of all. They could have those 4 people can make a damn hell of a name for some people, for themselves.
Absolutely. All right. We're going to do a little litmus test. I think the YouTube stream looks kind of bumping. I think a lot of people are at home watching us on YouTube. I think a lot of people are at home watching us on Monumental Sports
They're
Network.
putting APBs out on people, man, on the stream.
Here's what we're going to do, though. Litmus test to see who's going to call in. Caller number 10 right now, 800-636-1067. You can win 2 tickets to go see Kid Cudi, the Rebel Ragels Tour, with special guests MIA, Big Boy, and A-Track. Now, B, this is actually a concert I would like to go to. Friday, May 29th at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets go on sale this Friday, January 30th at 10 a.m. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com. Tickets are courtesy of Live Nation. You will go see Kid Cudi. I can tell you this, B. We play Kid Cudi to end the program every day. I'm glad we're giving away Kid Cudi tickets. It's your chance to win them. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch and Finley are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living.
I'm stuck at home, but I did want to say thank you to my wife. She just made me a grilled cheese, B.
She made you a grilled cheese?
Check this out. I already ate all the grilled cheese. I'll show Monumental my empty plate here. I just smashed that grilled cheese. I left a little bit of crust. I'm not a big crust guy. And then she and my little one just made a whole bunch of apples, like cinnamon, I don't know, cooked apples. You're not a cooked fruit guy, though, right?
Nope.
Isn't that a B. Mitch staple?
Don't like it.
I do, but
just give me an apple, and I'll go with that.
So, Mike McDaniel just got officially hired by the Chargers. Did you see how the Chargers made their announcement?
Nope.
It's kind of
I was sitting here talking to Toby and Stallion.
What's up with those boys? How is Toby and
Toby
Stallion?
and Stallion rolling. They said it was easy as hell to get here. Why the hell JP didn't come in?
Is that really what was it easy for him?
Exactly.
From Arlington?
Yeah.
Dog, I think there's a significant difference of Virginia versus Maryland right now.
Yeah.
I don't know. I plan on getting in tomorrow, although my wife keeps making me grilled cheese. I might stick around. Did you see, just because we gave him a hard time about this, did you see Mike Marby?
Here?
No, so.
Did he run in?
No.
Oh.
He might not have to. He hit his bet.
Oh, that's what you said yesterday, right?
Yeah, dude. So Mike Marr has been like,
but he got to get back to even though, don't he?
Yeah,
I think he'll still have to run.
We'll need an update, maybe
because he was down.
Strober, you were on the Junks. Where
he was down like in the teen hundreds.
I think he put 500.
I thought he did 300 on that.
Was it 300 at plus 290?
Yeah, something like that.
So that's, 300 times 300 is 900, right? No, 300 times 3 would be 900. I don't know. We'll have to get an update, but I was happy Mikey finally hit a bet. The Cooper Kupp touchdown. Math, just not my strong suit.
Not your strong suit, though.
The other thing I wanted to make sure we mentioned, did you watch golf at all?
I did.
Scotty Scheffler, man. And
Scotty Scheffler's good. Look, the kid Blade.
Yeah, how about that kid?
Yeah, but how about him? But see, this is my thing is this. My buddy Ben hit me. Here go Ben again by golf. Man, you heard about the teenager who's playing with Scotty Scheffler? I say, talk to me at the end of the weekend. You know, because we always see somebody.
It's still pretty damn cool.
If he's not been playing golf already, I'm gonna go pretty cool. But my thing is this, Jay. I know I've seen a lot of people who pop up on Thursday, Friday. I just want to see him on the weekend. And I commend the young man for playing well. He stood up for himself. And that last day, couldn't hold on.
He finished tied for 18th, and he's 18 years old.
He finished. I think it was over. It was over because he went into the last hole, and if he had gotten a damn birdie, he'd have been playing in the next tournament. He ended up bogeying the hole, did he not?
Yeah, I'm looking right now. He finished tied for 18th, so it's top 20. But he came in.
He had to be top 10 to get the exemption, I think, for the next week.
But I think he shot a 74.
74 yesterday, yeah.
Yeah. Of Scotty, though. And I don't.
Scotty went on with 66 and had a double bogey on hole number 17.
I think it's important to not live in a microwave and try to hype up everything and come up with comps and all this stuff. So, I'm not talking Tiger because I don't think it's fair to any of these players. Rory, Scotty. What Tiger's level of greatness was achieved at a level that I don't know that I'll ever see again in my lifetime. But what Scotty's doing right now is pretty damn incredible.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
pretty damn incredible.
Totally.
And with the win yesterday, he's the first player since Tiger to reach 20 PGA Tour wins before his 30th birthday.
Mm-hmm.
Since March of 2024, Brian. So we're only talking 22 months ago?
Mm-hmm.
Since March of 2024, Scheffler has won 16 tournaments, including 3 majors, in Olympic gold and the Players.
Yeah.
Once his weakness I'm reading now from the fried egg email. Once a weakness, his much-improved putting carried over into the new year as he gained strokes putting in both of his measured rounds at the stadium course. B, he had Scotty Scheffler yesterday hit 5 approaches, right, from outside of 75 yards to inside 4 feet.
Yeah. A couple of them were like only a foot.
He put a 170-yard shot to 13 inches.
Yeah.
That is high level, dude.
Oh, big time, dog. I mean, listen, like I was listening to him yesterday, and they mentioned that he's won 20 tournaments, and they said 140 something, 150 starts, and then they mentioned Tiger, and they said something about 90 starts.
Crazy, man.
I was like, okay, that says enough right there.
Over under 1.5 majors for Scotty this year.
I probably go over, bro.
That's crazy.
You know why I said? Because he seems to be the only consistent player. You know, all these other guys are spectacular for a tournament. And then they disappear for 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks, 2 months. Scotty is in it, seems to be every damn week. You know, so when you get that level of consistency, and then his chipping, if he could,
unreal.
Like if his chipping could be like it was yesterday, he's gonna be damn sure over 1.5.
You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Phone lines open the remainder of the hour. Are you out there? 800-636-1067.
B. Mitch and Finley.
980.
Tonight's gonna be a good night.
B. Mitch singing to welcome the folks in. So
we got
B,
more people listening?
I suppose.
All
Here's the
right.
deal. I don't know if anybody's listening. It's a snow day. I see kids sledding. My little girl just almost, you know the hill in my backyard, B? You know how it like drops way off?
Yeah.
The rule is the kids have to bail off the sled before it drops off. Ainsley just took it to the limit. I saw Lauren sprinting outside. I was like, what is going on out here?
Did you not expect that to happen?
No, I 100%. That little girl? Absolutely. All right, 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Opening these phone lines up. I think we had a pretty measured quarterback conversation surrounding what looks like three legit franchise quarterbacks in the top 3 picks of the 2024 NFL Draft in Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, and Drake May. Team results don't necessarily completely speak for individual results, but all 3 of those teams have accomplished something significant with those quarterbacks at the helm. Now, Drake May goes to the top of the list of significant accomplishments. Going to the Super Bowl is no joke, but we'll see if he wins it. We'll see what happens next.
Yeah.
Speaking of quarterbacks, Diego Pavia, quarterback at Vandy, is down in Mobile for the Senior Bowl. And when you go to Mobile, especially if you're not an absolute top dog, you got to jump through all the hoops these NFL teams want you to jump through.
Totally.
He just got his official measurements. 5'9", 198. That's
Really?
Bryce Young territory, man. Yeah.
5'9", 198? He might be. He might be close to the collar.
He might.
Collar was a little thicker than that, but no, he was right at that size. That's more. What's called right there?
That's not a big fella. B, I did have a quick question. So if we are now jumping on 980, right? So if you're listening on 980, or imagine if you're streaming on 980, now you're getting a healthy dose of B. Mitch and Finley. But if you were on 980 right now, you'd be expecting a healthy dose of Rooster. So
Cock-a-doodle-doo. There we go.
I got a message from Metal Chris and Ben telling me to make sure we welcome in the audience from 980. So we're doing that. Okay. My question is, where the hell is Roost?
Believe me,
what calamity befell the Rooster?
He's lying about the traffic or something.
Well,
and if he couldn't get out of his house, if he couldn't get out of his neighborhood, he's lying. Because I know the street that he rides on goes right past my house, and it was clean.
That's what I was wondering, because it appears all the Virginia guys are getting in okay.
Everybody from Virginia's in.
CK got in.
So
Bishop got in.
We're not going to believe you, Rooster, so you better.
I think this was the plan since yesterday, though.
Rooster?
What I heard was after Kevin Sheehan, it was going to be simulcasted regardless.
So what was Rooster told me he wouldn't come in?
Maybe. Pulled a Jeff, called out a day early.
It could be the lack of producers, too. Some of the producers not coming in, so.
That makes sense. Well, whatever. We hope the Roost is enjoying his day off. B, do you think Chris Russell has shoveled?
Hell no. No.
I also don't think Chris Russell has shoveled. All right, Brian. We got breaking news.
What we got?
Since we're undermanned or whatever's going on in there, I'm just going to say it, or do we need to do a breaking news update here, Strober?
No, we don't need breaking news for this.
Okay. Jordan Schultz is reporting, per sources, Browns quarterback Shedeur Sanders has been added to the Pro Bowl roster as a replacement. Sanders is the first fifth-round rookie to make a Pro Bowl since Puka Nacua. Shedeur, Pro Bowler.
Hey, man, the rules of Pro Bowl right now. So remember the backup quarterback in Baltimore went to the Pro Bowl? Remember that?
Yeah, Scoop Huntley.
Yeah, they don't play football anymore at the Pro Bowl, so he must be. I think he's real good at video games because that's what they're going to be playing.
I mean, is that just obviously an attempt to get more eyeballs on the Pro Bowl?
More than likely, and if I were him, I would tell them before I go, I need more money. Because let's be real, they know what it is, man. But it's like right now, it's we used to talk about what was the worst All-Star game or whatever. Pro Bowl is no longer a game. It's a waste of time.
It's certainly not a game.
Yeah, it's
Shador in 7 starts completed 56% of his passes for 1,400 yards, 7 touchdowns against 10 interceptions, averaged 175 yards per game, was sacked 23 times. I mean, those are hardly Pro Bowl numbers.
Bro, I think we've been seeing that for the last 7, 8, 9 years. You got guys in the Pro Bowl that don't supposed to be there. The top 4 or 5 guys won't go every year, and then you're putting in other guys. So that's all that's the same. When Snoop Huntley went and he's a backup, you knew something was a problem.
I mean, that's insane.
I think this is worse. This is way worse than Snoop making it.
Well, right now, nobody has no attention on it. So what they're trying to do, but it has nothing to do with what you do in the season. Hell, they know if Shador is there, people want to see him. He has a hell of a following when it comes to social media. People gonna pay attention to it, and he's damn good at video games. I'm not joking about that. So he brings.
Do they really play video games?
They play video games, flag football. What they do? Some type of tag thing where they throwing balls at people. It's weird. It's not football.
I mean, it's definitely not football. We'll open the phone lines on that. I know people, Shador, you and I eschewed that topic throughout the year because it was so dumb and manipulated by so many people from so many different sides. But now you got Shador Sanders in the Pro Bowl. You know what this hurts the most, I think?
What?
The Browns. Because I think going with Shador as their starter was hardly a lock, I think. Now they don't have a coach. People are turning down that head coaching interview. The dude from Jacksonville just said no thanks to a coaching interview. But Shador, whether it's BS or not, is now a Pro Bowler. And this draft doesn't have, I mean, you taking Ty Simpson at number 6 if you're Cleveland?
Man,
maybe Cleveland tries to get Kirk Cousins?
This doesn't do anything based off of that. Because, listen, man, being in the Pro Bowl no longer has the same status of what it was. It doesn't. I know you go because normally you're voted into the Pro Bowl. You're not the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th guy behind the guys that went in. Nah, the Cleveland Browns got enough pressure. People don't want to coach at your damn team. That's enough pressure. I mean, they have to adjust.
This one feels wild. Like, it just is
they want representation from every team. And let's be real. I guarantee you the best of the best that were there are either dealing with some type of injury or just say, I'm not going. So they go on down. They have to find someone else. And he fell in line with the rest of the guys, and he's going to go and represent the NFL. Go support them, make money for them, make money for Cleveland. People that was doing all kinds of stuff to try to discredit him.
I mean, if you look at the AFC, Drake May, Pro Bowl worthy, not going to go, playing in the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Josh Allen, Pro Bowl worthy, he's not going to go after the way they lost. He's turning that down. He's accomplished more than enough. No chance Tua, no chance. I mean, I don't even know who the Jets quarterback was by the end of the season. Who was starting for the Jets by the end of the year?
Don't know.
I mean, is Aaron Rodgers a Pro Bowler?
Aaron damn sure not going.
Right. Lamar
not going.
Joe Burrow was playing really well at the end of the year. No chance he's going, right?
No.
Trevor Lawrence?
Nope.
C.J. Stroud after that playoff
After that playoff game, you think you're going to – oh.
Bo Nix is hurt. Justin Herbert seems like he's always kind of hurt. Mahomes is hurt.
Yeah.
But Cam Ward,
now you're making you getting to the point what I was saying. This, man, it's kind of like the baseball all-star game now where every team has to be represented. So I guess
they've always done that.
The AFC has to be represented.
Yeah, I mean, somebody's got to go, right?
Yeah,
That's
what it is,
crazy
man.
one, dude.
Yeah.
That is crazy to me. But it's also a fake game, so let's not get too worried about it. Shedeur is the first Browns quarterback to make the Pro Bowl since Derek Anderson in 2008, B.
So when you hear something like that and then you go back to when Derek Anderson made it and you go, wow, it's been a long time, but Derek Anderson went because he played well. This is a league trying to, hey, but then again, he probably has to do it.
We haven't had a chance to discuss the Pittsburgh Steelers hiring Mike McCarthy as their head coach.
You think Rich Collin coming back? Aaron Rodgers coming back now?
Kinda.
Didn't he kind of run McCarthy out of town?
Yeah, but in the years since, he has kind of acted like they're buddies.
See, that's the thing about it. Like, man, you can't mess over me publicly and then later on start trying to act like we cool again.
Yeah, but if you're McCarthy going to Pittsburgh, what's your quarterback options?
You basically, if you go there, no matter what happens, it ain't gonna be because of him anyway. So I would take my chance with a younger quarterback, and I can help mold him. Aaron Rodgers, everything Aaron does is because of Aaron. It ain't gonna be nothing because you, unless he plays bad, it's your fault. Plays good, it's gonna be his.
Our guy Drew is on the line. I don't know if he's in the Eastern Shore, if he's down in Florida. What's up, Drew? You fired up to watch
Hey,
Shedeur, the Pro Bowl?
Hey, B. Mitch. I'm in Florida where it's sunny and warm.
See, another one calling in here trying to rub it in.
Yeah. But I tell you what, even though I'm down, I have no interest in going to the Pro Bowl or, I think it's run its course. I love to go to the games and whatnot, but I just think they should honor the good players or the best players that are playing that year. Maybe have it be some award ceremony, some media events. But this notion, Shedeur Sanders being a Pro Bowl player, that's ridiculous. So,
but see, that's the whole thing about it, though. I think for us to be mad at Shedeur being a Pro Bowler, we need to be mad at the NFL for acting like they have a Pro Bowl going on.
Exactly.
Let's be real. It's not a Pro Bowl anymore. It's a game. It's a celebrity game weekend.
Right. So they should have a weekend to honor the best players of the year and not have a celebrity game. And, it's going to be an 18-game season before we look at it. So, back when the seasons were shorter, having one more game mattered. But I don't think we need the Pro Bowl anymore. I do think the players need recognition for playing well, especially players on bad teams. Look, we've had that for so long. So I like the notion of recognizing good players on bad teams that don't get in the playoffs that deserve recognition. But the Pro Bowl that's there today, it's a joke.
You know what the recognition is for most of these players? If there's a clause in my contract say I make the Pro Bowl, I get paid a certain amount of money, send me my check. That's all the recognition they need.
Yeah, and as fans, we like to celebrate the good guys too. So, I think there's a place for something, but what we have now doesn't fill it. So,
yeah,
anyway,
I agree with that.
I don't know the last time
Drew.
I don't know the last time I turned it on the weekend. Like when they have
So
that
I
weekend.
just, Ian Harditsby, we had him on a bunch, fantasy football guy.
Mm-hmm.
Ian tweeted this out. The Pro Bowl ratings suck. The plan, add Shedeur Sanders no matter how ridiculous it might seem. You think Shedeur is enough of a lightning rod to get people to tune in to whatever the Pro Bowl is now?
Yes. Well, he's gonna get more people than has been. You know what I mean? He'll get more people to check it out. So, but to me, I would have one finger salute him. Don't call me to try to use me. You didn't think I was good enough.
You don't think he wants to go?
He may. He's a young guy. He may want to go. But in my mindset right now, and the way that they handled him from the how this whole thing went, there's no damn way I want to go.
God, Cleveland is such a mess, dude. I mean,
that's not Cleveland. That's the NFL.
No. Totally. I don't know what to make of that. Strawberry, Metal Chris still in there?
Yep.
What does Metal say about Shedeur to the Pro Bowl?
I don't think it's going to help ratings that much. I don't know. I don't think to the casual fan he's that exciting in the pros. I think it's more the story he was in college.
See, that's the thing about it, though. The Pro Bowl, the actual fan that wants to see you play football is not tuning into the Pro Bowl. And what I know about Shedeur, he has a hell of a following on social media. He has a hell of a following on his podcast. He's a lightning rod, and he is a good video game player. Guess what? All 4 of those things, that'll pull more than most of the other players going to bring. Just being real.
I have a question, though.
Yeah.
What's better? The Pro Bowl being the joke that it is now. What do they play flag football now?
I don't think they must play flag football anymore. They do different little stuff now.
I think they play a flag game.
Okay, but is that? I feel like that's almost better. I remember the Pro Bowl that I first ever watched in elementary school or whatever. The linemen, when the play would start, would just stand there and talk to each other. Nobody rushed, nobody blocked anybody. Like it looks a little better like this, does it not?
So it
still sucks.
Not to me. I still like real football.
But was it even real football then?
But I mean, even
when
then,
he played in it. It was.
Yeah, but
I'm talking about like 2012.
I still would say
no, it wasn't.
I still say when you go on the field, just have some level of pride. I understand you're not trying to kill each other. So basically, what you should be doing is not cutting people, this, that, and the other. But the thing they were doing, they'll run up to a guy and just like, hey, look at him. It got to it, but it wasn't. It wasn't necessarily the players that initiated all this crap. It's the powers that be that initiated the crap.
Do you think there's a way Sean Taylor broke the Pro Bowl?
No.
By laying out Brian Mormon? And then
I think
we gotta chill.
It started going when they started paying more money, the people that were paying started saying, well, I don't want you to get hurt at the Pro Bowl. Back off a little bit. Then they started implementing that with the coaches and all. So this is not a player's thing.
So,
but if you tell me I don't have to go all out, guess what I'm going to do? Not go all out.
The Pro Bowl is now dodgeball, best catch, quarterback throwing at moving targets, and then a 7-on-7 flag football game.
What the hell?
But the thing about it, though, there are people who are still going to be excited about going there.
Let's get Paulie
For
on the
me
line.
and you, it don't help us.
Paulie.
What up, Paulie?
Shedeur's going to the Pro Bowl.
Big bro, how you doing, man? Hell to the W.
What up, brother?
JP.
Hey, buddy.
My life-skinned cousin. How you doing, man?
I'm good. You know we're getting simulcast on 980 when Paulie calls us, B.
Hey, man, I'm always checking you guys out from time to time, man. You my guys, man. The OGs, y'all the OGs. You know that.
All right.
Hey, but look, man, I'm gonna say this about the Pro Bowl. I think they messed up number one, taking out of Hawaii, and then also making it the week before the Super Bowl. You know,
used to be afterwards.
As a kid, I always, as a kid growing up, always looked forward for that being the last game of the season. You know, and I do remember one of the players saying that one of the things they liked about the Pro Bowl was, you know, I think they had won the Super Bowl. After they won the Super Bowl, going into the locker room of the Pro Bowl and getting a standing ovation from their peers for winning the Super Bowl. You know, so I think the league made it impersonal for the players. You know, I mean, come on, who don't want to go to Hawaii? For, you know, you take your family over there at night. Except if you Trent Williams, you get knocked across the head with a bottle at the bar. But other than that, I mean, who as a player, you know, it's a nice little vacation for your family. You know, you get to relax and all that. And like I said, they always complained about it, but I watched it every year. You know, the last game of the season in Hawaii, I watched that every year. So And as far as Shedeur Sanders go, I mean, like you said, I mean, who wants to go to Florida? Some guys be in Florida all the time anyway.
So I think. So I do think they've changed it, Paulie. Thank you, bud.
Is it in Orlando?
No. Now this year they've moved it
to where?
It used to be the weekend, like the off weekend between the conference championships and the Super Bowl. This year they're having it in San Fran.
Oh yeah, it's the week of it.
They're making it Tuesday night.
Yeah. Which, come on, bro. Who is really going to be looking at it?
I know. You know what I'll watch, B?
What's that?
Tress told me that the punting competition at the Pro Bowl is basically a giant. Imagine a punting version of beer pong. You got to punt it into like giant cups at different locations. I will watch Tress in the Pro Bowl. Maybe I'll see it kind of on social media.
They basically moving it on the Tuesday night of the Super Bowl is telling you that they don't give a damn about it.
Well, that nobody watches it either.
Yeah.
Nobody go anywhere. Phone lines are open the rest of the hour. Call in, yell at us. We're all wondering where Chris Russell is. Rooster, send a proof of life, buddy. Don't go anywhere. All right, you heard the song. B-Mitch and I found out it's 1:31. We found out about 32 minutes ago we were going to be simulcast on 980 for the last hour of our program, which we're happy to do. I love 980. I mean, that is the sports radio station I grew up on, listening to Tony and then listening to Andy and Zabe in the afternoons. A lot of great shows over the years. I love 980. But I didn't know we were going to be on it, and it, for me, B, I'm a guy that asks questions.
Yeah.
Well, if we're on 980, where the hell is Chris Russell?
Rooster? Yeah.
So we put an APB out, and the Roosters called in. Rooster, are you in Miami or Turks and Caicos?
I'm in Greenland, awaiting the takeover.
Where are you? Why aren't you working?
So here's the deal. I am not a rule breaker. I am a rule follower, a memo follower. So the bosses, the powers that be, told me on Friday that because of the pending snowstorm, I needed to bring in my equipment to the radio station and share it with Danny Huhe, who is more important than me. And that meant that I don't have equipment to do at the homestead today or tomorrow or anytime soon. And Danny Huhe has it. So I can't do a radio show either at the studios or from my home because I no longer have the equipment.
Why couldn't you do it at the studio?
I'm at home.
Yeah, why can't you do it at the studio?
Well, because I'm not traveling 37 miles on a sheet of ice thicker than Capital One Arena. I'm not doing that.
It don't have
I
ice.
I love you guys, and I love the audience. But
Rooster. It wasn't no ice on the damn road. What are you talking about?
Yeah, don't you always tell us how
I live right around the corner from you. What you talking about, dog?
I don't know how you do it. I mean, you probably got like some super powered truck or something like that.
No, I don't.
No, I was told that I was off today, and I was not one to argue. I do not challenge authority.
What you are? Oh, wait.
All you do is challenge
all you do is, yeah. What the hell are you talking about, Roos?
I mean, all right, maybe I don't challenge authority when it benefits me.
So you just got a day off and you're chilling.
Yeah.
I'm working on my other side gig. Yeah, I mean.
What's your other side? What's your other side gig? You shoveling for your neighbors?
No chance. Well, I did that. Yeah, I did that yesterday. No, I'm working. Like as you guys might not know, I'm the chapter advisor at American University for Phi Sigma Kappa. So I got a bunch of work I've got to do for that. So I'm catching up.
Hold on, you get
instead
paid
of
for
hosting a radio show. Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was a goodness of your heart. Give back.
Man, Rooster don't do nothing. Rooster don't do nothing like that.
It's mostly out of the goodness of my heart, but I get, I get a little bit of income, a little cha-ching, Very little.
All right, so
we found out Rooster getting paid for all kind of stuff.
Rooster's out here double dipping. All right, Chris.
Yeah, okay.
Ain't mad at you.
Yeah, I mean, I know neither one of you guys ever collects an extra paycheck ever.
No, not from my fraternity. I don't.
Yeah, not from my fraternity.
Although I'm never in one fraternity, but
I was in one and asked to leave. So I don't think
they asked you to leave the fraternity, Jay.
They asked the whole fraternity to leave.
Oh yeah. I think I heard about that.
It's synonymous with getting thrown off campus. Is I think how it's described.
Yeah, Phi Sig didn't last at Maryland. I'll tell you that. So I don't think that was it. Do you know who my fraternity brother is?
Who's that?
Like, though, seriously, James Franklin, the head coach at Virginia Tech.
Oh, really?
Went to East Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, yeah.
Okay.
Hold on, dude. You don't get to count dudes that are just, like, in the same fraternity at another college. You can only count the dudes that were in the fraternity.
That is not true, man. You count everybody. Right. Fraternities are different then. Okay. Because I know the brothers, they count them no matter where the hell they went.
Clearly, Chris
I'm going to blow your mind a little bit. The guys at American University are the owners of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and Manchester United. I forgot their names.
That's your best friends, huh?
The Glazers.
Yeah, the Glazers. Joel and Brian. There you go.
All right, so Chris is taking off work. How about that? Yeah. Can we ask you a football question, or are you off the clock and not talking football till tomorrow?
I mean, listen, you can do whatever you want. I am at your beck and call and command.
Bring us some damn food in tomorrow.
Yeah, bring some damn food. Get Get to work.
Okay. All right.
You have my begging
maybe
card
I'll
until
come
you
up with
ask for me to
something.
bring you some food.
Maybe I'll bring something. By the way, I should point out I was 2-0 yesterday, so I know that means I'm in first place in the show's predictions. And like last weekend, I was tied with the governor. This week, did anybody go 2-0?
I haven't added it up. I will.
I think we had 5 bets, didn't we?
Yeah, we had 5 bets, Bruce.
So what you mean 2-0?
We had 5 bets?
Yeah.
How did we have 5 bets?
You had the team.
You asked me for my picks.
Team, the total, and you also had the snow pick.
Oh, and the over-under? Well, that I don't know.
I just sent it to
all
White
I know
Brian.
is
He's our mathematician. We'll have that information.
All I know is
tomorrow.
I was 2-0 picking the games. That's what I know.
Okay.
So, Bruce, you're telling me you shoveled already?
Nope.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Well,
I shoveled for about an hour and a half yesterday.
If he shoveled, he should be here.
Heavy snow. Heavy snow.
Heavy snow.
Listen, B, I mean, I was more than willing to do the radio show from home. They took my equipment.
But that's
by
what I'm
order.
saying, though. You didn't have to be home to do it, Rooster.
Okay, but
All the
I
Virginia
was not
guys have
aware that the
successfully
roads were
driven in.
fine.
Huh?
Hey, listen, if they wanted me to come in, then I would have come in. But I'm not as important as you guys. I'm not as important as Danny Huhay. So I'm just following orders.
Roost out here following
Yeah,
orders.
man. I don't know when that happened.
Yeah.
He never follow rules, man.
Landfill came in also from Sterling or wherever the hell he
Nah,
lives?
we knew Landfill was going to make some type of excuse.
Landfill not there. Jeff not there.
Okay,
we have not
well.
confirmed Jeff's
Well,
whereabouts.
the usual suspects are where they normally are, not here.
Yeah, that's me too.
I mean-
left hand up. Although I just
You
looked
know.
it up on the Montgomery County, Maryland website. You can look up your house as far as where it stands in the snow removal. Right. So according to the website, they've plowed 30% of the neighborhood streets in my area. 213 miles out of 702 miles. So that might be
It's not very
mile.
good progress.
No,
Yeah.
sure isn't. And apparently, I'm going to go check it out here when we get off the air. Apparently, there's a snowplow stuck at the bottom of the hill.
If he's still stuck, then the Maryland whole snow system is suspect.
JP, you might be home tomorrow because they're not going to do mine till at least tomorrow too. So I might be doing another all nighter around here.
Well, Chris, have you ever heard something as egregiously dumb as this? I credit Ben Strober. He's a hardworking young man. The company, in all of their limitless abundance of cash, the company Odyssey got Strober a hotel room for the last 2 nights, and it seems like might be getting.
I know.
Ben Strober
I know.
lives at home with his parents, and his girlfriend
I
also
know.
lives at home with his parents. Why the hell didn't Strober have his girlfriend come with him to the hotel suite?
Wait, his girlfriend lives at his home with his parents?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's my understanding.
Wow. Okay. All right, Strokes. I'm more curious about the budget. Like, what kind of spending budget did we have? Did you get the Subway plan, or did you get to eat at what's a good fancy restaurant in the Navy Yard? Is there any?
Circa.
I went
Circa, there you go,
to
there you
Mission
go.
last night.
Uh-oh.
Now, did Valdez
Nice.
buy your dinner? Because I actually ran into Matt Valdez Friday night at the Eric Church concert at the Anthem. It
Oh,
was awesome.
do I have a story for you about this?
All right,
look
fire
at
away.
you.
So Valdez was like, "Oh, I'll take you to dinner, this and that." And then the day of, he texts me at like 1 p.m. He's like, "Hey, you ready to go to dinner tonight?" I'm like, "Yeah." Like, what's the plan? He's like, "All right, meet me the second floor at 5 p.m." I go down there at 5 p.m. I'm waiting. It's like 5:10. I'm like, where's Valdez? He hasn't shown up yet. Text him, he doesn't answer. Call him, he doesn't answer. Call him again, he doesn't answer. I give up. I go back upstairs at 6 and watch the Patriots win the AFC. Then at like 6:30, I'm like, well, damn, it's been an hour and a half. I guess I'm going to go get food by myself. I'll text him. Maybe he's sleeping or something right now. He doesn't get back to me, period, like the whole night. And I'm like, I hope this dude's okay. And I walk in this morning and he's just in here. I'm like, yo, like, what happened to you? He's like, oh, I went to whatever the place was. I left my phone. I didn't have my phone. I tore up my whole hotel room to find my phone. And I was like, dude, I was like texting people saying, should I be worried about you? And they're like, no, he's fine.
Yeah,
I thought you were saying he was like
he
at a-
called them and told
at like
them
a
to make
Maryland
sure
crab
you don't know
boil.
where he's at.
I think I know what happened. Valdez went and started watching the games. The Miller Lights were flowing, and he lost his phone, and he was just like, Strober's on his own. That's my theory. So, Bruce, when do you think you'll be back on the radio, or will Brian and I be simulcast on 980 all week?
Well, if Brian is saying, and we do kind of sort of live near each other, about a mile and a half or so apart, if Brian's saying that the roads are drivable and that everything's good, then I guess I have no choice but to come back tomorrow, right? I mean, I am a company guy.
I left my house at 8 o'clock, dog.
Yeah,
and it's 1:42 now. I think they're probably better now than they were when I left.
B, here's what we could do. If you want, I could come over to your house tomorrow. You could drive me all the way in, and then you could stay a couple hours after your show. I could do my show. Then we could go out to lunch together and hang out and have some bonding time, and then we could come home.
Run full speed out your front door and dive head first right now. That's what you need to do.
Little Ricky Henderson.
All right, Roos. Godspeed.
Roos wants me to come drive him in and wait for him. No, that's not going to happen.
Enjoy, boys. I always appreciate hearing from you.
All right. Yeah.
Good luck, Roos. We'll see you next month, I think. That's the great Chris Russell. You can listen to his program whenever he decides to come back to work. In the meantime, you can just listen to our program. This is B. Mitch and Finley. Don't go anywhere.
B. Mitch and Finley are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much your home is worth in less than 30 seconds at
Shout out to Darius making it in. That's a Maryland boy. That might be the first Marylander making it in today.
Yeah.
Darius coming from Waldorf, maybe?
And that's way down there, Jay.
Yeah, well, and that was like maybe he's Upper Marlboro. I don't want to mix it up, but that was where they were worried about like the freezing rain and all that.
Mm-hmm.
A couple people have been on hold a while, so I want to give them a quick opportunity. Steve is in Largo. What's up, Steve?
What up, Steve?
Hey, JP. Hey, B. Mitch. I just wanted to say a quick shout out to, on this day, 92, the greatest team in franchise history won the chip. The Redskins against the Bills. Yes. B. Mitch, Ahmad, your Hall of Famer, and JP, fellow Terp. Tough year for us basketball-wise, but we'll be back.
God.
All right, man.
I hear you, Steve.
Yes,
That's Maryland basketball. I mean, generally, Terps basketball, especially once you get into conference play as appointment viewing for me, it's depressing, Brian. It's depressing.
It is?
Yes. You know who's not depressing is our friend Commander Tequila.
Oh,
Commander,
boy.
how are you? Are you sober?
I'm doing good. How you guys doing out there?
We good, man.
You feeling
Good,
it?
buddy.
You guys hey, I have a quick question. Okay, on the Super Bowl, why don't they do incentives? Like, say, 4 quarterbacks from the NFC, 4 quarterbacks from the AFC, 300 yards, 350 yards passing rush, and if they win, they get like $500 bonus, $500,000 bonus each, and sometimes for each type of player for their positions. And it'll make it real creative, and it'll be a bonus for the player, you know?
Yep, and you trying to say that the NFL, you want the NFL to give extra money. They ain't doing that.
They're not in.
But they not.
Should and will are often very different, Commander.
All right.
Thanks for the
All
time,
right,
brother.
man. Good idea.
Quite a day.
Just won't be happening.
Not a bad idea at all. Quite a day. White Brian has tallied the betting results from over the weekend. We'll wait till tomorrow to go through that. Hopefully, maybe we get close to the whole crew back. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm going to go shovel right now. I just saw a camera posted that it's the warmest it's going to be all week right now. The sun is out. Like, the sun is
What, you going to go shovel your neighborhood?
No, I'm going to shovel my driveway in my car.
You already got that shoveled out, didn't you?
I shoveled twice yesterday, and now it's just packed.
Man, start moving that truck. It'll go out of it. Believe me. That you don't know what you have, man. That 4Runner will go right over whatever you're looking at.
I think it will too. But I got a shovel, right? Like, just so the kids can get around. It is so icy on the hill in my backyard. Lauren just sent me a video. The girls, you know when you're wearing like the ski gear, it's all like kind of slick anyway. My girls right now are just like body surfing down the hill. They don't even need sleds to get down the hill. They can just go on their bellies. So that's the situation in my house. How do you think this round 3 of shoveling is about to go right now, B?
Not very well. It's gonna be a little heavier than you think.
Do you think I will be cursing? Because generally when I'm doing stuff that doesn't go great,
Jay,
I just sit there and curse.
I don't need you to be snowing. I need to be shoveling for that to happen. So yes, you're gonna be cursing.
All right, you guys want to try to make some bets real quick? I know we got to get out.
Bets on what?
I don't know. Sports, like you do to end every show.
Heard it here first on B. Mitch and Finley.
I'm wondering.
Well, I know one thing. Jeff and Landfill are 0-1.
Definitely.
Yep.
100%.
And Witchcomb is 0.5 because he wasn't in the building. White Brian.
I'm with that.
He halfway worked.
Louisville Duke looks like a good game tonight. Arizona BYU. Arizona, #1 team in the country, B. Traveling to Provo. Yes, sir. Going to Provo, laying 1.5. That's kind of juicy.
Give me the Timberwolves -7.5.
Ben or Chris, you want in?
I got Hawks -2.5 against the Pacers.
Christopher?
Let's see here. We got let's take Lakers -1.5 over Bulls.
I'm taking Louisville with the points.
And I'm taking Cleveland.
There it is, B. I was worried about you.
-5.5.
Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Amelia Draper for joining us. Thank you to David Aldridge for joining us. Thank you to John Walton for joining us. And the Roost for calling in. Proof of Life. Maybe we're all back in studio. Stay safe out there. Stay warm. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. Oh, you beer.
Good Monday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny. We are live on the Fan, and we will be with you until 6:30, 4.5 hours from right now. Kudos to our hardworking production crew, all three members of the G&D producer team. Hoofed it through the snow and made it into the studio today to make us sound as good as possible, so we appreciate their efforts. Danny, I thought about joining them. In fact, I thought long and hard about joining them to the point where I started to join them, and then I got stuck. Me and a bunch of neighbors dug me out of being stuck for the better part of an hour. And so I am coming to you live from the comfort of my basement on Comrex, just like you are. You should watch us today if you're at home. Listen to us on your smart devices, Alexa and otherwise. But you can also watch the show on YouTube. Stream us in high definition. We do that every single day. Make that available if you're not in the car. How are you, Danny?
I need a break. I'm tired. I did this. So remember we had Tucker Barnes on from Fox 5 from the weather. And he said something I've heard other smart people say it too, just given how this dumb snow was going to happen. You need to shovel the first round of snow off before this ice comes and packs it down, so that then it becomes impossible, right? So I did that during the ice storm yesterday when it converted from regular old snow to stupid ice storm. I'm out there shoveling like a maniac, everything's soaking wet. I'm like ice crystals hanging from me. I'm old man winter. This is just the nature of where I live. I have 214 feet of driveway. I say that again, 214 feet. I happen to know that because we did some sort of project around the house, and like I had to look at the whatever, like this is your plot of land, and like the diagram was all there, and I had 200. Well, look at that, 214 feet of driveway. I shoveled 214 feet of driveway yesterday. I can barely walk. I want to be treated as a conquering hero. Kids are screaming. Everyone's mad at me. Whatever. So this morning, I got to go back out and get all the the condensed ice that had packed down like bricks. So I did that all morning long. 2 straight days of shoveling 214 feet of driveway. Everything hurts. Everything is so sore. I'm so tired. I need a week to recover. That's probably the last time I do that. Yeah, that's the last time I do that, I think. I don't think I can physically do it anymore.
Most people probably don't have 214 feet of driveway, but a lot of us can relate to the sentiment of whatever amount of feet of driveway I have, which is a lot less than that, getting out there over and over again, knowing it's a losing battle.
Yep.
And you're shoveling throughout this storm yesterday just so that it's not as bad when you inevitably have to get out there when it's all done.
Horrendous.
And over again, you look back out the window and you're like, was I even there? Did I do anything?
Yeah, I know. Oh, it's
not
so
only
frustrating.
Because it's getting covered as soon as you shovel, but the ice is so much worse than the snow. Everyone's like, I hope we get less snow. Oh, thank God we got less snow. Kick rocks. I would have taken 24 inches of powdered snow.
Yep.
By the way, this is the most useless snow that's ever fallen. I don't know if anybody has kids. You can't make a snowball. That's impossible. You can't make a snowman. You can't do anything with this snow. It's very, very useless. It's either these little like ice pellets that just fall apart in your hand like sand, or it freezes over to be a sheet of ice. I guess the redeeming quality would be that my kids could just like body slide down hills today where there's just ice sheets, but there's no usable, reasonable, anything good that's coming out of this snow. It's the worst snow that ever fell from the sky.
I'm with you on that. I got hit with a couple ice balls, and I finally said, "That's enough, boys. Let's shut that down."
Yeah, just the bricks of ice that had been broken by shovel.
Yeah, so the kids are, we're trying to get them outside, get them amused, do whatever, and they did a pretty decent job with it yesterday, honestly. And so it's like, "Hey, Dad, like mess with Dad, no problem." As I'm sitting there huffing and puffing, like barely able to bend my back at this point, and I got pelted a couple times with an ice ball, and I said, "You know what? I'm good on that. Let's shut that down. That's not a snowball. That is a projectile. That is dangerous. Let's maybe go back inside or something." Do you have an iPad you could watch?
I did have a great interaction. So I mentioned that I tried to come to work and ended up my wife's tires on the SUV. So we have a Ford Explorer, which is rear-wheel drive anyway. So it's pretty useless in the snow as it is as far as SUVs go. It's like a midsize. But on top of that, her tires are balder than our boss, okay? They are drab before the hair transplant. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
Like, there is not much tread on those tires. I looked at it right before I left, and I'm like, damn, this is bad. Because she said, I don't think we've gotten new tires in a couple years. And I'm like, there's no way that's true. We pay for tires every 6 minutes. I feel like our tire budget is all of the money. We have to have new tires. And I'm like, I think she's right. These tires are terrible. So it was just a nightmare, right? I mean, you're basically on black pavement and still spinning and can't go anywhere. It was insanity. So anyway, but I met a bunch of neighbors. I had this one guy. You know, we used to do and we probably will. We do it every year. The characters at a Super Bowl party bit.
Yeah.
So you're at a Super Bowl party, and there's, the guy who overtalks about his bets. There's the guy who knows all the rules. There's the guy who overtalks about the commercials.
The commercial shusher, yeah.
There's the person that just hovers around the snacks. Like, there's all these, everyone's got a role. I think you could do the same bit on SNL about the neighbors that come out to help you shovel. And God bless all of these people. They were very nice and didn't have to. But, there's very little just I'm just going to be here shoveling quietly. There's a lot of, I had this one guy who was like, you got to get the floor mat and put it under the tire, and that's going to heal everything. And then he's, whispering to me, because my wife is trying to drive the car, and I'm trying to dig her out, you got to get in and drive. You got to get in it. I mean, but there's, so many different characters in this 6-person operation. Now, they all were winners. They were all heroes. We eventually got the car back to the driveway. And then I felt like then I had to pay it forward. So I spent the next 2 hours just walking around, digging people out of their parking spots. I met Kelly, who is in school to become a dentist, and she offered to clean the kids' teeth for free.
Yes.
I met Gabe, who just moved in a month ago with his baby and his wife from San Diego. I met all these neighbors, man. So I guess that's what I need is more snowstorms to just get to know all the people that live near me.
That is how you do it. I mean, it takes a force of nature to bring all the people together, I suppose. So as I'm out there scuffling on my driveway, I look across the street, and just a really nice man. We got to talking, and he needed some help. It was pretty clear. He would do one shovel, stand up, put his hands on his hips, and kind of stretch his back out.
When you say needed some help, the same way we normally use needed help?
No, differently. He actually needed some assistance in this case. Yeah.
It's sometimes you're she needs help, and I'm oh, she needs a lot of help.
It's a very fair question. Because we always wonder is, what if this person who may or may not be attractive, what if they needed help and you weren't there?
Yes.
That's what we always ask.
So this guy needed help, but you mean actual assistance with snow?
Yeah. So, and he's got a driveway as well. And it's one of those where I'm I can't, in good conscience, turn away. I can't in good conscience, even though I'm exhausted, I can't move, I feel terrible, but this guy's he would do one shovel scoop and then stand up for about a minute and a half. And I'm going, I gotta help him. So it turns out he had his first grandchild the day before, and all he wanted to do was get out and be able to go back and see the little guy, and it's just those kind of stories. It's you know what? That actually felt pretty good. I actually did something that was tangible and helpful for somebody. So that was a really nice thing. But yeah, that was to your point about paying it forward. That felt very good.
Jay Tweezy in the chat on YouTube, and again, that's a way if you're at home today if you're just getting out to run an errand or two and getting back to the house, you can watch the show on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube stream. But he says that he has not left his house since Thursday, and he's ignoring this whole thing and pretending like it's not happening.
That's a great play if you can make it.
Which I love.
You can do it. Yeah,
hilarious and awesome. Here's what I have to imagine, though. If that is how you're handling this shabingus, you have to then have your car in a garage, probably in an apartment complex or maybe a condominium or something, because if you're just playing it that way and you have a house and a driveway and you're responsible eventually for getting your car back on the road, the longer you wait, the worse it's going to be.
Yeah.
I can't stress enough just the hardening and the ice that this becomes. Every hour that you wait is worse and worse and worse. And the problem is we're talking about 10 days of this. I think I heard on middays, right at the end there, JP was signing off, and he referenced that Doug Kammerer on NBC4 said, with the sunlight as it is right now, that this is probably the warmest it's going to be in the DMV for a week and a half, right now this second. And so throw us in your earbuds and get on the app and go out and shovel, I guess, and listen to us while you do it. We'll keep you company while you're trying not to collapse in your driveway. But my point is, that's a great plan if you can get away with it. But, man, every hour that you wait, the anxiety builds for me. Every minute yesterday I'm watching football or doing anything other than shoveling, I'm God, this is going to suck when I get back out there. Now, right now, this second, your boy's driveway is normal. It's just a wet driveway. I crushed it. Both cars are ready to come and go as they please. I don't think I'm going anywhere because I can't. I'll be at work tomorrow. That'll be the next time I drive, I'm sure. But I'm not going to touch any part of, like, I've got the steps in the back going into the basement. Those are going to be frozen until they're not. I have done what I'm going to do. I am retiring as a shoveler until the next storm, which apparently could be next weekend. And if that's the case, then I'm already annoyed by that.
Yeah, I'm pretty annoyed because I gave it all. I gave it all I had. Like, this is it.
You gave 4 quarters, 60 minutes. You left it all out there. You poured it onto midfield, and now you found out we got to go play overtime.
I can't. I mean, so we all had those moments in our lives. Every adult, where it used to be, hey man, when I was Ryan's age, call a couple of buddies, dude, pizza and beer. Can you help me move? Just a couple of things, and I'm moving, from this apartment building to the next. There's a moment where you go, that's the last time. That's it. Professionals, Metropolitan Moving and Storage. That's what everybody should do. Those guys are incredible. Just call them and they will do it for you. That's it, right? And you never go back. That may have been my last hurrah. I'm not even doing a bit where I go, my 12-year-old goes, why don't we have a snowblower? I go, this happens once every 10 years. You know what I mean? Like, how practical is that? After whatever I just did for these last 24 hours, I'm either going to get a snowblower or I'm just going to pay someone. I don't know who I could pay. I'll figure that out later. I don't think I could do that again. I think that was the last time.
Too. I mean, your kids are at the age where they could be doing that.
Yeah, he helped. I mean, my 7-year-old kind of didn't have the physicality for this ice bomb.
A little tough.
But so, I mean, my 12-year-old did the walkways, right? So we have a couple different walkways, front steps, back, the way we usually go to get to the garage. And he did an unbelievable job, but it iced over. And so when I went out last night, my last bit of effort, I'm like, okay, I'll at least get these. And I was done with the walkways, and I said, I can't move. I need to be in a full body cast. I need that hyperbaric chamber thing that Kirk Cousins does. I am out. I'm 46, man. I cannot handle it anymore.
I hear you. Every neighbor that I live by in my neighborhood is older than you by 15 or 20 years, and they were all shoveling. So I respect what you're saying. I just think next snowstorm you'll be out there again. Like, you can't retire at 46. It's too young. It's like saying, I'm 29 as a quarterback. You're not a running back.
Right.
You got 10 years left at that point.
In shoveling years, I don't know, man. I feel like I aged.
Is like mid-60s, and that guy was putting on a clinic over
you
the
talking
last
about Hans?
48 hours.
My guy Hans?
No, Hans is gone.
Oh, Hans is gone.
Yeah, that's a shame. Yeah, Hans is a younger guy. This was my guy Gerson. Gerson didn't mess around. I'm using his salt. I mean, we're all in this thing together. We're just,
at this point.
If anybody needs milk, someone will be running that to someone's house. That is the nice thing about the old school feel of the snowstorm is you actually, like, I'm talking to neighbors I haven't talked to in a long time. Apparently I'm not the only member of the show, though, that has had an issue where I've gotten stuck. Clary, Blue Collar Clary yesterday, was out and about in Arlington doing some snow removal, and I believe a police officer actually had to help Clary.
Oh my
Rhino,
God.
what happened with you? Blue Collar Clary shouldn't be getting stuck. You got a Jeep and you're a professional.
I know. You would think that, but at this point yesterday, it was impossible to drive. I think we all knew that, and I do have a 4-wheel drive. I can put it in different modes. I can put it in snow mode. I can put it in ice mode, and I put it in snow mode, and my thing just stalled out. I could not get up
Had
this
it been
hill.
plowed, or were you just driving
No.
on virgin snow?
No, it was literally hasn't been plowed. It was virgin. Officer came with his 4-wheel drive. He came up beside next to me and he got out of his car and he's like, "You need any help there?" And I was kind of like, "Yeah." And this is the best part. He had a Mountain Dew bottle where he had spit in. He was dipping while doing this. And he was like, he goes, "Let me help you out here." He's like, "You mind?" Hops in my car. 2 minutes later, I'm on the side of the road. So clear. He did it so easily.
Now, I'm going to speak for myself. I'm not joning on you, okay?
Okay.
But I know from getting stuck today and then having all these people around and needing the assistance. And now, I did the heavy, I'm shoveling. I just about keeled over. Your boy basically shoveled the entire, road out in front of my house to get my car back up a hill. That said, is there a more humiliating feeling?
Oh, that's it.
Is there a more embarrassing, I am a useless dolt, I'm not a real... And honestly, I'm sure I'll get in trouble for this somehow. You just don't feel like a man when this happens. You feel like a child or something, and everyone's giving you advice and telling you what to do, and then like people are shoveling you free, and you're like, okay, I got a little traction, but then you get stuck in the next thing.
You just have to wear it. That's the thing. Is like I couldn't handle this situation. Whoopsie daisy. This was beyond my skill. And people coming to give you advice. What are you going to turn it away? You are in distress. You are helpless at that stage. It is the worst feeling. It is the single worst feeling.
When you get out of the car and he's got to help you, I mean, that's not that much better than him having to parallel park for you. Or something.
No, you're 100%. Like,
what is your confidence and just mental feeling about yourself in that moment as you're standing in the snow and he's moving your car?
Guy, it was just, I mean, I lost my manhood there.
Yeah.
So Rhino, he hopped in the car. He just drove your car. He didn't dig you out.
My car. He got in my car. No shoveling, no nothing. I was trying to shovel myself out to get some traction on the wheels, and he hopped on that thing like a bull and just manhandled it and got to the side to where there was a metro stop where it was plowed, and he was like, and I asked, I was like, at that point, I was like, okay, well, my manhead's gone. So what do you think I should do next? Like,
I think you have to sell the car. Like, I think you can't drive that car anymore. I don't think you get to drive it. I think you have to just find something else to do.
And
that's tough.
Yes. And here's even the worst part. This was also after 4 people already pushed me out of another mess that I got into. And I drove.
Oh, you got stuck twice?
I got stuck twice. And again, this was a big hill getting up. So that it was kind of understandable. At this point, it was sleet. I got out perfectly fine. But as the sleet started later on in the day, that's where I was just like, okay, I cannot drive in this thing.
So what percent, when I tell you that my situation, like I had some bad luck handed to me. They had basically plowed me into my neighborhood. So the only way that I could get out, I couldn't. I had to turn around. Working against me. But this is not a non-zero on me. I am not from Minnesota. I'm not used to this. I'm not good at this. And I think someone better at this would have not gotten stuck probably, or found out a way to get stuck for less time. I'm going to say like 60% bad luck or 65%, and then 35% I'm adult. What's your percentage on the 2 times you got stuck?
I'm going to say it's 70% bad luck. Just because if you look in Arlington right now, like there are so many cars on main roads, by the way, that have not been touched or plowed. Like that is the thing here, where there's so many cars that are stuck on the side of the road. There are metro buses blocking main roads, and plows can't get through at this point. So I'm going to say 70% bad luck, 30% just me not knowing what the heck I'm doing.
Yeah,
like it's so tough. It's just so embarrassing.
All right, let's get into the football. Next,
sorry,
Danny.
Brad. I was just going to say the other part that's worse about it is they literally tell you don't go anywhere, and then you did, and you're like, "Whoops!" It's almost like you're trespassing and humiliated. You know what I mean?
Very true. Yeah, my mom right away was like, "Oh, they're saying no one should go anywhere." It's like I have a job. It's nice that people don't have jobs, I guess, but or that they don't have to work today. But I have to go to work. I was trying to get to work. Now, Clary yesterday, I guess, was trying to go make some money, so he's also trying to get to work. But he was going out in the eye of the storm. That's like the Andrea Gale in Perfect Storm, where they're telling you, turn around, like now's not the time. You can't be
not
out
now,
here.
bro.
I don't know, man. You got to find another way maybe to go shovel that driveway. But next, I want to get into the NFL games of the weekend. Championship Sunday. We've got a Super Bowl matchup. It's a rematch from about a decade ago. The Patriots win the AFC. The Seahawks emerge victorious in the NFC. We'll go through the games next on The Fan.
Jake Bobo!
My favorite Burkhardt call from Fox yesterday because of the disbelief that it was Jake Bobo. You hear the voice going higher as he says his name, and Brady just belly laughing. He had 4 catches all year, and then that mega catch in the end zone for a 17-yard touchdown on a dime from Sam Darnold. In the end, the Seahawks beat the Rams 31-27. Danny, we knew this would be a great game. These two teams played twice in the regular season. In those 2 games, they were separated by 1 point and 1 yard as division rivals. And you had an excellent Matt Stafford performance, 374-3. You had a really well-called game from Sean McVay against one of the great defenses in the sport. He has had Mike McDonald's number in a few of these matchups. The Rams end up amassing 479 yards, 8.3 per play, and yet they still lost. Big special teams turnover, a factor among some other plays they'd like back. But in the end, it was Seattle. Behind Sam Darnold, a career day on the biggest stage that he's ever played on, 346 yards, 3 touchdowns, hit a 91st percentile quarterbacking performance via EPA per dropback. They really didn't have any business winning, honestly, without a MVP caliber, elite level quarterback showing, and Darnold, left for dead over and over in his career, delivered it.
This felt like a handful of years ago when this used to happen all the time. This is what championship games were, or playoff games were. It was I don't know, you could sort of pick your fighter. It was a Drew Brees against some other prolific guy, or Manning Brady type deal, right? I mean, just the quarterbacking in that game is as high level as we've seen. We've kind of gotten away from that a little bit. And it was really refreshing to watch a punch counter punch. Matt Stafford is the first person to throw for 370 plus, no turnovers, 3 touchdowns, and lose. It's like that hasn't happened pretty much. Unbelievable how great he was in this game, and Darnold might have even been better. Just a splendid high-level quarterbacking game, kind of as you said. Punch, counter-punch going back and forth. It looked like every time I thought Seattle was going to pull away, there was that one last gasp or one kind of moment. I mean, obviously the game turned on a taunting penalty that you and I both disliked, and I know a lot of the Twitter dunkers are trying to contradict it, and that's fine. But to me, that's too big a moment to make that call. Touchdown the next play kind of gave the Rams life, but it came down to the last possession, as all of their games this year did. What an awesome way to end it.
Well, to your point on Stafford, the stat you used, 370-3 in a loss. How hard it is to do that. Yeah. And he didn't lose the game. The team lost the game. But it's a endorsement of Seattle. It is a compliment to how great they were. Because every time they did go up by 11 or took a lead, 24-13, Stafford and the Rams came right back, 4 plays, 75 yards. Then they go up 31-20. Stafford and the Rams come right back, 5 plays, 87 yards. And they had to keep answering, and they kept doing it. Kenneth Walker averaged 3.3 a pop. It was like the loudest 62-yard rushing performance ever, because early on he was spectacular. I joked he was getting paid by the broken tackle. He was running so angry. He made himself so much money the last couple of weeks as a pending free agent for teams that need a running back. I know you had the over in his receiving yards and confidence points picks. He hit that, I think, on 6 or 7 plays into the game on a couple of catches, and he ended up going for almost 50 receiving yards to go with his 62 rushing yards. But I thought this was a Darnold storyline because, understandably, the narrative was this guy will fail you. If you're going to get to a moment, like Minnesota did, where you've got to beat Detroit to get the 1 seed, and he'll fall on his face. And then you're going to have to play the Rams, that's who it was last year, who destroyed him, lest we forget. I think it was like 7 or 8 sacks, and Jared Verse looked like Myles Garrett, and Sam Darnold turned into a pumpkin.
He was seeing ghosts, man. And that was one of those cringe-worthy performances. Yep.
All year, Sam Darnold will ruin everything. Then they had this game where he had to keep on coming. He had to keep delivering the goods and throwing darts, and he did it all night long. It was such an impressive start from him. And by the way, Jackson Smith-Njigba, probably the second best receiver in the game, if you could say that, like in the NFL, and maybe in this game too, if you think Puka Nacua is number 1, 9 for 165 and a touchdown from Nacua. But Njigba is spectacular.
He's so good.
12 targets, 10 catches, 153 and a score. Clint Kubiak deserves a head coaching job because he stacks him, he moves him, he motions him, he gets him free releases. Everybody knows what's coming, a la McVay and Nacua, and he still gets him wide open, which is the sign of great coaching. They got a deep shot to Rashid Shaheed right off the top in the game for 51 yards that they dialed up. That was scripted and well designed. Like, I thought it was a win for Clint Kubiak. It was a win for Sam Darnold. If you were a part of that Seattle offense, it's just a really, really good operation. Kudos to all of them. And McDonald and that defense have been the linchpin all year that have carried them. But that wasn't the case in this game. But it's what I've always loved about Seattle. When they've got to ground and pound you, they can do it. When they've got to win a shootout, they've shown they can do it. When they've got to win 17-13, they've proven that they can do that. How do you want to lose? Like, they'll hand you your loss. Just tell them how you want them to do it.
Yeah, to your point, 19 catches, 18 yards rather, and 2 touchdowns between Nacua and JSN last night. That was a showcase for those guys and 2 offenses that are really, really good at getting those guys open and looks and getting them the ball. I mean, to me, it's the hands catches that make both those guys so special. So obviously you saw the one-hander from JSN. That's ridiculous. That's stupid. That's, that handful of guys ever have that kind of talent to do that. It's that Odell Beckham style, just the ball just gets swallowed up and doesn't move around, and it's incredible for a guy at full speed as he toe taps on the sideline. You just go, that's dumb. But the number of times it's in traffic, the number of times it's a defender has an arm in there or a hand, or it looks like it'd be broken up and would be probably for 99% of those receivers. There's that extra layer of hand strength, gather, body control, twist, so that I can, again, pull it in and make that play where it's needed. That's remember, to borrow from our guy Kirk Cousins so many years ago, the third down war daddy. Well, it's that times a million with both of those guys. They're just so special. And they're different players, obviously, but I thought Brady had some really good analysis talking about JSN, where it's not as if he's the fastest dude in the world or the strongest or the tallest or whatever. It's that everything looks the same. Every route, every motion, every movement looks the same until it's not. It's it's like a great pitcher in baseball. Something Max Scherzer used to work really, really hard on, tunneling his pitches so that every ball, when it leaves the hand, looks the same, and then a hitter is slow to react because, it looks the same as the last one, but it goes a totally different direction. That's what JSN does so spectacularly well to get open. And then, just one last thing to your point, Kubiak put him in the backfield on that one touchdown. The Rams were befuddled by that. The best player on the field motions into the backfield and just sort of jogs through the secondary, and they're like, yeah, we pretty much have to let him go. He was a running back. We don't believe it. And it just brilliant design. I love that sort of stuff. To get your best player open, you move him around.
So a few things at the end of the game that I jotted down that I actually wanted to go back to. The first was the McVay decision to go for the 4th down rather than kicking a field goal, which drew some ire. This was when they turned the ball back over to Seattle with right around 4 minutes left, and they got in tight inside the 10 or 12-yard line. At the time, I certainly thought long and hard about kicking that field goal as I'm sitting on my couch. I did not have an issue with it big time because my general philosophy is if you're kicking a field goal while down one possession and you remain down one possession, it doesn't always make a lot of sense to me, right? It's like the old LaFleur against the Bucks in the NFC Championship game when they were down 8 years ago. Now, the benefit to kicking the field goal there is I'm down 4, I kick, I'm down 1. I can now win it if they don't score again with a field goal next time I have the ball with 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes to go, rather than having to go the length of the field and score a touchdown. Yep. So I get that logic. But the other reason you would kick it there is if they go score a touchdown, you're down 8, it's still a one-possession game. You're banking on your defense getting you the ball back and having a chance to go win it and scoring a touchdown, but you need time to do that. The big problem was they didn't get the ball back. Seattle ran the clock all the way down to 25 seconds left.
They were so aggressive, and I love it. Just go win the game. I love that so much. I love it.
Yeah, Kubiak called an awesome final drive. They basically just said, you know what? We're not here to try to run 3 times, burn your timeouts, and send the ball back to you with 2 minutes left. That was great. But because the Rams got the ball back with 20-some seconds, as deep as they were on that punt, even looking for a field goal would have been really, really hard. As you saw, they didn't get into field goal range. They almost did, but he was ruled in bounds, which was correct. So that'll be one of those after the fact where people say you should have kicked the field goal. I didn't think that was bad. Where I would take issue with McVay big time was the timeout usage. Instead of challenging on that Cooper Kupp play on a 3rd and 7, I think it was, where he's like outstretched and he may have been a couple of feet short.
I thought he was short initially.
I did too, but it was very close.
Yep.
Regardless, he burned a timeout to find out if they were going to challenge. Well, when you do that and then you challenge with 2 timeouts left, you risk not having any timeouts left. So I think when his guys watched upstairs, they basically said, this is too close. I don't feel good about challenging. We can't risk losing both of our timeouts. He should have just thrown his challenge flag.
Yeah, do it or
Especially if the moment that you burn that timeout, you should have challenged it. Because if you're willing to lose the timeout anyway, then lose the challenge. Who cares? You get your breather, you stop the clock, and you might actually set up a 4th and short. So I just thought he mishandled that.
100%. And that's the point isn't necessarily that you opted to call a timeout or didn't challenge it, right? It's if you're unsure, the effect ends up being the exact same. Right? Where if you just challenge the play, it doesn't matter. Like, you're probably going to lose it. You got a great chance to lose it. But if you were going to call timeout anyway, I don't understand why you wouldn't just fire the challenge flag there. Even if you think you're going to lose, if your strategy is, I need the clock stopped, why not take that chance, right? I think it probably would have been overturned.
But if you're willing to burn the timeout, then you should have been willing to have a challenge.
And that's the question: is should they have been? So to me, it isn't necessarily exactly. It's folly because you get the added benefit of a chance of it being overturned. I don't think it would have, but again, there's that added chance. The question for me though is, would that have been appropriate timeout, or I need to stop the clock right there usage? And I think the answer is yes. And I saw a lot of people saying, no, you kind of let it go, or win, lose, or draw right there. Either don't challenge it, or don't use your timeout and try to save 1 or 2 for the next round because they're going to pick up that 4th and short anyhow. I didn't buy. I mean, to me, that was a clock stop time. You should have done it by throwing the challenge flag.
Yeah, I didn't love that spot for the timeout because they had just picked up a 1st and 10. So in other words, I think you have to wait till you stop them and it's 2nd and 9 and then you burn it there 40 seconds later. It's very rare that you'd see a timeout before, a new set of downs, so to speak. But I thought that was kind of a fascinating couple of play sequence there. The other thing I did want to go back to that you referenced was the Tariq Woolen taunting call. Maybe the worst consecutive play, 2 plays a player's ever had in the history of the world.
Not as bad as you can get, right?
Where he's woofing at the other team, talking trash, steps on their sideline. I mean, he goes so far above and beyond what is reasonable and even allowed in that moment to draw that flag. And then on the next play, gets burned for a touchdown. Like an all-time, what are you doing moment. Not surprisingly, his teammates were trying to fight his ass on the sideline right after that because he had just made an 11-point game on a 4th and 15 where they're punting and the game's basically over, a 1-possession game. Here's where I'm at, though, on this play. Yes, he did a stupid thing. Yes, it is moronic for him to taunt when we know in this sport that they call these egregious taunting penalties. I have been consistent on this. You can dislike or disagree with my opinion. You're allowed to, no problem. I do not like these calls. I think this is professional football. I think these are grown-ups. This is the most violent game that we have. I hate flags for talking trash, for standing over a guy, for chirping. Is it my style? No. Would I do it? No. Do I like when my players do it? No. Did Tariq Woolen do something that I find to be both like irresponsible and ridiculous? Yes. And by the way, he went way, way further than even normal. When I rewatched the video and you see he literally steps on the other sideline and well after the play, he's like on their sideline talking to them. He's an idiot. All of these things are true.
Yep.
Yes, you're correct. In that moment, it's the NFC Championship game. It's an 11-point game. It's a 4th and 13. By the way, if you want to have this be a penalty, it shouldn't be a 15% of the field penalty. It shouldn't be 15 yards, an 100-yard field, and an auto first. So now on 4th and 13, now you're giving them a first down, and they've got a chance to actually still get back into the game. It was just way too big in this stage, in this moment. He didn't touch anybody. He didn't hit anybody. He's being an idiot and talking trash. Danny, I hate those calls. I just think that they are amateur hour youth calls. They should yell at kids that you coach on the basketball court that are 13 years old for doing that and penalize them. The professional athletes yelling at each other, we should have a longer leash. We should have a longer fuse on when we throw that flag. I just don't think, short of him touching someone, you can throw a flag in that spot in the NFC Championship game to make an 11-point game a 4-point game.
Yeah, that's pretty much where I come down. I just one of those things that I understand that he committed a violation there. I get it. But it's also, this is such a thing that I think we always overlook. These are not robots. These are not autonomous, Madden characters that are out there engaging in behavior. He's a buffoon, but he's also like unbelievably excited. The moment of his life is they're up double digits and they just forced a fourth down. Oh my God, look at what's happening. And he's barking. He's being a buffoon again. But as you said, longer leash and some sort of, hey, that's enough. I know he was warned a bunch of times. Ross Tucker chronicled it. He was standing right there on the sideline, and good insight, by the way. That's awesome. He was able to have that and be able to provide it. But it's one of those things where I know this, for me, I am not making that call. So if you guys would have, that sounds great. God bless. That's awesome. You get to say that he violated the rule and you called him on it. That's really, really cool. I am not doing that. As you said, short of some sort of assault or physical altercation, pushing somebody, getting into a face is different. Barking like a buffoon, that's buffoonery. I'm giving a much, 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 much longer lease in that spot.
Yeah, and I think the ref basically gave him a bunch of warnings, it seemed like,
at
him to get away. I just would walk over and literally grab him and be like, bro, I'm going to penalize you. I wouldn't, but I would just keep threatening him. Get away. Like, you got to go back to your sideline. But you changed the entire game. That's what you did. And did he commit an infraction by the letter of the law? Absolutely.
Yes,
I have hated those calls all year long, and I want them done away with mostly. I think most people do, by the way. Maybe not agree that the idea that he should have been penalized there, but I know we've done this polling all season long. Do you want taunting calls to be an emphasis? Do you want the league to really care more and more about this as we go forward? And most people don't. It's just not something that the fans, by and large, care about. It's something the league for optics, and it takes very seriously. All right, let's get to the AFC side of the ledger, and the Patriots advancing to the Super Bowl behind a dominant defensive performance in the snow. We'll do that next on G&D.
Celebrating 30 years of the Sports Junkies.
That's got to be a record. Jim Nance on the call of AFC Championship game football. The New England Patriots, with a 10-7 win over the Broncos, punched their Super Bowl ticket. The weather in this game in the second half was so debilitating and awful that it took away from the football. Now, it was aesthetically cool, and I loved sitting there watching the snow game, but you couldn't call plays, you couldn't execute plays, you couldn't catch passes, you couldn't throw passes. So pretty much early to mid third quarter on, it was just a run the ball and, who's going to, be able to make a field goal kind of game. But in the first half, there weren't many excuses. Denver's defense shoved it on New England. Passing game for the Patriots and Drake May never got going. He was held to 86 yards on 10 completions. He ended up having a rushing touchdown on a draw after a takeaway in a short field, and then making a bunch of plays with his feet running for 60 yards in the second half, and that proved to be the difference. But for the Denver Broncos, you just get left wondering what could have been with Bo Nix out there. Stidham had an awful turnover that led to the touchdown, threw the interception at the end of the game. I don't think he handled himself badly when you consider New England's defense has been fantastic all postseason, and it was a horrible, horrible weather game. But they manage all of just 7 points. They miss a couple of field goals. It was a bummer. I thought that the weather in the second half basically ruined what was an otherwise really, really entertaining matchup.
So I want to get your take on this. We talked about not going for a field goal with the NFC game with McVay a moment ago. To me, I know what the analytics always say. That's pretty much very rarely you're not going to go for it. The expected points added if you go for a 4th and goal over a field goal or whatever. But early on in that game, 4th and 1 at the New England 14, I believe. They don't get it after a timeout by the Broncos. Stidham rolls out, incomplete pass, almost intercepted, but that was kind of it. No points on the board then. They were up 7-0. For me, I love the data. I love the numbers. And I always think we should include more data instead of less. We shouldn't be excluding things. But to me, I also like to feel the way the game is. My defense has been really good to that point. This weather is coming. It's not like as if it was out of nowhere, right? It wasn't some mystery weather that may or may not have showed up and everyone was surprised. I've got to feel like I'm in a bit of a rock fight, and that's how this game is going to go. And if I'm going to win it, this is how we're going to win. I would have kicked a field goal there. I don't hate it. I mean, I'm not coming down on Sean Payton saying he's a boob or incompetent or overmatched. I can't believe you would do something so stupid. But I'm going, I know what the numbers say. I understand that 4th and 1, the average play gains 4.5 yards, whatever. I'm taking the points right there and going up 2 scores in a game where I don't, who knows if I'm up at that point by 2 scores, I don't have to drop back on 3rd and 21 when the weather's terrible and have Stidham make a terrible decision that leads to that Patriots touchdown.
Well, I agree with you.
I got a chance there.
So in real time, okay, I think I want to go for those like 95% of the time.
Me too.
I am team go for it. In real time, I said to my wife, you got to kick this and go up 10 points. And my logic is I just don't know how many points they're going to score with Jarrett Stidham. Not to mention, even though it was a 4th and 1, you might get it. I don't necessarily trust him to go finish this drive and score a touchdown. I just feel like you've kind of parked the car already in a sense. You might as well just take advantage and get these points. So that was kind of my thinking. But what I don't know is, what did Sean Payton know about the weather that was coming? If he knew it was, nobody knew it was going to be that gross that fast. But if he knew it was going to snow in the second half and get kind of messy, then he really should have gone up by 10. And if he knew the weather was coming in some capacity, and he still chose to go for it, I would like the decision even less. But yeah, I think that was a mistake. I don't think it is what cost them the game.
No.
Because I think if New England was tied 10-10, then they wouldn't have basically sat on the football like a chicken sits on an egg, for the entire second half, basically, where they thought they're not going to score another point. I thought they were way too conservative, hated how McDaniels called the game, but give Mike Vrabel credit. Everything he touched in that game and in these playoffs has turned to gold. And again, it worked out for them. Their defense, incredible. We'll go into some of the numbers on their offensive struggles and the points they've scored and some of the records they're setting in terms of being defensive dominant on this playoff run a little bit later on. But we got to get ready for Jay Gruden, who joins us right at the top of the hour next. Live on Grant and Danny. We'll set up a Super Bowl matchup, get his thoughts on the championship games that were played right here on The Fan. show today, anywhere you are with the Odyssey app, I'd advise if you're shoveling, have us in your earbuds, take us outside with the app on the phone, and enjoy the program as you try to move some of that snow. Of course, you can listen all over the DMV on our flagship 106.7, in Richmond on the Fan AM 910, FM 105.1. And if you're in your house, you can listen on smart devices, but you can watch us. Put us on TV. Watch us on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube stream. We are live until 6:30, brought to you by the law firm Kondori and Murad. Right now, though, we want to bring on our buddy, Jay Gruden, the former head coach here in Washington.
On air and on the road, Jay Gruden is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, Ted Britt Ford and Chantilly in Fairfax, your F-150 headquarters, Ted Britt Lincoln and Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet in Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. See and shop them all at tedbritt.com.
Jay, I posted a poll about this during the game yesterday. There's been a lot of consternation about the Commanders having a domed stadium built here in D.C., and a lot of people love the elements and like that old school feel. What's your take on the AFC title game in the second half yesterday? Was the game better or worse for that weather?
I think it was worse. I don't think it's part of the game, really. I mean, you have a blizzard like that. I mean, rain and a little bit of snow I can understand, but if you ever try to throw a frozen ball or kick a frozen ball, it's very difficult. It's really not football, in my opinion. I mean, I like the elements. I like the outdoor part of it, but sometimes it could be a little extreme, and I thought that was a little extreme yesterday.
So if you were going into a weather game like that, where it was okay in the first half, but a bit of a rock fight anyway, and then the second half, inclement weather, do you plan differently, just in terms of game planning? Do you care more about which side has the better wind, or are you just kind of going with your normal stuff and adjust accordingly?
Yeah, you have to plan on the wind for sure. For the fourth quarter, you want the wind, and then I think play calling is obviously affected the big way. It becomes more of a 10-yard passing game. You got to keep everything within 10 or 15 yards. You got to obviously establish a running game somehow, but the defense knows that too, and they're stacking the box. And you can't work your one-on-one matchups on a go route. You saw Denver try it and threw a miserable interception right in the guy's hands. So you just have to take your medicine and hopefully you punt and play the field position battle and try to get a turnover like the Patriots got against Denver.
Jay Gruden with us on Grant and Danny after Championship Sunday. I find New England just so disrespected and undervalued. I can't tell you how many of my buddies were texting me last night. I got a buddy who's a Jags fan who's like, "Oh, if only we could have played New England, we would have whooped them." And it's kind of the thought everybody has, right? Or like the Seahawks are going to bludgeon them, and maybe you feel the same way. But this idea of their regular season, they didn't play anybody, I think is flawed. They had 5 games where if they go a different way, those teams finish over 500. So now you don't have this weird stat about not beating any teams that didn't have winning records. I think they had 1 or 2 all year. And now they've won 3 of those in the playoffs, and people belittle them because apparently C.J. Stroud isn't a real quarterback now. I know Stidham was a very fortuitous thing that they got yesterday, and everyone's acting like the Chargers was a mulligan gimme game as well. But what's your thought on New England and just kind of the disrespect for a team that has gotten to a Super Bowl?
Well, they have gotten pretty fortunate scheduling. That's for sure. They played the Chargers without an offensive line, then they played C.J. Stroud, who threw 5 interceptions, had 5 turnovers a week before, and then they got a backup quarterback who hadn't played in 2 years. So that is a very gratuitous, that's a very good schedule to have. It's not their fault, but they're still winning the right way. They're able to run the ball. They have 2 good backs. They have 2 excellent corners. Their defense is playing extremely well. Vrabel does a great job of coaching that defense. And offensively, Josh McDaniel does a good job of calling plays and getting everybody involved. Stephon Diggs and Booty and the rest of those guys, they have a very good, well-rounded football team. They can hurt you a lot of different ways. Not their fault who they played, but they did beat people soundly and are now in the Super Bowl, and I think they deserve to be there. They're the best team in the AFC.
How is this defense doing this, Jay? Regular season, they were good. They were good enough to beat up on some, bad offenses, et cetera. But this is another level how dominant they've been on this postseason run.
They're very good at rushing the passer with 4 guys, and then Vrabel's always been a good simulated blitz guy. He might bring a secondary guy, but only rush 4 guys and drop people and still play zone and confuse quarterbacks and eat up the back. And then, defense, they have 2 very good corners in Carlton Davis and Gonzalez. And, K'Lavon Chaisson has done a very good job making a name for himself after having a miserable early start to his career in Jacksonville. And obviously, Harold Landry's a good player, and they got good linebackers that can stop the run. So they really have no weakness on defense. They can stop the forward pass, and they can stop the run.
It's amazing, too, Jay, because they didn't play at this level defensively most of the year. Now they're shoving it. And to your point, I mean, Denver had a backup quarterback. You mentioned the Chargers line, but they had that line every week, and they were beating good teams and barely losing down the stretch. And then, obviously, they made C.J. Stroud look terrible. But I can't believe the gear they've found here. Mike Vrabel and their coordinator deserve a lot of credit here because, I mean, they've gone from like a good defense to an elite defense at the right time of the year.
Yeah, and that's the most important thing. A lot of teams come playoff time and come to the end of the season, they start to pick up steam. They gain a lot of confidence, and it's like a freight train. They just keep moving along and playing with a lot of confidence and getting the ball back for their offense. And then Drake May's doing a good job of protecting the football. You know, he had a couple turnovers in one of the playoff games, but yesterday he didn't have any, and he can make plays with his legs, and they're very complementary what they do, offense and defense and special teams. They got a blocked field goal. So all three phases are contributing in a big way.
Jay Gruden with us here on G&D. I want to get to the NFC title game in a second here, Jay, but in terms of New England maybe winning the Super Bowl, what's their game plan? What's their best way to go about trying to beat a really good Seattle team? How do you see this one going potentially in terms of from preparation standpoint for New England?
Yeah, they're going to do what they do. They're going to try to rush forward, get after Sam Darnold, and confuse them on the back end. They'll mix in some man coverages and some zones that try to get Sam to throw it to the wrong team and hit them a lot. And obviously, they got to do a good job stopping Kenneth Walker III. So that's obviously they're going to be their game plan, and they're very good at doing that. They can stop the run very good, and they can rattle quarterbacks. They've done it all season long. Then offensively, I think Josh will have a couple tricks up his sleeve, but for the most part, they're going to just play like they've been playing, and running the ball with Stevenson and Henderson, and then the play actions that Drake May hurt you with his legs like he has done the last 10, 12 weeks.
Yeah, I was glad that they finally involved the quarterback run game and that May just was willing to get out of the pocket and run a little bit in the second half yesterday because it seemed like it was going to be a necessity. Look, I get how bad the weather was after halftime, but they completely shoved it on New England's offense and passing game in the first half. There was not really a good weather excuse there. May was not sharp. They didn't look good. The week before that, they didn't throw the ball that well. I know it was a bad weather game as well. What are you seeing from the Patriots passing game and from May in that regard? Because it does feel like after an MVP regular season, he has not been nearly at that level in the playoffs, and they might need him to beat Seattle.
Yeah, I've seen a quarterback that played some elite defenses back to back to back. We talked about the teams that they played. They weren't very good, but they did play the Texans with elite defense and Denver with an elite defense. So those teams are tough to throw the ball on and run the ball against. I mean, they're two of the best defenses in football. So I think Seattle proves another great challenge for them, but they just got to stay patient, try to get the running game going, obviously get Henderson out in space in the passing game, and then work on Stephon Diggs in the slot, do some things of that nature. But, don't count on Drake May to have a 350-yard passing performance. I think their recipe for success is going to be run the ball, throw for about 150, have Drake May rush for about 50 to 60 yards, and win a game 20-17.
Let's go to the NFC title game. Just what did you make of that matchup? Third time was a charm. Just another epic game between these two teams that are so evenly matched.
Yeah, it was a great game, and Sam Darnold really shut up a lot of people. I mean, he's been getting badgered and butchered for a long time. Oh, he can't play in a big game, but he proved it. 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, and another stellar game, and his 29th win in 2 years, I think. So you got to give him a lot of credit, and obviously the coaching staff for Seattle a lot of credit, too, for putting him in great situations. They attacked the Rams' coverage, double moving safety. He's doing a lot of good things, and Jigba's, just getting him unique ways to get the football, whether it's motioning to stacks and getting them on linebackers, getting them on safeties, whatever it might be. So hats off to Seattle's offensive coordinator and the coaching staff and Sam Darnold for sure.
Yeah, that coordinator's Clint Kubiak, who's a longtime Shanahan guy, but he's someone I'm ready to give a head coaching job to. Like if I'm Brady on the call yesterday of that game, I'm talking to him before I leave the stadium. I'm running the Raiders search. I got the number one quarterback coming out, Mendoza at 1-1. Like, how do they get Njigba so open? I mean, they're designed. I love the play where they got Shaheed deep for 51 yards, Kenneth Walker on a couple of those well-designed screens. They had a really, really good plan.
Yeah, they did have a really good plan, and they kind of had they're reading the Rams' mail, I think. They knew the coverage they were going to be in, and they attacked them the right way, and obviously got Njigba open quite a few times, and Kenneth Walker, like you mentioned. So, yeah, I mean, Clint had them all dialed in, but really it's still up to the quarterback and the pass protection to make the reads and make the throws. And then Njigba and the rest, and Cooper Kupp had a big touchdown. He split the zone coverage. So they played zone. They hit them hard. They played man-to-man. They got them. And hats off to Darnold and Clint.
Jay Gruden with us here on G&D. So both coaches, though, really are able to get their number one target open all the time. It just I'm amazed by it. Like when a guy's the number one on the scouting report, the whole world knows that Puka Nacua is getting targets. They know that JSN's getting targets, and that's still a challenge, and it's a live chess match. I just have such appreciation for both of these coaches, how good they are at making sure their number one guy gets fed, Jay.
Yeah, you have to understand how to attack zone coverages because, you can't just double a guy in zone coverage. You got to attack areas of the field, high-low linebackers, high-low corners, get after safeties, whatever it might be. And that's what Sean does, and that's what obviously Clint did yesterday. And then when you play man-to-man, you have to maximize your opportunities and get them outside in the matchup that you want or inside, wherever it might be. So zones, you got to attack the right people, and then man-to-man, you got to get after the guy with the right people. It's easy. It's very easy.
Yeah, it's easy.
Jay Gruden with us on Grant and Danny. What did you think of the taunting call on Tariq Woolen, who stepped on the Rams sideline? It gave the Rams an automatic first down on a 4th and 13 down by 11.
And then you got beat for a touchdown on the next play. That's well-deserved. You know what I mean? That's karma right there for that poor kid. It was a very big mistake in a critical situation. Fortunately, it didn't cost the Seahawks a game. Otherwise, he probably would not be a Seahawk for very much longer. But they got the win, but that was a critical mistake by the young fella, and I'm sure he won't be doing that again.
Are you cool with, do you like the taunting enforcement, the fact that they have really gotten more aggressive? Danny and I talked about this last segment. I hate it. I think talking trash should never change a game in that moment. I think he went way above and beyond what is normal, stepping on the sideline, and he was acting like a moron. I'm not saying anything other than that. But 4th and 13, I can't just gift you 15 yards and change the NFC title game because he was saying mean words. In this league, I can't do that.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you, but we're gifting people a lot of things. They gifted, Denver 2 pass interference calls in overtime. They gifted them the victory. So there's been a lot of gifts this year by the referees, and you just got to hold on to your hat when you're coaching in the NFL and hope to goodness your team doesn't be put in that position to be on the wrong side of a referee flag.
It's just so crazy to me, though, that's the point of emphasis. You know what I mean? Like the emotions are running high. These guys are getting in 70 car wrecks a week, right? With all the hitting and the plays that they run and how incredibly physical this game is. So yeah, every once in a while some emotions might bubble over. I understand swing it on somebody. Let's throw the flag. Let's absolutely throw the book at somebody. But as Grant said, mean words being just a bridge too far for a league that until not that long ago would celebrate, guys getting their bell rung and headbutting each other and all this other kind of stuff. Just seems crazy to me that's the point of emphasis that they're going so hard with. But that's just my 2 cents.
I agree. But, you know it going in. It's not like
that's true.
Coaches don't tell the players, hey, man, there's no taunting. When the play's over, it's over. Shut your mouth and get to the huddle. I know that's the rule. So just follow the rules, just like every other rule you have in pro football.
What did you think of Peyton going for a 4th and 1 instead of going up 10-0 on New England? As it turned out, obviously, it backfired. But I'm team go for a lot of these 4th downs. In that game, it did feel like first team to 17 or 20 was going to win. Where were you at on that?
I thought it was a miserable decision. It's something that'll haunt them forever because, if you look at the first 2 or 3 drives New England had, they couldn't barely get a yard. And now you're going to go up 10-0, and the weather's starting to come in, and you're going to make a Drake May, a second-year quarterback, score 2 touchdowns to beat you with the number 1 ranked defense. I mean, you got to take the points early in the game. 4th and 1, 4th and inches, 4th and 2. I mean, it was going to be a 31-yard field goal. I know they missed a couple later in the game, but 10-0 is 2-score game. I mean, you got to take that and be happy with it. 4th and 1 is not easy to get. I mean, the Patriots' run defense is very, very good, and they play very good coverage. They got good guys that can play man-to-man. They're expected man-to-man with the play that they called. They got zone, they got screwed, and cost them the game probably.
So, Jay, how much does context play into it? Because you touched on the point that I made, which is this is a bit of a rock fight of a game before the weather comes. Like, I'm thinking a handful of years ago, like if I'm playing Jay Gruden's Cincinnati offense, a field goal is not going to win that game against you, right? I need a touchdown. I'm going to be more aggressive. But if I'm playing that kind of game that's potentially bad weather, they haven't done much on offense, 2 scores all of a sudden is a much bigger deal to me. Does that play into your decision-making process there?
100%. You got to know what your defense is all about, what the other offense is looking like, and your scatter report points to, Drake May has not lit it up in the postseason so far, so points are going to be hard to get for the New England Patriots. So let's get as many as we can, whether they're field goals or touchdowns. Let's get 10. Let's get to 13 and win the game 13-10, 13-6, and that might have been enough if they kicked that field goal. Who knows? But definitely you want to stack up the points when you can get them and not put your team at risk by going forward on unnecessary 4th and 1, 4th and 2 calls. No matter what the analytics say, you got to take the points.
Jay, the early line right now is Seattle as a 4.5-point Super Bowl favorite over New England. I know it's early and you got a lot of number crunching to do, I'm sure, but what side of that would you be on, do you think?
I would probably be on Seattle right now. I just think Sam Darnold's playing with a lot of confidence, man, and they have the best receiver arguably in pro football in Smith and Jigba. So I like that matchup, and obviously Kenneth Walker's playing a lot better now. So I like the balance that they have on offense, and then defensively, they do an excellent job with the pressure packages that they have and the pass coverage they play with. They're very well coached. They don't give up big plays very often, and I just like where they're at as a team mentality, the Seattle Seahawks, to win it by a touchdown.
What's their weakness? Talking about the Seahawks.
Defensively, they gave up some hits last night against the Rams, so hopefully that's probably their weakness right now. And obviously, still, Sam Darnold's turnover-prone guy from history standpoint would be a weakness, but he's done a good job the last couple of weeks of protecting the football. If he can protect the football and the Seattle Seahawks don't give up big plays, then I expect them to win pretty easily.
Jay Gruden on Grant and Danny every Monday. We've got him on throughout the playoffs here, 3 p.m. Jay, I want to ask you about a couple of the coaching items over the weekend. Mike McCarthy got the Steelers job. That feels like a hell of a landing for Mike McCarthy. I mean, it's like the buddy who, ends up dating the girl that everybody thinks is the coolest and most awesome and most beautiful. Like, good for Mike McCarthy, man. What do you think of that fit?
I think it's a good hire, man. He's won a lot of games as a head football coach. He had 3 12-win seasons at Dallas and a bunch of division championships. They didn't get it done in the playoffs, obviously, but from his resume at Green Bay to Dallas, he's been a very successful guy, and he can grow quarterbacks. He had Aaron Rodgers and Dak Prescott, so he's done a good job with good quarterbacks, and unfortunately, he didn't get it done in the playoffs. But I think getting an established coach like that, a leader, I think will do good for Pittsburgh. They don't need another 29-year-old kid who hasn't never been a head coach in the National Football League. They need some stability there, and I think they got it with Mike.
Speaking of never been a head coach in the National Football League, Phil Rivers took his name out of consideration for the Bills job. That's not how that was supposed to go, as far as I could tell. It's maybe you should be a high school football coach for a little bit longer, maybe be an assistant somewhere before you're ready for a head coaching gig. Not him taking his name out, maybe them taking his name out. What do you make of that situation?
Philip Rivers?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a crazy one, but he is a smart guy. It's just a matter of, he's got the 25 kids at home, so I don't know if he wants to be a head coach. I think high school football is a great thing for him because he can still spend time with his kids, but he would be a good head coach, really. There's not a lot of ex-quarterbacks who made a lot of money that want to do the head coaching grind. You got to be very, very committed to your craft to do that, and there is no football, there's no watching your kids play sports, all that stuff. You are in the office very many hours throughout the week. So I think it was a good decision for him to pull his hat.
Hey, of the other 5 hirings that have actually happened outside of McCarthy that we asked you about, what's your favorite? John Harbaugh to the Giants, Kevin Stefanski to the Falcons, Robert Saleh, Titans, Jeff Hafley, Dolphins, Jesse Minter, Ravens. One of those stand out to you?
No, not really. It's this way too early for these guys. Harbaugh, probably the Giants, is probably the easiest one just because he's been a coach for so long and an experienced guy that'll help Jackson Dart. Hopefully he gets a good offensive coordinator and help him develop a little bit, but that's probably the easiest one. I'm not very familiar with the other young offensive guys, Minter and Hafley or whatever they are from the Dolphins. Hafley was at Boston College for 4 or 5 years, didn't work out, and he's only been a coordinator, I think, for 2. So that was a weird hire to me, but I don't know. You just have to wait and see who their coordinators are. That's going to be the most important thing for these young coaches, who they have to help them. Like Ben Johnson went out and got a hell of a defensive coordinator. You're going to have to do that if you're one of these young head coaches.
What do you make of the fact that so many teams didn't even interview, including here in Washington, Mike Vrabel last year? I just find that astounding. You can decide that he's not the guy that you want. That's perfectly reasonable to me. But so many people just didn't even bother to pick up the phone, and he had to sit out a year. And there are so many coaches that don't seem to be pretty special, and that guy is pretty good. The second straight stop now that he's kind of turned the program around. Just what do you make of that in general?
Yeah, I don't know. Mike is a very good football coach. He's very a good players coach. Players love to play for him. He busts their ass during practice, but gets the most out of them, and obviously they love playing for him. That's important. They have a lot of respect for him as a person and as a player. And then he's got, he walked into a gold mine. You got Drake May. I mean, it's very fortunate for him. And he got a good offensive coordinator in Josh McDaniel. And then they picked up 7 good defensive starters off free agency, and now they're all of a sudden competitive, and they're a very good team. You have a good quarterback, you have a good running game, offensive line, a good offensive coordinator. You have 7 new starters on defense, and here we are competing for the AFC East and then going to the Super Bowl. I mean, it's a quick fix. They were able to do it. And I think that's something a lot of teams are going to try to do. They got to get a good young quarterback. They got to pick up some key starters on defense and free agency, something Washington can do. 5 or 6 of those starters on defense and free agency, and they'll be right back in the thick of things next year.
Jay, thank you. As always, good insight. We'll talk to you next week.
You got it. Thank you.
There's Jay Gruden on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
On air and on the road, Jay Gruden is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, Ted Britt Ford in Chantilly and Fairfax, your F-150 headquarters, Ted Britt Lincoln in Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet in Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. See and shop them all at tedbritt.com.
I want to get into what you just asked him about, Vrabel not even being a member of the search for Washington. Also, Mike McDonald was a guy that they talked to and elected to go in a different direction. He's the other of the Super Bowl coaches. We'll do that next on The Fan. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. We're with you until 6:30, 3 hours from right now. Watch us if you're at home today. Put us on TV, 106.7 The Fan YouTube, or, of course, you can listen on the Odyssey app, any of your smart devices. If you are having to travel, you are in the car, thank you for tuning us in, 106.7 The Fan, or in Richmond on The Fan, AM 910, FM 105.1. A lot of different ways to be a part of the show. Danny, I did want to at least acknowledge that the two head coaches that got their teams to the Super Bowl were both available when Washington hired Dan Quinn 2 years ago. And this is not just a opportunity to bag on the Commanders as much as I think it's a relevant talking point. Mike Macdonald was interviewed. A lot of people will say he chose Seattle. I don't see it that way. Washington had interviewed him first. He was here. He left their building and then flew cross country to Seattle at a time where they were zeroing in on Dan Quinn. I always had the understanding, and based on what they've said after the fact, and you could say that's just to build Dan Quinn up, that they chose Quinn over Macdonald. He was kind of the best of the rest, the way things had trended after all my offensive options were gone, because he was at least this young, ascending, really sharp, whisperer who had the Shanahan offense down and was coming off of a great run in Baltimore. So he does feel like one that got away for sure 2 years later getting to the Super Bowl. But the one I would really want to focus on is Mike Vrabel. He was not interviewed during this search. Mike Vrabel and Adam Peters were together in New England. Some of the rumors at the time that have resurfaced, I saw this floating around, Danny. Ran Carthon was the GM with the Titans that was at odds with Vrabel. They got into the big fight when Vrabel got fired. Carthon is, to my knowledge, one of Peters' best friends among executives in football, and that may have had something to do with it, I don't know. But when you look back, it does feel like malpractice that one of the best coaches of the previous several years was available. It would be like Kevin Stefanski or John Harbaugh or something coming available while you're doing a search and not talking to those guys. That's what it was, man. He was out there. People were interviewing him. Washington was not one of those people. And now 2 years later, he's in the Super Bowl.
It's insane to me. It is absolutely insane. He took Ryan Tannehill to the AFC title game. He inherited Mariota and took Ryan Tannehill, had multiple winning seasons in a row with Ryan Tannehill. Then they hired Rand Carthon, who is, I don't believe, working anywhere meaningful in football at this point, who has subsequently been fired, as have multiple head coaches now in the wake in Tennessee. Tennessee's now a joke. They were not when they had Mike Vrabel, who was in charge of things. I cannot believe the Raiders. The Panthers hired Dave Canales, who I like, but the Falcons, teams that are already looking for another head coach. The Patriots,
at least they interviewed him. The Falcons interviewed him.
Yeah, at least they talked to him. It is unfathomable to me that really what it boils down to, I think what happened for a number of cases is arrogant executive doesn't want to cede any power or get in arguments or have a strong-willed head coach that's incredibly capable, so they just sort of went in a different direction. Insane to me. The Patriots are the luckiest franchise in the history of mankind. The fact that they were able to get out of the mistake they made with Gerard Mayo after 1 year and land on Vrabel is it's stupid. It should not have happened. He should be coaching somewhere else right now, taking that franchise to levels they haven't seen before. It is insane to me. It is irresponsible. The same way I said, if you're doing an offensive coordinator search, you must speak to Mike McDaniel. You must speak to him. Interview Mike Vrabel. Interview him. If you decide it's not the guy, you're wrong, but at least you go through that part of the process. The fact that they weren't interested at all is insane to me. And again, if the reports are true, that it's because Adam Peters is friends with a guy that got bleep canned a year and a half later because he lost the tug of war with Vrabel, and then it's, okay, now you get your way. Oh, your way stinks, Mr. 3-14 Rand Carthon guy. No, thank you. They had the golden goose in their hand in Tennessee, let him walk out the door, having lost a power struggle. Now they're on another executive, and I believe their third or fourth coach since firing Vrabel a couple years ago. It is insane to me.
Yeah, I've always thought that what they really wanted, and this is an ownership thing, but it's specifically a Peters thing too, I believe, is unison with the head coach. A really strong relationship like Brad Holmes has in Detroit with Dan Campbell. That's what everybody's looking for now is this, there's different buzzwords they'll use, but this buddy cop movie between the head coach and the GM where they're on the same page and they lock arms to skip around. And I mean this not I'm not doing shtick. Like, it's a good thing. It's healthy. It's great for an organization when your GM and your head coach work in unison and are very, very closely tied together and work together very well. I actually think it's significant and important. And Vrabel is absolutely a tough guy to deal with, by all accounts. Like in Tennessee, there was a lot of headbutting between him and ownership, and then subsequently him and Rand Carthon. I think you're going to see that in New England inevitably, for sure. Now, the good news is, in talking to some people about this, like New England is coming from the worst dictatorship that dictatorships in the NFL, which is Belichick. So Vrabel seems like a godsend to them, even though in another building, the way Vrabel does things like in Washington, you'd probably go, are you kidding me? Is this guy serious? But because New England's going from still like Belichick in a lot of ways, right. I know they had the Mayo year that nobody talks about, but it still feels like, wow, we're in the NFL in 2025 again, where a lot of people would look at Vrabel in D.C. and go, oh my gosh, what era is this? So I think there's some of that where teams didn't want to go that route. They don't want to deal with the headache of, like, there were rumors a few weeks ago. You saw these, I'm sure, that like Josh McDaniels and Vrabel are at odds. While Drake May is on the precipice of an MVP award, maybe, is about to play in a Super Bowl as a second-year quarterback, this coordinator that's had a really successful year offensively and the head coach were apparently butting heads. Now, I don't know how true that is or not, but those are the types of things that happen when Vrabel is your head coach, where you hear some of these things. So I get why he was not ever going to be the choice for Adam Peters, who wanted the GM that, he was going to get along really well with and work with for 10 years. I just didn't think that was going to be the case. But looking back now, and you could say, oh, come on, you should have said more of that at the time, and this was my mistake. Him not having been interviewed is just preposterous.
It's irresponsible.
And the McDonald thing, too, I go back to, you missed the boat there. You wanted a defensive-minded, culture-defining leader of men. Who's better than that guy at that right now? Who would you rather have than McDonald, who's very young and just getting started? Now, Seattle's got a better team. I'm not suggesting he'd have Washington in the Super Bowl or even that he would have had him in the NFC title game either of the last 2 years like Dan Quinn did. But if I'm doing the defensive-minded head coach thing, my defense isn't going to suck if Mike McDonald's my head coach. I'm not going to have one of the worst defenses in the sport, I promise you that, because he's really, really good and he's really, really smart.
The way McDonald, listen, it takes two to tango, right? So I don't know if McDonald, this was his choice or not. I got the sense, I remember reading all the articles and stuff, that he might have preferred a different destination. Now, I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's just kind of what they leaked out or it came from their side where they were honing in on somebody else, but it didn't feel like they were hot and heavy on McDonald. It felt like maybe he was going somewhere else. That's their problem. It totally is.
By the way,
right.
He left here to go there. If you are convinced a guy's going to be your head coach, that doesn't happen. He's in your building first. You're interviewing him. Go back to the Dan Snyder era. Guys didn't leave the building.
No,
if he's your
agree.
Coach, hire him.
No, and again, I agree, but at least there was there's a conversation, and this may not work out because we now have the data point. I have a lot more grace with, we interviewed the person, and who knows what happened? Maybe he let a fart rip right in the middle of the conversation, and Adam Peters decided that he was too rude to be the head coach. I have no idea. We don't know any of those kinds of things, right? The point is that they had the conversation. The one I can't get past is not having the convo, not interviewing the candidate. And by the way, multiple teams. He sat out for a year. Mike Vrabel's just sitting on the sideline for a year, not coaching. Meanwhile, boobs are just running around, embarrassing themselves, getting completely overmatched by so many teams on a weekly basis. And Mike Vrabel was not coaching anyone. He coached no one. And New England luckboxed into the fact that he didn't have a 5-year contract somewhere else. It is so insane to me. And again, not having the conversation I find unforgivable. I'm with you on McDonald. I preferred him to Dan Quinn. I said so at the time. And this isn't a referendum on Quinn. I liked McDonald a lot. I loved Mike Vrabel. I loved him then, and I obviously love him now. I know it's probably too much, and people are probably rolling their eyes at it. I just can't believe you don't have the conversation. That to me is unforgivable. Again, if you do it and it turns out badly for whatever reason, you have different visions, it's not going to align, that's fine. Jerks like me can yell for a day, and then I'll move on about something. You can never you can never wiggle out of the fact that you never had the convo. That to me is unforgivable.
Well, my larger point, I guess, is 2 years later, and they got to an NFC title game last year. so they can still claim that they've got the right guy.
Sure.
And this year will determine that, as far as I'm concerned. There is as good of a chance that Dan Quinn's here for the next 10 years as their head coach, and they win 2 Super Bowls, as that he gets fired at the end of this season. But that is on the board right now, right? Is that the seat is warming a little bit, and you can't have another debacle of a year. And with the D coordinator search, whatever they would say is going on there, seems like, it's sputtering at this point. You've got a first-time play caller. You need to keep Jaden Daniels healthy. You're going into a pertinent season where he's not coaching for his job in September, but there's a path that he could be coaching for his job by the end of the year. But I am willing to say, just based on where we're at, that when Ben Johnson was available, who did what he did this year in Chicago, and Mike McDonald is available with what he looks like right now in Seattle. And while I don't think Mike Vrabel was ever a real option, but at least could have been interviewed and wasn't, it just does not feel like that search was as good as it could have or should have been. That's all I'm saying. And it felt that way to me at the time when you landed on Dan Quinn. But I think what they wanted, again, was the opportunity for the front office to have a coach that would execute their vision and kind of maybe not see things the way they wanted them to, but that would get along and be a guy that they could operate harmoniously with. And they definitely got that in Dan Quinn. They wanted a culture builder. He did a whale of a job in year 1. We'll see how year 3 goes. But they got to keep Daniels on the field to have any shot. And by the way, they need to be way more aggressive. Like, one of the things I noticed about, speaking of looking at the Super Bowl matchup, both Seattle and New England, is that those teams went out and spent a ton of money this offseason in free agency. Both of them were very, very aggressive. New England specifically at upgrading their defense. Everyone thinks, Vrabel just came in here with Drake May and kind of turned this program completely around, and that happened. But one of the big reasons for that is that they completely shifted their defensive personnel by going out and spending splash money on guys like Milton Williams. Washington needs to do that. Yes. Enough one-year deals for $2 million, enough one-year deals with 33-year-olds. They need to go get impactful defensive players right now.
I think that's right on.
Yes, and make it happen.
I think that's right on. And I've said this before. This is going to be a theme throughout. So buckle up, everybody, for this offseason coming up. This is the one where I'm going to hold Adam Peters' feet to the fire. I understand how we got the first 2 years. It made perfect sense to me. I was on board with some of it at the time. I probably should have spoken up louder this past offseason, but you're in an NFC title game, so you kind of have carte blanche, right? It's like when the Nationals signed Steven Strasburg to that mega deal, and you and I both kind of went, it's probably not the smartest thing ever, but they just won the World Series, so it's monopoly money. Who gives a damn, right? We not really knowing how bad it was going to really be. This is the one where you need to show a paradigm shift. You need to show a whole bunch of initiative that's not what you've been doing. You need to recognize what the road we went down, reverse that vehicle, and get back on a different highway. And that's kind of the metric that I'm going to use here for success.
G&D on the Fan. We'll get you a double play coming up in just a couple of moments. We are blitzing in about 20 minutes the teams you care the most about in town after Championship Sunday on a snow day Monday all over D.C. on the Fan. just a couple of minutes. Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. We were just talking about the Commanders' head coaching search that led to Dan Quinn at that time. Mike Vrabel was available now in the Super Bowl. Mike McDonald was interviewed, allowed to go talk to Seattle while they negotiated with Dan Quinn. He's now in the Super Bowl. Luke is in D.C., wants to hop in on that. Luke, thanks for the call on a snow day Monday. What's up?
Hold on. Sorry, yeah. Grant, what was I going to say? I have to. So I'm shoveling while I'm talking to you.
Are you out shoveling in the snow right now?
Yeah.
I think you need to take a swig of water and have a seat. Sounds like it's getting the better of you, bud.
Yeah, man. So anyway, I think Adam Peters has an ego the size of a giant snowball. I think honestly, this is the reason why he's. I honestly think this is the reason why he's not hiring people like Mike Vrabel and like Mike McDonald. And I think Ben Johnson might have. This is obviously just speculation, but I think Ben Johnson might have been turned off by Adam Peters' ego too. And I think I know this sounds kind of. But I know this is hard to take. But trust me, I'm a diehard Commanders fan.
No, I appreciate the call.
No, we got you, dude. I know what you mean. Yeah,
I get it. I hope it's not correct, but this happens in life. This happens in business. We've talked about this a lot, not from a Peters perspective per se, but people often hire down that have positions of power so that they're not ever going to feel threatened. And that's not what you should do in a winning environment. You should hire up. You should surround yourself with the most talent possible. To Peters' credit, he has done that in the front office with some sharp guys like Sasna and Lance Newmark. But why haven't you brought in, really demanding, big-time, high-profile coaches on that search? Why did you end with a guy that, was pretty much down the board, that flew to see you coach and was in the Dulles airport with fans when you were flying around on your PJ to go talk to Ben Johnson and other people? I think that's a reasonable question. I don't have a good answer, but you're saying it in a different way maybe than I am. I'm not saying that it's an ego thing. I do think they really wanted a good relationship between coach and GM, and I think because of the Vrabel ego, because of the Ben Johnson ego, or just power and influence and what those guys want to be, Danny, I think if you're Adam Peters, you get to kind of run your shop a little easier, and you also get to have a better relationship with the coach, probably, if you roll with a Dan Quinn.
Yeah, and I find all that reasonable. And I don't actually take any issue with that. At least it's a thoughtful approach, right? The same way I said with the offensive coordinator hire. You can absolutely land on the guy that you landed on. You can absolutely hire from within your own building, right? Did you talk to enough people, though? If you didn't, then it doesn't look like a very good process. I care about the process so much. You can interview Mike McDonald. You can interview Ben Johnson. Go, you know what? I don't like the cut of this guy's jib. There's a million reasons why someone doesn't get hired somewhere, right? There's a million and one reasons why he may not want to come there. Mike McDonald may have preferred somewhere else. You don't know. Mike McDaniel may have preferred somewhere else in the OC search. You don't know. The point is, you talk to him. You do it. It's part of the job. It's why that, you'll hear advertising on this station for, this candidate site. This is the best way to get candidates. You don't just go, hey, we found him down the hall. You post the job. You talk to people. You interview so many people. It's what you do. And you had a great candidate on the sideline of Mike Vrabel who you never interviewed. That's wrong. You can interview guys and come to a different conclusion because you could want something and have a different line of vision. That is reasonable to me. I have no issue with hiring one guy over the other because I'm not privy to all the conversations. I don't know what's said or not. I do know when you never speak to a person, there's no way to find that if they were the right guy or not. And they didn't. And that part to me, I find unforgivable.
Let's get to our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports.
It's time for the double play.
GP, I watched his and hers. I'm caught up. I got through it. I did the 6-episode Netflix situation.
Attaboy.
Yeah, so this is something it's very hard to talk about, obviously, if people haven't seen it, because any discussion therein is going to ultimately result in spoilers.
Yes.
I will say it is we talked about this, you and I, a little bit. When you establish whatever world you're in, you could be a fantasy novel, you could be science fiction, you could be anything in between. But whatever rules that you establish, Okay, like we are in a place that's affected by gravity. You can't have the end of the movie or end of the show be like, aha, but gravity turned off, and it's just sort of this fake me out kind of thing.
Yeah, when you're the Fast and the Furious movies, you get a little more license. But your point is, whatever realm you're living in, whatever your rules are, stick to your rules.
Totally. Yeah, I love Lord of the Rings, for example. There's some magic there, no problem. I got orcs, I got goblins, I got trolls. Yep, that's part of my deal, no problem. But if I'm watching a romantic comedy and all of a sudden there's a wizard, that's wrong. Like, you can't just do that. So my main issue with this show, it's very well done. It's quick, very fast paced.
Good little whodunit.
It's a good little whodunit. Again, no spoilers here. There's plenty of nice little twists and turns where good head fakes. John Bernthal turns into good performance. I like Tessa Thompson a lot. I think she did a really good job. I like a couple of the other actors, actually, I thought were really, really good in their roles. But overall, I'm going, you broke too many rules for me. You broke your own rules a couple different times, and I can't get past that. So it hurt my overall enjoyment of the show. But again, very worth a watch. It's number one in the country in terms of shows on Netflix. I think millions of people are watching it, so they're doing just fine. They don't need my advice. But it was good and not great for me. Your response?
I feel good about that take. Yeah, I think there's a few moments where you're suspending belief more often than you want to in a very, like, of this earth show. Where everything is grounded in reality, and then you're like, I don't know how that would have happened. There's a few of those that you just have to kind of accept. And I don't get as bothered about that as you do. So it didn't necessarily take away from me. I just kind of go, that's a little bit ridiculous, and keep it moving. But I thoroughly enjoyed it. Like, I want a whodunit that keeps me guessing and has Detective Paulson on the scene.
Did you know? Did you know?
So this is what I was going to ask you. When did you solve the case?
So I will fully admit, at one point, I thought this. Then I talked myself out of it. So I don't get credit for it. Does that make sense?
Well, yes, but everyone, the whole point is that they, see, again, we're going to do too much here, but I think that's the whole point of the show, is that you talk yourself out of it. But did you ever convict the correct person?
No. Not until it was fully shown. So I'm not going to give myself credit.
So ask Toby. Episode 3, I text him and go, here's what's happening. And I called my shot.
Did you get it right?
Oh, man, did I ever. Now, I did get thrown off the scent for an episode or two, obviously. But I called my shot with the quickness. I was so pumped. Episode 3, Danny.
Episode 3 is early.
Silly.
That's Revenge of the Sith time, and you did it. That's amazing. It occurred to me, I think this might be that, right? And then I was like, no, that's, I don't see it. Then I moved away from it. So I cannot give myself credit for it. There's no text documentation. There's no way it would stand up in a court of law that it was my prediction that was right. But I thought it did occur to me, but I went, no. And
is
then
Tobes on mic right now? Tobes, I can't see you, but if you are, just chime in.
Yeah, you nailed it. I mean, it was crazy.
He had it.
And the best part about it was watching where he texted me who he thought it was. And then as he continues watching, he's like, oh, no, I was wrong. No, I was right.
That's so funny.
The whole arc of it was incredible.
But yes, I mean, but episode 3, and good play by Toby, because he was just like, well, why do you say that? And I kind of gave him my theory, which, by the way, was pretty spot on, Tobes.
Yeah.
Pretty spot on.
Yeah, you nailed it. So credit to Whodunit Paulson. You were on the case.
I cracked the case. Now, I will say,
so much time on it.
Yes.
Right? And I'm kind of going, they're hitting you over the head with this. It seems a little ham-handed, where this is like the plot line's about the two of them and the back and forth and the tete-a-tete, but then this other thing is such a point of emphasis, it feels like it's for a huge reason.
Indeed. But we got to talk more about it, not on the air tomorrow. I look forward to seeing you in studio to do just that.
7 out of 10 carbohydrates.
Blitzing, we'll go Capitals, we'll go NFL, we'll go Commanders, all in one segment. On Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
Sports Radio.
Thanks to Toby for the update. Back live on Grant and Danny on the Fan. We are coming to you from our homes today. Our producers are in our DC Navy Yard studios. Hopefully you guys are staying warm and out of the snow. If you're shoveling, you got us in the earbuds. We appreciate you listening on the Odyssey app. You can watch us at home, video, 106.7 The Fan YouTube stream, or listen on any of your smart devices. Let's get to our Beltway Blitz. We'll cover all the teams and stories you care about in one segment.
The Washington Capitals.
Caps were in need of some points, and luckily over their last couple of games, they have 3 of a possible 4. They beat the Flames 3-1 on Friday, and then on Saturday got a point in overtime in a loss to the Oilers. They probably should have got 2, but gave up a 6-on-5 goal at the end of regulation, and then Connor McDavid on a breakaway beat them in OT. But let's talk Capitals with Ethan Cadeau of Monumental Sports. Ethan, I do feel a little bit better than I did 2 games ago. 3 out of a possible 4 points. Salvaging this trip for now. They've got the Kraken and the Red Wings still before they come home.
Yeah, I mean, the Vancouver loss 2 games ago kind of seemed like the low point of the season. They had lost 11 straight coming in, which it's funny, a lot of Caps fans like on Twitter were like, of course we're going to lose that game. So I don't think very many people were surprised that way, but I like the way they responded. Like you said, the Oilers game, they definitely could have got the full 2 points. McDavid on the breakaway to win it. It's unfortunate, but that's what happens when you leave the best player in the world wide open on the breakaway. Like you said, there's 2 real key games coming up with the Kraken and then Detroit this week. And if they could maybe get 3 of a possible 4 points, they'll be looking pretty. I mean, they're only 2 spots out of third place in the Metro, 3 of the wild cards. So they're still in striking distance, even though they went on that little skid.
Yeah, having lost 6 of 8, that's you couldn't ask for a much better position to be in. Kind of with the recent failures, kind of to your point. How good are they if and when PLD comes back into the lineup?
That's a huge addition whenever he does come back. I mean, he ditched the non-contact sweater in practice today. That's what I saw John Walton and a few others there posting. That's huge. I mean, last year you could argue he was their most important player. Obviously, Ovi had the 44 goals in 65 games, broke the record and all that, but PLD was their most consistent player from a night-to-night basis. I mean, losing him has been a huge loss this year. I mean, I don't think words can really quantify it. I mean, he's their best defensive center in addition to all the offensive production he gets. So when they're playing teams like Edmonton, he's the one that's usually taking on the McDavid line. And not having him up the middle has definitely proved costly, but if they can get him back maybe even before the Olympic break and through the stretch run, that could really be the boost they need to maybe go on a little run and get back into the playoff picture. Because we've seen in hockey over the years, all you got to do is get into the playoffs and anything can happen.
Should they be trying to add at the deadline? They've been linked to Artemi Panarin, some other big names over the last several weeks. There's going to be like a 25-game mad dash. The problem isn't where they're at in the standings with points, because as you said, they're on the precipice of a playoff spot. It's games in hand, right? They're like 3 games behind the Flyers, who they're even with in points for 4th in the Metro. I mean, do you feel like they should actually be trying to add, or should they just kind of wear it this year and regroup with an Ovi retirement or whatever what's coming this offseason?
Yeah, if this is Ovi's last year, I think they have to try and add. You never really kind of want to go out not making the playoffs. If it is his last year, obviously I don't know. I think Chris Patrick knows that this roster right now is not good enough to win a cup. So if he does want to go for it and believe, I think they have to add. Running it back simply with the same group they have now, I think they can make a run and get into the playoffs, but I just don't think they have enough high-end talent to beat some of the best teams in the sport. So Panarin's a guy, I mean, immediately would it help? Yes, but he's also 34. I think he might even be older than that, and you got to extend him or else he's going to be a rental. So that's a tough sell for me. I'd rather them go after a couple younger guys if they were to add, but I think this trip will kind of determine whether they decide to add or to sell. I mean, if they pick up 6 points in their next 3 games, then I think adding becomes a lot more feasible than if they go 0-2-1 to conclude the trip, and next thing you know, they're 5 to 7 points out. That becomes a lot harder to add, in my opinion.
And that's what I was going to ask, Ethan. Is it, are you adding just to add there? If it doesn't go well, if they kind of continue this losing 6 out of 8 pace that they've been on here of late, is it just, if they kind of are treading water, then you can add. I mean, what's kind of the minimum that they would need to say, hey, this is worthwhile to add, instead of just, as Grant said, wear it for the rest of this year and then kind of restart?
Yeah, I would say they've got to get points as soon as possible. I mean, if you're even like 3 to 4 points out, there's still 4 teams in between. Like right now, I'm looking at the wild card standings. The Caps have 57 points. There's 3 teams ahead of them even before you get to the Bruins with the last spot in the wild card. So there's a lot of teams around the same number of points where you've kind of got to start separating yourself to make it like reasonable to add. And if they don't do that, which really they have to win or pick up as many points as possible in this little stretch before the Olympic break, I can't really strongly say they should add when, like you said, they could add and then still be on the outside of the playoff picture, which would make adding a lot harder and also looking back kind of a waste.
Ethan, thanks, buddy. We appreciate you.
Yeah, appreciate you.
You got it. Let's talk football.
The NFL.
Mike Jones of The Athletic to talk National Football League. Mike, I want to start with the AFC Championship game. Did the Patriots luck out with the weather?
I don't know if they lucked out so much with the weather as if they lucked out with Sean Payton being stupid and going for it on 4th and 1 instead of taking the points when you had a backup quarterback and a defense playing the way it did. That really was the turning point of the game. It was the last time that Denver really had the opportunity to move the football and move into scoring range. And then when they were able to dial up pressure on Jarrett Stidham, he coughed it up, had the fumble, and that really sparked them. Because if you go up 10-0, that's a lot of pressure that you put on the Patriots then. Instead, it was 7-0. They wind up scoring. They get a field goal, and that made it. And Sean Payton said after the game, he had said there are a lot of regrets, but he did definitely regret, 1, that he didn't take the points, and then 2, that he didn't stick with his initial gut call of a run play instead of that pass play.
You know what's interesting to me? Sorry, Danny, to jump in. I didn't think Stidham looked bad. Like the weather in the second half, you name a quarterback, they wouldn't have done anything in that weather. But I thought in the first half with the long play, now he made 2 debilitating loser plays that cost them the game. And one of them was like all-time, can't have it, and that's just a backup quarterback play. So I'm not pretending like Bo Nix playing wouldn't have been better off. But Stidham looked better than I thought he would, or kind of the idea where Peyton was selling all week long, like we got faith in Stiddy. You could see why. Like if they had the first half weather for 4 quarters, I don't think they score 7 points. They probably score 14 or 17. Now, I'm not sure that's enough. Maybe the Patriots score 20 or 23. But the point is, I didn't think Stidham killed them.
No, he did. Well, outside of that fumble that gave the
right. I mean, the 2 bad plays did them in.
No,
but I'm saying they were okay offensively.
They had a chance, right?
Yeah.
They had a chance. The way they played in the first half. And the way he was, I mean, he was using his legs, he was making his reads, he was getting the ball out of his hands quickly. Yes, no, he was making some nice plays. I thought that he was looking better than Drake May because Drake May's plays that he made yesterday were basically all run plays except for the one flea flicker. He did not impress, but they had a chance with Stidham. And, because they had that defense. So that's why this one will sting for them for a while. And then the real turning, huge thing of the second half was the Patriots holding the ball for 9.5 minutes to start the third quarter. And then by the time they did that and they got their, field goal that was the deciding 10 points, the weather got really bad. And from that point on, it was, everything went out the window. So those were the 2 huge things there. But Stidham definitely did give them a chance.
Mike, much the same way that Curt Cignetti, to me, removed all the cover for every mediocre college coach at a big school that's turning in very mediocre results. Right? What is your excuse? I understand you can't be special in 16-0. You also can't be terrible and not win a conference game for 5 years, whatever. Right? To me, I look at Mike Vrabel. How could any GM that didn't interview him, didn't hire him last year, as he sat out for a year, and even this year decided to go in different directions without beating down his door and begging him to take your job? They should be under duress investigated, hot lamp cop show where everyone's yelling at them for hours to defend their positions. I just can't believe that guy wasn't more in demand.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think some of it was the fact that, look, he wanted a lot of say in the roster. And, a lot of those GMs who are interviewing him, nobody wants to give that power. But the thing is he took a roster that everybody looked at and said, there's a lot of holes on that roster. And, he's going to have them playing well and playing hard, but they're going to come up short because of deficiencies. And look at them now. It's really amazing the way, and you can tell they love playing for him. They are completely bought in, and he is able to pull every little thing out of them. I think that people slipped on their defense, but that defense has played really well, especially in the playoffs here. And it's been much needed because Drake May has not looked good. He's taken 5 sacks a game in the postseason here, but the defense is what's kept him in the games.
Mike, I saw today that Shedeur Sanders is a Pro Bowl replacement. Yeah. Did 47 quarterbacks turn them down, and how can we get rid of the Pro Bowl?
I mean, I was wondering, okay, now let's see what other AFC quarterbacks didn't want to. And then you think about it, okay, so Josh Allen, Justin Herbert needs surgery. There's a lot of people who are banged up and everything. And then when you think about what the Pro Bowl is now, it's pretty much a joke. They don't want to totally get rid of the Pro Bowl because you get bonuses tied to being named to the Pro Bowl roster and everything like that. But nobody really cares about this thing. And it's just, if Shedeur, and it's just like, what's his name? Snoop Huntley was there for...
It's not just like that. It's not just like that. Snoop Huntley did...
He had no business being a Pro Bowler.
I agree,
Shedeur has
but
no business being a Pro Bowler.
But the levels of not having any business being a Pro Bowler are a little bit different.
Okay, I guess so. At least Huntley made some plays.
Right.
Still,
Snoop Huntley might have been like the 19th best quarterback in the AFC or whatever. Shedeur Sanders is like 37th. Like, did they talk to Riley Leonard? He played a series for the Colts. Did they call Phillip Rivers? Did the Chiefs guy, what's his name, Chris Aludicun, did he turn them down? I think Kenny Pickett got a snap and got shut out for the Raiders. Like, was he called?
I don't know who was called.
What about Quinn Ewers? Quinn Ewers didn't want to play flag football?
But look, Sanders Hive, all of those YouTube followers and everything, they will tune into it and love it. So from that standpoint, they made people care about the Pro Bowl.
But here's my question: doesn't that still go on his Pro Football Reference page?
Oh yeah, he's a Pro Bowler, Pro Bowl quarterback.
So that's
a Pro Bowl quarterback, Grant.
So we have to get rid of the Pro Bowl. It needs to go away.
I agree with you. It's pretty bad. I was just getting home from the airport and I saw the tweet about it and I thought I read something wrong. And I had to go and double check to make sure it wasn't some AI thing. But yeah, sure enough, he's a Pro Bowler.
Mike, thank you, man. Enjoy your week.
All right, have a good one, guys.
Talk about the local 53, please.
The Washington Commanders.
About Michael Phillips, Odyssey Richmond, and the Richmonder joins us to talk about the Washington Football Gentlemen. Mike, will they have a defensive coordinator by the end of this week?
Well, they have a defensive coordinator. This is what I don't understand. Dan Quinn is a defensive coordinator, and they keep doing this. So will Brian Flores be our defensive coordinator? Will this guy be our defensive coordinator? Will Harris be our defensive coordinator? It's well, you have one, and if we need to hire a distinguished defensive coordinator, I again ask the question, Danny, what does Dan Quinn do? It just feels like this is the job he was hired to do.
Yeah, why did they care so much, and it seems like still do, about bringing in a guy to call plays who's done it before, if they're going to start now interviewing a bunch of guys who haven't done that? I mean, that was the big philosophy, remember? Well, we'll give David Blau the offensive job, but we can't have two neophyte first-timers. Well, now Al Harris, Carl Scott, that's just what they're doing. They're interviewing guys now that are first-timers. I mean, have they completely shifted their opinion because they had a change of heart or because they can't get any of these other guys? What's going on?
Well, it's a phenomenal question. The whole thing seems backwards to me. If you're a defensive coach in the NFL, you specialize in defense, that's what you do. Say you led the Legion of Boom for a little while, it's a pretty good resume. To me, I would want a young go-getter on defense, build out that coaching tree, somebody to set out the cones, rah-rah, and I'm going to oversee strategy and execution on a weekly basis. And I want my veteran guy running the offense, right? Toss him the keys, set it and forget it. I don't need to be babysitting the offense. I'm Dan Quinn, defensive mastermind. It seems like out of the gate, they went for the exact opposite of that.
So this is not, I don't want to say this, revisionist history here to say when they landed on Dan Quinn, fine, great first year, etc. This is kind of the thing they were looking for. I got no problem landing on him. Same way I have no problem landing on David Blau for the OC job. My problem is not talking to Mike McDaniel. My problem is not interviewing Mike Vrabel last year. I don't like the trend here. Again, I have no problem individually with the coaches that they've ended up hiring. So I guess in that sense, the process worked. Leave me alone. But I don't like the trend line here, Michael. I don't like the precedent where they don't really seem to interested in talking to really highly qualified candidates for major positions in their organization. Thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, let's take both of them on coaching search. I mean, you forget Vrabel, who was obviously a can't miss. They were close on Mike McDonald too. That's a different world too. If we're talking about him as coaching a team and a great defense with Jaden Daniels behind him. In terms of Dan Quinn, if you tell me that the coach of the Commanders has this thing where he's just dead set on establishing this succession of hierarchy, a guy leaves, we replace him in house. It's a system we've thought out. Committed to, all right, I got burned when Kyle left in Atlanta, so we got this pattern. We're gonna go with the next guy. We're gonna raise them up, and it might work. And I hope David Blau works out, and I hope he has a long, successful NFL career. But to your point, sure feels like maybe it would have been worth making a couple of calls.
Michael, I'm going to go off the beaten path here, and I'll apologize in advance. But you have written or edited in newspapers and in online form forever, as long as I've known you. It's your living, it's your passion. And covering sports, not as a writer per se, but as a sports media member and someone who cares about the industry, it means a lot to me. These rumors about the Washington Post shuttering their sports section altogether, they're already not sending anybody to the Olympics. I saw the report today. They haven't booked travel for any of their beat reporters to spring training. They're legitimate rumors that they could get rid of their sports department in full. I find this to be a depressing, really awful state of the times, but also what in the hell is happening? How is that possible?
And I talk to the Richmond people normally, so I'll just talk to the D.C. people in this segment because D.C. is a great city. And JP goes on this soapbox a lot of times in the midday. There are people from D.C. and there are people who care about D.C. And both of you fit that criteria. And there are people who listen to this show, a lot of people every day who care deeply about D.C. And I think one of the depressing trends at the Post for a while now has been this notion that they're kind of above doing D.C. things. They're a national newspaper. They're chasing national clout. And I think the losers here are the people who live in D.C. and care about D.C. because it is a great place with incredibly compelling stories to tell. On a big picture, I grew up, my dream job growing up in Kansas was I'm going to work for the Kansas City Star sports department. Just absolute legends, just banger after banger on the front page there every day. And I know for you guys growing up in D.C., it was the same thing, reading the Washington Post every morning and the names and their success obviously speaks for themselves. But I don't think this has to be about the past. This is about the present, too. If you want an impactful sports story, talk about spending $3 billion, rebuilding RFK. Talk about what they're doing to the golf courses down there right when you cross the bridge. This administration. Talk about a guy from Vienna who's the favorite to win gold at the Olympics representing the area. I just think it's a monster mistake. I think if you say, Trump gets the most clicks, Trump gets the most headlines, we got to go all in on Trump. He's going to be gone in 3 years, but you know what? We're still going to be here, and we're still going to care about those things. And it's really off-putting that nobody seems to be picking up on that.
Michael, thank you as always, buddy. Enjoy your week, man. Thanks for the time.
All right, you too.
Be good. That's Michael Phillips doing some good journalism, good work in Richmond. Speaking of Sign of the Times, with his own outlet, the Richmonder, you can check that out. We'll get into that Washington Post rumor, Danny, because I'm sure you've got some thoughts as someone who grew up reading that newspaper like I did a little bit later on in the show. But this defensive coordinating search for the Commanders is spinning round and round, still no zeroing in on any one candidate. We'll get into that next on The Fan. Thanks for listening to the show all over the DMV on 106.7 in Richmond, AM 910, FM 105.1, or coast to coast, wherever you are on the Odyssey app. If you're out and about shoveling and taking care of the driveway, listening in the earbuds, we appreciate that as well. You can watch us on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube. If it looks like my hair is disheveled, like I was wearing a hat and shoveling for hours, it's because I was wearing a hat and shoveling for hours.
I got to the bottom of that mystery right there. Yeah, I figured that one out. That's what it looks like. I had to shower. My wife was like, you cannot sit on the couch like that, you disgusting sweat monster.
So here's what I basically decided. I'm like, I got to a point every day, I'm like, oh, let me get a good shower in, let me look good, let me put on some gel, whatever. I was like, I don't care. I was Mike Tomlin.
We do not care.
We do not care. You guys can see me in all my glory here. I stopped shoveling, 27, 35, 42, 18, I don't know, minutes before the show. I was like,
yep.
We're just going to let it rip just like this. By the way, did you watch any of Alex Honnold climbing the building in Taiwan?
So it's killing me that I have not yet. So I had stand-up this weekend. I was at, which was great. That part's not killing me. I was at Give a Hoot Comedy Club in Gaithersburg. Great shows. A lot of Grant and Danny fans were there, which was really, really cool. Had great time, but timing didn't work. So I would have watched Saturday night. Couldn't do that because I got home late. Then Sunday, it all hell breaks loose, et cetera, with all the snow, et cetera.
But you saw all the clips, I'm sure.
So I've seen enough clips. I really do want to watch it. I know it's stressful as all hell. I get it, but I am amazed and obsessed with that guy. I think he's just so remarkable and so incredible that I do want to watch that. And my 12-year-old and I talked about watching it together, so I'm going to do that.
I don't know how much. I mean, maybe you'll enjoy it. I don't. To me, going back and watching it, I would just watch the highlights and the clips because it's not like really quality long-form broadcasting.
Right.
I don't want to say it was boring. It wasn't. I mean, but it's just very repetitive. It's him climbing the building, which is amazing. But I bring this up to say, so we talked about it on the show. We've talked about it for a couple of weeks. I knew it was coming. I was excited about it. And I was like really looking forward to sitting down and watching him climb the building. I got through 5 minutes. The anxiety was awful. I found myself leaning back with my shoulder blades on my couch, grabbing my couch cushion, like clenching my fists. And my wife is like, why are you watching this? She wouldn't. She just went upstairs. And I'm like, I don't know. It's like, are you hoping he falls?
You're like, I'm not having a good time.
And I'm like, no, but this is tough, and I think it's amazing. And then like 5 minutes later, my stomach is in knots. I feel like I'm on the ledge, and I blame them. They're shooting it from above, looking down on the ground.
Yeah, how do they do it? Like, I always wonder about that.
Angle.
Yes, you know those so many documentaries like this, climbing Mount Everest or this sort of rock climbing thing. I'm going, that's amazing, but who's holding the camera? There's somebody that's doing the exact same thing plus a camera. Like that's even more remarkable.
Well, so what they did for this. Yeah. You'll see is there are literally cameramen hanging from cranes, basically 20 feet from him, suspended in the air.
I mean, my God.
Which is, those people are just as nuts. But they're shooting this, and I mean, there are many of them, but then they had cameras mounted the cameramen, but the different angles. Then he's doing shtick just for fun to show off. He's doing no hands with his legs on the building.
Oh, you can't do no hands. That's
leaning
tough.
back to grab the chalk, the dust, whatever he uses, like out of his pouch with both hands at the same time while just like hanging on with his legs. And I'm like, this has been great. Good luck to you, Alex. I think you'll make it. I can't keep watching this. I mean, it was too much. So I think I honestly, if I had to guess, I'd say 5 to 7 minutes. Very entertaining, incredible. This guy's one of the great athletes who's ever lived. I don't know that anybody on the planet is more impressive at what they do. Like if you want to talk Joey Chestnut eating hot dogs, that's not an athletic achievement per se, but that's amazing. This guy, his thing is better than everybody else on the planet by the widest gap. And if you want to do a Mount Rushmore of athletes where Shohei Ohtani's on it and this guy's on it, and maybe we could figure out 2 other people, that's fine. But this is one of the most impressive people we have.
So 2 things real quick. 5 to 7 minutes is an eternity. That's like a really, really, really long time for anything to last. I mean, think about that.
I mean, I think 5 to 7 minutes is more like an hour, basically.
Yeah,
so if you last that
that's
long,
a lifetime.
watching Alex Honnold, like that's a marathon.
Yeah, that is a lifetime. So don't
I
sell
expect
yourself
to
short
thank
there.
you after 5 to 7 minutes.
Right. Like, do I get a medal? I don't know.
Yeah.
But the second point, you're 100% right. I mean, did you feel that way watching Free Solo when he's climbing El Capitan in Yosemite? That same level of
No.
anxiety, but this one was more so because that complaint was very. As I'm sitting there lying in bed late night Saturday, that was the most common complaint where people are going, I am queasy watching this thing.
Yes, so you'll notice an immediate difference when you watch this.
Mm-hmm.
That was a movie, and it felt like a movie.
Right.
It was shot like a movie. Also, it was pretty limited in its
Very limited.
camera work. I mean, there were some crazy shots, like of the ground or whatever. But for the most part, you see him climbing, like against what looks like it could be a wall in a building. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
Whereas this was not that. Also the live element, the fact that his wife is standing there and he's talking to her through glass, and they're reminding you every couple of steps, like one slip up is all it takes, and you're like, I hate you right now. It was just too much. So I know when I'm watching a documentary that this thing will end okay, and that makes it reasonable to watch. This was not that, and I'm sure a lot of people were able to. I felt like I was climbing the entire time. My anxiety was through the roof.
Well, I remember watching the Dark Knight in IMAX the first time. Right when it came out, I was there. The first showing you could go to at like some ungodly hour in the morning. A couple of my buddies, comedy buddies in New York, we all went together. This huge theater. And they didn't shoot the whole thing in IMAX. A couple things were IMAX shots, right, with the super heavy camera and all this other kind of stuff. The initial bank robbery scene is shot in IMAX. When he goes to China, talking about Batman, and he dives off the building, that's an IMAX shot, okay? So the nature of that camera, it fills up the whole thing, and just the way, it's just remarkable how incredible that looks. I remember, like, leaning back in my seat, kind of to the same point, where I'm gripping the handrails, whatever you call those things, the armrests. I'm like stomach in knots, freaked out because it literally feels, because now I'm up so elevated in this giant theater that I'm going off a little bit too, and like it's my kind of my inner ear function or whatever. Sort of, I lose my balance, like I'm falling. It felt that way. So if they're able to do that now, this is a decade plus later on that kind of a scale, I could totally see having that kind of anxiety.
Well, I get that when I'm watching some of these reels or Instagram videos of people that, jump into, off of a cliff into water or whatever. Or you see some of these where it's like, there's these reels of these people like walking on a small ledge really high up. And immediately my stomach drops into my, below my belt. And I'm like, I can't watch this. And I'm just flipping right. Among others, off the list. Who are they going to land on? That's next on the Fan.
After a match.
The Commanders' search for a defensive coordinator continues. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. So, Danny, Brian Flores decided to stay in Minnesota, still has a chance to become a head coach. Jonathan Gannon this weekend took another job. He is out. Denard Wilson has also decided he is going elsewhere. He is out. Those are three of the members of the search so far, of the coaches that Washington interviewed. I was always told Ulbrich was kind of their top choice. Jeff Ulbrich stayed in Atlanta, never even took interviews, wasn't allowed to leave the building. So if you look at it this way, they wanted Ulbrich, never became available. Then they wanted Raheem Morris, who still might be the favorite or their favorite choice, but he has not taken interviews and is still hoping to be a head coach. So as of right now, you cross his name off the list. Then they wanted Brian Flores, which felt like a pipe dream. He's gone. Gannon and Wilson were the other two guys that are out, so you cross their names off the list. So if they still want to go the route of a veteran, longtime play caller, Patrick Graham, most recently with the Raiders, would be that guy. They also just interviewed Terrell Austin, who was the D coordinator in Pittsburgh with the Steelers. Joe Cullen had not recently been calling plays with the Chiefs, but he did that before as the DC with the Jaguars. He's the D-line coach in Kansas City. They initially, at least, it felt like, were trying to find a proven and experienced play caller. They didn't want a first-time guy on both sides of the ball. But now they've expanded the search to Al Harris and to Carl Scott of the Seattle Seahawks, so maybe they are more okay with that. What's your take on how this is going right now?
So I think I've got to give a little bit more grace than some fans, and here's where I'm going with that. I think back to, say, like in high school, like you were thinking about asking from a pool of like potential homecoming queens to go to homecoming with you, and you're just regular old you, and if you're in that pool, you're going to get turned down, right? That's kind of what happened here. They went after some really experienced, pie in the sky, the Brian Flores is the world, the dudes that might be a head coach in Ulbrich or Raheem Morris, for example. These pelts on the wall, highly experienced, decorated. Yeah, if I don't get a head coaching gig, maybe I'll look at you. And here's the thing. Your defense stinks. Your personnel stink. You don't have a great rep at the moment or a track record of being able to build it for multiple years across multiple regimes. So you're very much at risk of getting turned down when you enter that pool. You could have gone the proverbial David Blau route right away and found an unproven guy, another Joe Witt or another, whatever the equivalent is of, elevating in-house, or a guy that's a secondary coach or a lower level defensive line coach from somewhere or something, and gotten it done just for the sake of getting it done. But when you fish in this bigger pond, you are far more at risk of getting turned down, and a lot of people have been turned down. So I think it's twofold. It's glass half full, glass half empty. To me, this has not gone well. I think there's no way around that, right? They have not gotten the candidates that they wanted or desired to have, and have had to kind of change their search criteria. I also don't fault them for shooting the moon there in trying to do something. I also am kind of puzzled, though, why it seems to be such a foreign possibility that maybe the best option is Dan Quinn calls defensive plays with a neophyte underneath him. That seems to be something they're just so averse to doing, and maybe now that paradigm might shift, given the fact that it has to, because a lot of candidates have told them no.
Well, they could go Patrick Graham possibly if they wanted to do that.
Yep.
But yeah, you're right. It is odd to me that was such a concept that they wanted to avoid, because it worked out for them in the second half of the season. Dan Quinn's good at calling plays. He's had a lot of success doing it. He's been a great coordinator. His defenses generally are top 5. I wanted him more and more and more involved last year for that reason. And when he got more involved, things got better. But it is, for whatever reason, not the way they want to go. I believe it's a Blau thing, right, where they feel like, all right, we can't have these guys on both sides of the ball that are going to be learning on the fly, that are going to be making mistakes, that are going to need a lot of help from Quinn and other senior members of the coaching staff. So if we're going to use our first-timer who's going to have some growing pains higher, then let's use it on Blau because we love him and we think he's the real deal. But that means we need a grown-up on the other side of the building so that Dan Quinn can help on offense or do some more, developing of David Blau and less coaching the defense. So I get that logic, but is Graham better than, say, Carl Scott, the non-play caller but secondary coach for Seattle? Maybe you just wait for him until after the Super Bowl. Is Graham better than Al Harris? Harris would be an interesting hire because I can't get over the fact that the Cowboys have had 2 cracks at hiring coordinators the last 2 off seasons and haven't interviewed them once. Now, you could tell me Dallas screwed up or, that you don't trust their judgment, and maybe you're right. That's fine. But it is always very revealing to me when the team that knows the most about the person doesn't seem to think what the national perception, the media, and the fans think. They have more intel than we do. So Al Harris, I guess because of that, I'm not his ride or die on. I like the takeaways that come with him. I could be excited for that. Here's where I'm at. This is going to end with them hiring a coordinator they're going to be able to sell pretty easily and that people will be able to get pumped for. Because there's more.
Do you think so?
Yes, here's why. There's more good options than there are jobs.
Yeah.
You're going to, if they said tomorrow they hired Patrick Graham or in 3 weeks, it's just a guy who's had plenty of success as a longtime DC who's well-liked by players. If they went with Carl Scott of Seattle or Al Harris of the Bears, that's really excitable to fans. They think they've got David Blau, and maybe they do. But if they don't, it takes a year or 2 to figure that out. If you bring in Terrell Austin from the Steelers, longtime coordinator, been with Mike Tomlin, defensive, all of these guys you can sell. And while it's not a good job, which we can get into in a second, there's just more. If you're counting both categories, if you needed a long-time play caller, well, there aren't more of those guys than seats. But if you're now including, you don't have to have any experience, you could just be a coach that people like who coaches in the secondary somewhere, well, then you're going to get a guy like that. I mean, that's an easy thing to do. So I'm not worried about what it's going to look like. They're going to be able to spin this. But this is not a good job, and that is my takeaway. This is why I didn't like their chances to get Flores, and people took issue with that, and that's fine. I know that that's not cool to hear. It's why I didn't think they'd get Gannon. It's why Denard Wilson probably said no. They don't have much talent. You have
then we're focusing on. Because you remember kind of, at the end of a hiring cycle or at the end of kind of a coach's shelf life, so to speak, it becomes much harder to find that defensive coordinator or offensive coordinator that's like, yeah, I'll take the gig, I guess, but I'm probably only going to be there for a year. You have to go down the list to find somebody that's not the new exciting thing. You're now in the leftover territory. I think that may be more on people's minds than maybe we're kind of focusing on, especially in terms of established candidates.
I think you're right. To me, though, if you're ranking jobs, I don't know how many DC jobs are left, but there were 10 head coach openings. So in theory, because Ulbrich never became available and Schwartz never became available, there's 8 plus a couple, like the Eberflus job, Washington's job. So if it's 10, 11, let's say, I'd have to look at all of them, but Washington would be down near the bottom in terms of talent. Deron Payne's their best player and is not a lock to be here. Now, Ben Standig actually wrote, we can have him on this week. Substack Standig was writing about the Payne future, but it's $28 million, his cap number this year. Either you extend him, rework that, or you might even cut him, but he's your best player. They don't have Pro Bowl talent. They don't have really, really good players. So maybe you promise a coordinator the 7th pick to use. Maybe you tell him we're going to go all New England this offseason and go sign you Milton Williams and go sign you Robert Spillane and really help get better because we're going to drop the $20 million on the secondary on Carlton Davis and we'll find our versions of those guys. But they need to. This has been my fear all along. It's going to work out that you're going to get someone that you can sell. But I know you want Ulbrich, you don't get him. I know you want Flores, you don't get him. They seem to want Gannon. They interviewed him pretty quickly. They didn't get him. Denard Wilson was one of the first guys they interviewed. Tells you he was pretty high on their list. They didn't get him. So they're just not going to be able to convince me. The Dan Quinn thing to me was pretty obvious. We wanted him all along, we promise. You did? It's going to feel a little bit like that for me.
And that
doesn't mean it's not the right hire, by the way.
Right.
It doesn't mean the guy can't be great. But I do feel like you've made 10 calls, and the 11th call is the guy that's going to get the job. That's
I think that's totally on point. And that's kind of my thing here. That's why I don't know how good a sell job it will be when it happens. Now, you got away with it once with Quinn. You guys had so much success.
But just think about this, Danny. If today they announce it's Al Harris, the reaction will be extremely
the people will like
positive.
it. No, that's right. I guess you're right there.
If today they announce Carl Scott, and I'm not even saying I wouldn't be sized, but the guy going to the Super Bowl who coaches Nick Amendoria in that secondary, and you might draft Caleb Downs, who can I give a hug to at the facility? You know what I'm saying? You can sell those things in the same way you can Blau. Because until someone struggles, the idea of hiring the next great D coordinator is awesome.
No, I think you're right. I think it's just maybe it's the bad taste in my mouth from that kind of, hey, this is rain that's falling on your leg right now with Dan Quinn, and he was our guy all along, and the offensive coordinator search and not being as thorough, and then this one taking forever, and it's like, no, this is the dude we always wanted, and I know it's not. I know it's not. You get turned down by a lot of people, which is I'm fine with, by the way. You went big game hunting, and you missed a couple of shots. I think that's reasonable.
They just need to add so many really good players to that side of the ball.
Well, yeah, that's
and
it.
it's going to make whoever they hire look pretty good, probably. That is one selling point, possibly, is, look, we're on the ground floor. We're going to rank 10, 12 spots better just based on personnel next year and play calling. You're going to be celebrated for that. This is going to look good for you, this renaissance that we're about to have defensively. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Next, want to get back into Championship Sunday, what we learned watching the NFC and AFC Championship games. And we'll take our first dive into the Super Bowl matchup, take a stab at New England and Seattle and how we see that playing out next on the Fan.
The Seahawks soar to Super Bowl 60!
We've got ourselves a Super Bowl matchup. What's up? Welcome back. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We'll take you up to 6:30, 90 minutes from right now. If you want to hop in, you can. 800-636-1067. We'll give you our first thoughts on Patriots-Seahawks. Your Super Bowl. Is this Super Bowl 60? Is that what Burkhardt just said?
I don't know. I'm terrible at whatever that is. The Roman numerals.
First of all,
breaks
get
my
rid of the
brain
Roman numerals.
enough. Can't do it.
It's the only place in my life where we still use Roman numerals. I can't read them. I don't know. Most people probably can. God bless you. I also don't care that much about the numbers of it all. But if we're going to do numbers, like, give me a 6 and a 0. But Super Bowl 60, here we come. We got a rematch of, I believe, what was Super Bowl 49 11 years ago. That was the interception at the goal line. Brady and New England surviving and advancing, getting a party all weekend long because of a pick of Russell Wilson from 1 yard away instead of handing the ball to Marshawn Lynch. Quickly, though, a couple people wanted to hop in on our conversation about the D.C. search. Shane's in Fairfax. What's up, Shane? How are you?
Commander Danny, Lieutenant Grant, how you boys doing today?
Good, buddy.
Doing well, brother.
You guys playing in the snow, I hope, having some snowball fights. But look, here's the thing, man. It doesn't matter what defensive coordinator is going to be here because they'll be gone in 2 years anyway. This regime is going to be gone. This is the worst job to have in football right now because there is no talent whatsoever on this field. Zero. We don't know who's going to be back next year or what. The thing about it is you don't even have draft capital to even trade anybody on defense. Maybe Deron Payne, but that's the thing. Let's see if we can move his and get rid of him and try what we can give it a Lattimore. But right now, why would you take this job? There's no Dan Quinn won't be here next year after next year anyway. So we'll be doing this all over again. So you better get the right offensive coordinator in to protect Jaden Daniels because that's our future, supposedly. That's where I'm at with this. It's you can blame Adam Peters for all this debacle this year on everything that's happened, from the Terry to the offensive line to no talent whatsoever on defense, none whatsoever.
Appreciate you, dude. Listen, there were swings and misses. There were. I mean, some moves are very good. Laremy Tunsil trade was outstanding, bought dividends, and he's about to be extended, and I would sign up for that. I'd do that move 10 times out of 10. But they're hand-picked guys to remake this defense in their image the way that they wanted it, the Javon Kinlaw signing, and, they kind of went certain ways. That blew up in their face to a degree. It wasn't that Kinlaw was bad, but, they go, we got Lattimore, we got this, we got that. Their plan was not to be this terrible, and they were. So I think there is some credence to what Shane's talking about, that they are at a low point right now, and the way this kind of coaching lifespan works, the most recent year was a disaster for the head coach. One coordinator's already gone. Two coordinators are already gone. It's not a great landing spot for a veteran DC. It's not a great landing spot for any defensive coordinator right now. So I think that's a fair criticism.
Yeah, I think we overstate a little bit how perilous the Dan Quinn situation is, though, if I'm being honest, because I don't view it as like he is a lame duck head coach. I don't think you can file him in that category. We've seen that here before. We know what that looks like. There is a path to him being in trouble. I think that that's very true. And if you told me right now this will be his last year, that would not shock me. It just means they had a bad year, 2 in a row. And look around the league, 10 coaches got dismissed this year. Guys like Harbaugh and Tomlin and Stefanski, a 2-time Cody, all got blown out. Like, it's a not-for-long league. I could be convinced that there's a path to that. But he does not start the year on the hot seat. I think you got to get off to a decent start. If they're 0-3, we're talking about his job all of a sudden. But to his point, it's a job you take if you don't have other really good options, And in a world where there's so many other openings out there, if you're starting with a coach who's in year 1, that's probably better. If you're going to a defense with more talent, that's definitely better. They have the 7th pick, but they're not guaranteed to go defensive. I guess it's likely. Maybe a team's got a top 5 pick, and they know they're taking one of the top defenders in the draft. They like their chances, let's say, to get Arvell Reese or something. So I just think it's a tough sell. If you're ranking the job like A through F, it's probably below average. You see, it's a D job. I don't know if it's an F job, but it's a D job, and there's a lot of B and C jobs that are going to get filled first. Larry's in D.C. What's up, Larry? How are you?
Hey, guys. How's it going? Hey, I agree with both of y'all thinking there's definitely devoid of talent. But what about, just like the guy just said, 2 quick points that can combine with those two things, with that one thing is, like you said, is we can't say that Dan Quinn's a lame duck, but it is a unsettling situation where most of these guys are coming off a head coach being fired. Number one, that's the second part. And then the third part, what you kind of alluded to, is it was 10 defensive coordinator positions open. So I think all of those 3 things, first thing what you guys said, and then partly the other 2 things, could that be a combination, you guys think?
Yes.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, it's putting some numbers to it. But yeah, absolutely. Again, and kind of combining what you said with Grant's most recent point, if you're ranking 10 defensive coordinator opportunities, this would not be viewed among the top 3 or 4 or 5 or even 6,
I would say
right?
it would just top of my head without looking at the other ones, which is it's like some exercise on social media where you're doing a blind ranking.
The
of
blind
movies
ranking,
or something. Yeah. But I would put it if it's the first one that popped up and I'm ranking 10, I'd put it at 9. I'd leave one worse out there. I don't know who it is, but I'm not using one of my good or middle spots for it. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. So I mean, and it may be semantics as we kind of break this down. How lame duck, if on whatever scale that is Dan Quinn entering next year? I don't know the answer to that, right? You're 100% right about there is a path. I guess I'm saying, let's say I'm a free agent candidate here for either of these, for the OC or DC position. 2 coordinators just got fired. That usually, to me, as we talked about before, turns the hourglass over. You're now on a shot clock, right? If you're that head coach where, okay, you got these 2, your handpicked guys. That didn't work. Let's try something else. You don't get an infinite amount of coordinators and paradigm shifts within an organization. So if I'm the new DC coming in, if I've got another choice, I'm taking it in all likelihood, right? Thinking about that element of things as it comes to it, right? It doesn't scream stability. The most recent season was a disaster and 2 coordinators are gone. In fact, I saw you interact with someone on social media about this. I think it's such an underrated point. They've known they've needed a defensive coordinator for way longer than everybody else. When Joe Witt got stripped of his duties, you knew this was inevitable. And here we are without a defensive coordinator still. It kind of makes it look a little worse, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know how the head start actually materializes to help you, because I understand everybody's got to wait, right? They're waiting for other openings, or they're not out of the playoffs yet in Scott's case, or whatever it is. But it just makes it feel worse.
Yeah.
They have known they needed a coordinator since midseason. They've cut his legs out and all but fired him at that point. This search began in theory then. One other thing I'll bring up that hasn't been mentioned today. Isn't the whole point of having Dan Quinn his relationships and ability to build a staff? I mean, isn't that what we were sold or told? Wait till you see the staff he's able to put together. And it felt that way after year 1, to be clear. I give him and the team credit for that. It's backfired because they've told you that it wasn't a good staff by their decisions, by moving on from both coordinators, so to speak. But where is that relationship helping me? He's tight with Mike McDaniel. Awesome. They didn't even interview him. He's super tight with Raheem Morris. Great. They still haven't been able to interview him. It's nice to have best friends, but if they don't answer the phone when you call, what does it matter? This is a funny bit I have with a buddy who does radio, and we always talk about I've got that guy's number. He's like, yeah, I got that guy's number, and I'm like, but does he answer when you call? Will he come on? You know what I'm saying? He's friends with people. That's great. If none of them want to come here to coach, it doesn't help me any. That doesn't.
Yeah, it's awesome. They high five at the Senior Bowl and they hang out and eat barbecue, but. Can I get a coach? I remember, so heading into his first year, that was paying dividends, right? That name rang out. You were getting, the Ken Nortons of the world and a bunch of other guys from different teams, different coaching trees, et cetera, to come on down and hang out with DQ, hat backwards. Let's hit a catchphrase. Now it doesn't seem to be going the same way after the stink of a 4-13 season or 5-12, whatever the hell they were.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. All right, let's get back to Championship Sunday, go through the 2 games. We'll start most recently with the Rams and the Seahawks. Seattle, a 31-27 winner. What'd you learn watching Seattle punch its ticket?
That Sam Darnold can do it, right? I've done a regular season Sam Darnold, a buzzsaw, great numbers, et cetera. There were no plays where the game was out of reach. Right? There was no empty stat. There was no empty calories here. They had to be as aggressive as they were throughout the entirety of that game, multiple times where a lot of coaches would just run the ball and punt it, give it right back to the tail leg with all the momentum just to see what would happen. They're booting him out. They're asking him to make throws and really, really challenging stuff. And he finally rose to that challenge. Right? It's one of those things. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Kubiak's ready for a head coaching job. And if I'm Tom Brady, I'm hiring him to coach the Raiders than drafting Fernando Mendoza 1-1 and entrusting him to develop him. I also learned, by the way, Kenneth Walker's about to break the bank.
That's a bad dude right there.
I don't know if he gets out of the building. If I was them, I'd keep him around because he's a big part of what they do. Danny, you and I are both proponents of not spending a whole lot on second contract running backs on that next bite at the apple, but someone's going to. I wouldn't want to spend the money, but I think he would be a super impactful, helpful player for Washington. A lot of players like him that hit the market often, get a ton of money, and for a couple of years really help teams. He's got the speed, the balance, the physicality, the pass-catching ability, checks all of the boxes. He's going to make somebody a lot better next year.
Yeah, there's, they kind of, I don't want to say total timeshare, but it wasn't quite a 50-50 split. But for most of the season, Zach Charbonnet got his looks and got his carries as well. And, that's kind of gone away now here as you kind of wrap up, headed to a Super Bowl. And it's paying dividends. He looks explosive, maybe more so than I've seen him in the past. I think he was 20th or so in the league in terms of carries, added some receptions as well in that regard. But there's a burst there. There's a physicality there. He's, a strong back. Doesn't always have the best vision to me. There was one play, I don't know if you remember this, where he burst into the secondary, and if he just kept going straight, he probably would have had 5 or 6 more yards. Instead, he kind of cut left, right where a defender was, and went down and kind of got up and went, damn, I left some yards on the table there. But even still, he looks the part, certainly, could fit a lot of offenses.
Another thing I learned on the losing side of the ledger for the Rams is that Matt Stafford just makes all-world throws that nobody else can make. There's a few times where the ball's out of his hand, you're going, that's a pick, and it's right over the top of the outstretched fingertips of a defender on a layered throw, dropped into the bucket on the sideline. He's good for a couple of those a game. Became the first player ever, throw for 370 and 3, 10 yards per attempt, no turnovers, no sacks, and lose a ball game. The Seahawks beat the Rams. They're on to the Super Bowl. They'll be playing the New England Patriots. By the way, you mentioned Darnold. 91st percentile performance in terms of EPA per pass play. Seahawks gave up 480 yards. They needed him to be spectacular, and he was. On the New England side, fascinating road to the Super Bowl here. Not only have they dealt, it's definitely good fortune, right? You get to play a backup in the AFC Championship game. I think there's a little bit of an overrated narrative that they've gotten, to play nobody. The Chargers supposedly are nobody. They'd won 7 of their last 10. That was barely a couple-point spread, I think, going into the game. Then you had the Texans, who a lot of people were picking to get to the Super Bowl. They had won 10 consecutive games going into that game with New England. 10 straight. Everyone's acting like, New England played some team from the Big 12 or something. But they beat the Houston Texans, and then obviously you got to play Jarrett Stidham in Denver, and the snow came, and I thought they really got lucky there. But the story has been Drake May, who was arguably the MVP of the NFL in the regular season. He has really struggled to throw the football. This passing offense has been completely grounded by these really good defenses that they've played. If they win the Super Bowl, they'll be the second team ever to beat the top 3 scoring defenses in the NFL in the playoffs on a path. I mean, that's the caliber of the defenses they're playing, and it looks like it. They can't do anything on offense through the air. May, 10 of 21, 86 yards yesterday. Luckily for him in New England, he ran for 65 and a touchdown. But, man, first half before the weather came, the weather's another excuse in the second half. But I just thought their offense looked terrible.
It certainly did, and that's kind of been the story throughout. It's really the renaissance of this defense that was good in the regular season. It was. The Patriots defense was good. They were good enough to really shove it on bad opponents. But, ... you see the Bills will go up and down the field on them, and when they played a good offense, it was more of a higher scoring game, etc. This has been a kind of a 2.0 version of that same defense where they are dominating good opponents. Now, it's not as if Houston's offense was a buzzsaw. It's not as if Greg Roman calling plays. He's subsequently been replaced with the terrible offensive line for the Chargers. It's not like they were playing the 99 Rams, and now they get a backup quarterback. So they've been fortunate in that regard, I would say, when it comes to this defense stepping up in a way that's not just you're beating a bad team. It's they are dominating. They're scoring points. They're creating chaos and turnovers and giving the offense the ball in amazing positions for them to convert. That's really been the story to me, is how unbelievably good and opportunistic this Patriots defense has morphed into. But you're right about this offense. For New England, they've gone up against really good defenses, and that's exactly what it's looked like here for these 3 games where they now find themselves in the Super Bowl.
Oh, it's been crazy. Well, and I think the defense has benefited, not to take anything away from their defense, but the weather's helped them a lot. Like, it goes without saying, the weather helped them yesterday. People forget, too, they played 4 quarters against the Chargers, or not the Chargers, rather, the week before, the Texans, in snow, sleet, wind, whatever that was in New England last week. So this defense has played 6 of its last 8 quarters in really gross conditions. I think that has helped play calling, that has helped them to shove it on teams, and it's also probably part of their offensive problems. Hadn't been talked a lot about in terms of May's struggles.
Well, that's true, too. Yeah, you're right.
I mean, the weather's been really gross. They'll get the best weather they've had all playoffs in the Super Bowl in San Francisco, another tough customer in the Seattle defense. The Patriots have averaged 18 points per game this postseason, the fewest by a team to make the Super Bowl since 1979.
Yeah.
Drake May's been sacked 14 times during the playoffs. Only Joe Burrow, the year Cincinnati got to the Super Bowl, has been sacked more times. So there's a lot of things they've got to clean up. Their offensive line, especially their tackles, have really, really struggled. And then May, who was the most accurate quarterback in the league in the regular season, has just not been accurate. Middle of the field, down the field for the most part in the playoffs. They're looking to become, as I said, the second team ever to beat the top 3 defenses in scoring. Peyton Manning in 2006 with the Colts when he won his first Super Bowl is the other. Fascinating path for them because they've played really challenged offenses, really great defenses 3 weeks in a row.
Yeah, I think it's very well put. I mean, it's a strange thing. They've been fortunate with what's happened with their opponents. I also think that's, I don't want to say it's irrelevant, but they're in the Super Bowl. Like, you know what I mean? Other teams could have done something about it too, right? The Bills could have done something about it. Some of the teams that lost, in this bracket could have done something about it. The Patriots are the ones that did. They had an easier schedule than most, and they took advantage of it. Went 14-3. They got the 2 seed. A lot of teams didn't do that, right? Like, it's such a strange thing. People get defensive one way or the other. Like, it's an easy schedule. Yeah. And they're in the Super Bowl because of it. I bet you they won't be next year. But still, there's no asterisk on the trophy if and when they win it. I mean, they got that AFC trophy, and it's theirs, not because they had an easy schedule, but because they were able to take full advantage and end up in a really good spot because they're well coached. They've got answers for everything. And, it wasn't Drake May's passing accuracy or acumen that did it. His escapability. Some of these incredible, huge conversions on some third downs. Think of the play that sealed the game, for goodness sakes. It's that naked boot off a play fake. He's beating the guy to the corner, extends the football, ball game. That counts too. You don't take it away.
That was not a called naked boot in the huddle?
What?
Did you see that after the game?
No.
Totally.
You're kidding me.
It was a run for Ramondre Stevenson. No one knew May was going to keep it. May just decided to. And everyone kind of found out when he kept the football that he kept it.
Oh, that's unbelievable.
Yeah. So
that's unbelievable.
Big-time moment, but, I mean, he struggled in the game, so that takes even more stones when you haven't had a particularly good game. Can you imagine you slip and fall or something, and you go over to Vrabel, and he's like, what in the hell's the matter?
Yeah, what was that? I thought I would do it myself, Coach.
Yeah, I have not liked the narrative all year, and I thought after they went on a playoff run that it would go away, but it just seems like, to me, people have made up their minds on the Patriots, that they're not any good, that they're lucky to be here. They'll beat Seattle. I mean, I don't think they will, but in a world where they did, there'll be another reason why. Well, it was just Sam Darnold. Look at the quarterbacks they played. Darnold had one of those games where he throws 4 picks or something. It's like, yeah, they picked him off 4 times. That's what happened. But, Kirk Cousins had a great quote years ago when he was playing good ball and everybody still thought he was a boob. And it was something to the effect of, I could walk on water and they'd say it's because I can't swim. And I think that's kind of where New England is a little bit. Like, who cares if you're the Patriots? I'm sure they don't. Oh, you get to play the Jets. You mean the team I beat 42-10 and pulled starters at halftime? So that makes me a bad team because twice I beat them by double digits and once I beat them by 32. You get to play the Dolphins. Yeah, I beat them 38-10. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, they dominated. They played the Giants. They beat them 33-15. They pummeled bad teams. They beat some good teams, and people say they beat one team with a winning record or whatever the number is, 2 teams or something. If 5 games go different when New England's playing, then those are winning teams. So I've always thought the narrative was a little bit overblown. But now I'm hearing that, the Texans, well, of course, the Texans couldn't have won a playoff game. Oh, I didn't realize the team that had won 10 games in a row had no business being in the playoffs. That was my fault.
What a huge mistake by you. What are you talking about? Yeah, I mean it's funny how sometimes, as you said, people make up their minds, etc. People got really defensive again about Washington last year, for example. The only win against a good team was when Kenny Pickett still carved their ass up, and it took a drop ball by Devontae Smith and a miracle touchdown from Jaden Daniels to Jamison Crowder to end up winning that game by whatever it was, fraction of a point. That was their one win against a good team, NFC Championship game. I don't care about how easy a schedule was anymore. You know what I mean? Like, take advantage. It's on your Pro Football Reference page forever now. That easy schedule nonsense, I just have never really cared about it. This is what good teams do. They win those games, and they have won a bunch of games. They're in the Super Bowl. That should be the beginning and the end of the conversation.
Phil Rivers has pulled his name from the Bills coaching search. Mike McCarthy got the Steelers job, which I think shocked a lot of people. I want to get into those things, which we still haven't hit on. We'll do that next on Grant and Danny. One thing different about being at home like we are broadcasting from our houses today in the snow day, Danny.
Yeah.
During the break, I ran upstairs, and my wife had told me that dinner's ready. Now, I won't be able to eat it for about an hour, but there's a pot roast in the crock pot, and she had just pulled bread out of the oven that I guess she had baked, like starting from scratch today.
Oh, my God.
So I ate a piece of that with a little bit of butter on it, and it was delicious.
There is nothing, and I mean nothing, better than that fresh baked bread. That's the one right there.
I have not had Clary or Toby at any point when we're in studio come up to me and tell me, hey, the bread's ready that I just baked in the kitchen if you want to run over.
It's never happened.
To the the common area.
Right?
A little bit different broadcasting from home.
Yeah, I suppose. Like, at no time has Darius been like, guys, give me 1 second. And he puts on oven mitts.
Yeah, pot roast is ready. Terrence Knighton just got here.
Yeah, the Terrence Knighton has been prepared. Hey, guys, we have a couple different bread selections that Chris Paresh has never said to us. No, that's never happened.
So I want to go through a couple of the coaching items and news of the last few days. I have been waiting to talk to you about Mike McCarthy getting the Steelers job because you've long been a McCarthy detractor.
Yes.
The 62-year-old who has succeeded everywhere. Wherever he goes, winning follows. Won a ring in Green Bay with a lot of double-digit win seasons. Of course, it becomes that he's a passenger, and it was all Aaron Rodgers. So then he goes on to Dallas, where he ends up winning 12 games 3 times in a row, something the Cowboys hadn't done in decades. They did not make any playoff noise, didn't get to a Super Bowl, and so he was out of there after a 7-10 season this year. But he's basically got an identical resume to John Harbaugh, who everybody loves and thinks is the savior of the New York Giants and had 10 teams lining up. McCarthy gets the interview with the Steelers, and I will say I'm stunned by this just because this is not their MO. First of all, offensive-minded is not how they roll, but certainly not 62-year-old, like third-time retreads. They have generally gone very young. Think Cowher, and I say this like it happens all the time, twice in my lifetime, but Cowher and Tomlin. And so I am as surprised as anybody else, but I think McCarthy, when you compare him to a lot of the coaches that are available, actually is about as good as you're going to do. But for Mike McCarthy to get this job, Danny, does feel like your buddy calls you and is like, you're not going to believe this, but me and Susie are actually dating. And you're like, Susie? And he's like, Susie.
Not a different Susie?
Way to go, man. Like, you did it. You just parked the car nobody thought you would park.
Yeah, I didn't see any rumors on this. I didn't see any buzz on the subject. I think he's, 62 years old at this point? This does not feel Steelersy. I mean, this one has a shelf life. They famously have had 3 coaches since the 60s, and this doesn't feel like that. This feels like caretaker, bridge builder, legitimizer. He's perfectly reasonable. I think they're just way more exciting hires, up and down the line. They didn't seem to want to do that. I don't know. I mean, the rumors were it was, Shielhaas and Chris Shula off of the Rams staff, and that felt like them. Find the next great, coordinator that was on his way up and give him the head coaching job and support him like nobody's business, and 20 years later we'll look for his replacement, right? This doesn't feel like that. This feels necessary. Like, even if it goes great, he's not coaching there for the way the Steelers usually do it. He's not doing it for 15 years. He's 62 years old.
It's not Steelersy. I completely acknowledge that. I don't think he's a worse candidate, though, if you're talking about like the next 3 to 5 years, than any of the guys you just named, who are complete unknowns. Like, Mike LaFleur is about to get a job, and I don't know Mike LaFleur well. I'm close enough with his brother Matt, who I do know, and some of the other guys that he was around, but he wasn't on that Shanahan staff.
Yep.
Like, Mike LaFleur's been a coordinator and play caller once with the Jets. It went terribly. He went back to the comfort of San Francisco, and now he's going to get a head coaching job without ever having to call plays again since the Jets fiasco with Zach Wilson. That's a huge risk. Those are the types of guys getting these jobs. That is a big gamble. If the Steelers are hiring Clint Kubiak, I think that's a better hire. But you're talking about like Shielhaas, whose name I'm having to Google to see how to pronounce it a couple of weeks ago when it started to come up. Doesn't mean he's not a good head coach, but we're going down the depth chart here of guys who have never called plays to run a program like that. And yes, the Steelers typically go younger and take those risks and roll with guys for decades. But I've long thought Mike McCarthy was a disrespected quality head coach. Not elite, not all time, but just a really good head coach who wins a lot of football games, and people make fun of him. I don't know if it's because he's not as handsome as Sean McVay or because he's a fat guy or what, but he's like pretty easy to poke fun at. But it's always the quarterback. It's never him. It's always somebody else. So the reason things went well in Dallas, I guess, was Dak Prescott. I don't know why Brian Schottenheimer didn't win 12 games this year then. But the hire itself is strange, Danny, because, again, if you're doing this for like 15 years, he's a weird hire. Maybe they're not anymore. Maybe we're just all thinking of it that way, and they're going, right, this is a 5 to 7 year thing. The other question I have is, who in the hell are you going to have at quarterback? Because I don't care if it's Mike McCarthy or it's any of the other guys you just named. If your quarterback is not good, you can't compete or win anyway, and maybe that's what they're thinking. We don't have a great plan at quarterback, so we might as well have someone who elevates the offense and the QB. But, man, they're in a bad spot. We talked about, is that a good job or not? I feel like it is because you keep the job for a long time. But if they're not going to do it that way anymore and they're just hiring him for the next few years, it's a lot less good of a job. Because I don't know what their path is for a passer.
It's not a good path. They need to do the thing that they've been unwilling to do, which is to bottom out. They need a reset, a rebuild, a real thing. And that's not in their DNA. They don't do that. Right, so they hired a guy that I don't think is a bottom-out guy. I don't think that Mike McCarthy is a loser enough to bungle his way to a 3-14 record. They always, are going the next veteran, the next journeyman at quarterback. They do the thing, frankly, a better version of what Washington did for so many years. Right, where you're trying this cast off, this Case Keenum, this Carson Wentz, this broken guy, this irrevocably damaged player that will try to revive and do it that way and end up kind of in that constant purgatory. Ryan Fitzpatrick gets a turn. The whole thing is a mess. It's the worst ride to be on in the world. You should never do it unless, something crazy happens to your draft pick. And here they are going to do it for the 30th straight year or whatever. That's an exaggeration. Since Ben Roethlisberger retired, it's a decade straight of this crap. But that's pretty much what it is. So I don't know the plan. I don't quite get it. Like I know it's their sort of badge of honor to not bottom out, but that's what you could use. You could use a really losery year to kind of restart this process, unless you think you can find your guy in the 20s or something this year, as they always kind of seem to be picking.
The other hire that was pretty interesting that came down officially actually today is Mike McDaniel, as Toby's been telling you, did take the LA Chargers job, which means he's not going to get a head coaching job in this cycle. He'll wait. They just put out a really funny video where he references when the Chargers made fun of him for vaping on the sideline. If you haven't seen it, check out the video I just posted at Grant H. Paulson. But what a weird duo that's going to be. The buddy cop film that is Harbaugh and McDaniel. Just completely different personalities coexisting in that building.
That is a wild. I need cameras. So whoever's in charge of that, if they're on Hard Knocks or not or something, that is a fascinating dichotomy that I need to see work in real time. Because I want to see Quirky McQuirkersons, Mr. Plays on a napkin, spreadsheet Sam, go into a room and have to talk to, we're going to attack this meeting with an energy that's been unprecedented for human beings. I'm thirsty. I'm more thirsty than any person has ever been. Like Mr. Wear on You, Mr. Incredible Intensity, go nuts all the time, versus the guy that's the exact opposite of that. I need to see what that looks like on a daily basis. But that's a good gig, by the way. And good on Jim Harbaugh, by the way, for saying, you know what? The way that I do it and like it done, that ain't working. I'm going to go do something else. I'll take the Wonderkin probably for a year, but I need to go take a different tact. I actually give him a lot of credit for that, for a dude that's a pretty big egomaniac in his own right.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. You're listening to The Fan. What's going on with the Washington Post? They're not going to be covering the Olympics with on-site sports reporters. Now there's rumors that the sports section could actually be in trouble in terms of just existing moving forward. That's next on The Fan.
After a magical 2024 season turned into a
Back live on Grant and Danny on the Fan, taking you up to 6:30 this evening. Thank you for making the show part of your day. You can listen all over the DMV on our flagship 106.7. You can watch us on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube channel. And, of course, listen on the Odyssey app wherever you are. Danny, first thing I saw as far as rumors about the Post was, I think it was Friday night, we found out that they're not sending sports reporters to the Olympics. That was a jaw-dropping moment for me. That was a flooring kind of remember where you are because it's all over moment for someone who loves the sports reporting and coverage industry. Then within a day or two, news came out that the Washington Post is considering getting rid of its sports section altogether. We have now seen subsequently reporting done by people who cover sports media saying that as of right now, their Washington Nationals reporters don't have planned trips or flights down to spring training, that they have been telling other reporters not to book things in the weeks ahead. So we have no idea where this stands, what's going on. Just out of respect to some of my buddies that work at the Post,
right.
I haven't reached out to them over the last couple days because I was assuming they're getting flooded, and it's a pretty awful time for them, I'm sure, as they're finding all of this out like the rest of us. But before I hop in on this, what was your first thought on that?
Yeah, and you mentioned so many folks that we know obviously are employed there, and I felt like it was inappropriate to send any kind of messaging about rumors, because that's what it looks like or is reading as. These are, according to sources, this is what's possible. Again, I don't know what I don't know there. It's very awkward and